What am I supposed to do now? I asked the glowing rock man, and he laughed, but it didn't have any effect on me. Come and place your hand on my chest, and then we will enter into a binding agreement. After that is done, I will become your first primal earth totem, and any earth elemental bonds you make will be held within my mark. If you had already made an earth bond, then that one would merge into me, Grodville explained to me, and I nodded as I stepped forward. I placed my hand on his pulsing chest, and the world around us faded away, and the two of us were left floating in space. I was shocked at first, and my mind started racing to check to make sure that I could breathe, but I didn't need to. "What is your goal?" Grodville asked me, but he no longer had a gravelly voice. Instead, it was that of a young man. The same as always. Get stronger the normal way and protect the people that need it when I can. I don't really think that there's much more that I need or want, but I will need your help to accomplish this, I explained, but then asked a question. Why do you ask me this? You trusted me before when Mex was here, right? Something was different about him. Grodville looked the same, but something felt off. Before I could get a reply, I was back, standing back in the rocky clearing. Now that your hand is there, we shall start the bond, Grodville said to me, but I pulled my hand back. What was that just now? I asked, looking down at my hand that looked perfectly normal. What are you talking about? Nothing has happened yet. You had just put your hand on my chest, and I was about to start instructing you how to go through the binding, Grodville explained, but then raised his eyebrow to me. What happened? I touched you, and then the world around us faded away, and then we were floating in space. You asked me what my goal was, but in the voice went a young man, like a teenager. I spoke and then asked you why you would ask me, but then I was back in the clearing with you, and you started to talk. I explained, all the while trying to figure out just what the fuck that was. I have no idea what you were talking about, and I have never even heard anything like that but fired in might or windbags. What a Luga wouldn't be likely to know, but that is strange, Grodville said to me while scratching his rocky chin. Strange was a severe understatement, but I couldn't let that stop me from getting the bond. I walked back up to Grodville and placed my hand on his chest. This wasn't his fault. He was just as surprised as me. I focused on Grodville, and I tried to do the same thing as I did when calling the Water Sphinx totem. I could feel the energy start to power into me, but it was gritty, rough, and almost like boulders rolling through me like a canyon. Good. Now, Kazz, the shaman, I give you my bond as proof of my trust that you will do good for this world. I offer you the primal force of Earth to augment and collect all your Earth bonds. Do you accept? Grodville asked me, and I nodded. I accept your primal force of Earth and will hold true. I shouted, and Grodville burst with light. I felt a hand slap the back of my left shoulder, the fingers wrapping over. The handprint became a tribal design, but it was dark brown, and it covered my entire shoulder. Primal Force, Earth Pack complete. Primal Earth Totem acquired. I stretched myself, but I didn't feel that much different. Even the Primal Totem mark left no feeling. It was almost disappointing, but I had other things to worry about right now. That is true. Get moving to Wadaluga, and tell me more about the person that you talked to. I was not able to see, and I was of the same mind as Grodville when you jumped back. I started to run, but I wasn't really sure what else to say about it. It was not a demanding voice, but besides that, I'm not really sure what to tell you. Do you remember any of the planets around you? Were you in the Milky Way? Or was it a place that you did recognize? Anything could be helpful, and it is essential for you to remember. I started to dig into my memories of that short moment, but I had to put the thought away. I had company again. I would have to get back to Hero after this. It looks like my demon tiger has had enough of chasing me. Change totems for this fight, and do not underestimate this creature. This is a Hellcat, and they're very fast, and they can breathe fire. Oh, that is just adorable. Why does a fucking cat with razor-sharp claws need to breathe fire? I don't make the rules or the weird abortions that are called creatures in this world. Change totems, and you will be fine. The Hellcat was closing, but I was still running, and I concentrated on my Sphinx water totem. Once I had it in my mind, I could see that it was just as Hero had said, and all I had to do was release it. I let it go, and the rippling blue line retracted back into the totem mark, and then I dug for Grodville. I had no problem finding him, and when I activated his totem, I started to change. I had to slow down, my body was getting heavier, and my feet were starting to leave deeper prints. I could feel my skin start to get hard and ridged like rock, and I turned to meet my foe, but the Hellcat was gone. Chapter 89 Hellcat, You Pervert. I looked around, but I couldn't find the creature. But my mind was not working nearly as fast as it was. I could no longer track the creature's movements, so I pulled out my fire saber, but left the loose leaf dagger. I was unsure about this creature, and fighting fire with fire seemed like a fine idea, but Hero didn't feel the same. Are you a handicapped child with a shiny toy? How can you actually be that stupid? I told you that it breathes fire, and it's called a Hellcat. What do you think it's made out of? All right, smarty pants. What do you, the all-knowing Hero, think I should do? Use your bare hands and stop acting so stupid. It is painful to watch. Just ask for advice if you don't know. Stop making ridiculous assumptions. I have offered to help you. Make use of it. True, and I was going to die if I didn't start listening, and I could do fist fighting. So, I can't track him, but then how do I fight him? It's a him, right? Yes. And you will just have to wait until he attacks you. You're fireproof. And you're resistant to physical damage right now, so you can take a hit, but then you have to end it. I could hear the creature, but the jungle was thick here. If this had been in the earlier forested part before Grogville's clearing, this would be a bit easier, but now I just had to wait out. Left. I turned right, but with my foot coming up on an arc as hard as I could, and spun myself. As I twisted, I had a brief and hot view of the inside of the Hellcat's mouth, but then my foot connected, and I heard cracking. The beast was thrown to the side, and it rolled, trying to get back up. I was already bursting forward with all the speed I could, but there was a fire starting to form in its mouth. The Hellcat breathed out a stream of fire over me, but I only felt hot air as I ran forward. I raised both first above my head and smashed them down onto the creature's head before it could rise. There was a sickening crack as I drove the Hellcat's head into the ground, cutting the fire blast off. The creature's head cracked open like a rock, but it was just orange-red on the inside like I had cracked open a lava-filled rock. The heat and fire faded fast and turned into black rock, even the creature's hair. Then it started to crumble and fall apart until it was nothing more than a pile of black powder. Shaman level 5 acquired. Name, Kazz level 5 class, Shaman strength, 6 dexterity, 3 fortitude, 8 wisdom, 6 intellect, 2 spirit, 7 energy, shocked. Class skills, plants peak rank 2. Target a plant to speak to it. 60 chance of success, 9 chance of irritation. Summon totem, plant rank 1. Summon bonded plant to fight as your ally. Totem bond rank 3, auto trigger. Totem bond is triggered when a totem mark can be acquired. The target must express gratitude to you in some form in order to trigger totem bond. Chromatic bond rank 1. Activate more than one bond at a time. Only one primal bond can be active. Total bonds activatable 2 bonds. Water Sphinx totem, bond, Veronica. Increase reaction, awareness, and thought process. Elemental bonds, Earth Force Pact, bond, Grogville, greatly increased physical resistance. Immune to fire, wind, slashing, and blunt damage. Weak to water, piercing, and vibration damage. Blessings. I stood up as I looked over my chart, and then let go of the Earth bond, reactivating the Water Sphinx bond. The new things that I had gotten with my level were good, but since I was going to do training with Wataluga, I wouldn't want to use the Earth Force Pact. But seriously, what is up with this plant stuff? First, I could try to talk to a plant, and now I could summon one to fight beside me. I looked down at a flower that was growing on the side of the path, and it hissed at me. Yeah, that is really scary. Don't underestimate your system. If it says that it will fight beside you, then it will be of help. And since you're stopped, this is a perfect opportunity. Why don't you try with that flower that just hissed at you? Sometimes I wish that Hero was here in person so I could glare at him, but what did I have to lose? I bent down to the hissing flower and activated my plant speak, targeting the flower. It was weird to just think of what I wanted to do, and it did it, but it was also very helpful. Plant speak successful. Stupid, big, ugly idiot almost let the big fire cat burn me, and then almost stepped on me when I had just warned him. Why'd I have to grow up here? The flower complained, and I rolled my eyes. Great, another poor me. Hey, Miss Flower, are you okay? I am sorry if I almost stepped on you. I didn't mean to, I said, trying to sound as pleasant as possible, but the flower didn't say anything. Great, I probably just messed up, and she isn't going to talk to me, but then she spoke slowly. You can't hear me? Or are you talking to someone else? The flower asked, and I held my expression, trying not to crack a smile. These types hated to be laughed at. Yes, I am talking to you. My name is Kazz, and I started to say, but then I got a message on my display, and I raised my eyebrow. Totem. Air hissing, Sunalili confirmed. Yes, no? Yes. What the hell, why not? But when the light from whatever was happening cleared, my eyes got big, really fucking big. What are you staring at, pervert? The flower asked me, not really looking that much like the flower she had been. Chapter 90 Extortionists. An irritated the flower girl had a very sparse grass dress, if you could call it that. It didn't do a very good job of covering her up, and this is why I was getting yelled at. Better start things off a little better. Sorry, you are gorgeous, but I will try not to look at you. But you should cover yourself up if you don't want me to look, I said and turned away, but I was already trying to unsummon her. I didn't have time for this, and I needed to go to my next lesson with Wadaluga. Okay, you can turn around now. I am covered. My name is Callie, the girl told me, and I did as told, but then slapped a hand over my face and shook my head. Callie was wearing a pink ski mask made out of flower petals, but she had done nothing to cover herself up. Listen, Callie, we need to get going, so I'm going to have to unsummon you for now, okay? I asked the girl as she used her hands to cover her face more. But you just did the thing. Why do I have to go away? I could have just been a flower in the middle of the road to be stepped on if all you were going to do is ignore me. This is what I get for. Callie railed at me, but my unsummoned silenced her. Well, you have your first plan bond. Well, you have your first plan bond. I said out loud in a mocking voice and then started to run. Don't be like that. She was the cutest thing that you have found yet. Oh yeah, real fucking cute and extremely whiny. I was just starting to break Nushi of that. Now I had another overgrown child in my care. But she was in my care, so I would have to deal with her at some point, but maybe not yet. Since I had killed the Hellcat, the jungle had become pretty quiet, and I was able to make my way without much trouble. That didn't mean that the rest of my jog was uneventful, but I was starting to be able to focus my mind better, and I was able to keep it from wandering. A small pack of kobold tried to attack me. They tried to ambush me. After I broke the first one's neck and tossed it back into the bush, the rest of them stayed quiet and still. I wasn't in the mood to kill for fun. In fact, I really didn't want to have to kill something unless I had to. That, or it was some horrendous monster that just needed a good killing, I would do that as well. That is an excellent view to have. There is nothing wrong with not being bloodthirsty. But just make sure that it doesn't hold you back from doing what needs to be done. Sometimes it is better to cut the head off the snake rather than let it breed more snakes. I knew that as well, and if I had to, I would stop a problem before it turned into a bigger one. But now I was coming up to the waterfall. Activate Callie. The wind totem will give you a lightness and more speed, but it will make your temper easier to trigger. Watch yourself and your words with Wadaluga, or you'll have to come back out here another day to get this packed. Oh great, this is precisely what I needed. Something to make me more agitated. I had just gotten a hold of my overthinking. Now I was about to add another thing into the mix, and I was already getting worked up. I took a deep breath in, held it, and then let it out once I entered Wadaluga's clearing. I reached inside of myself, and then took hold of Callus' totem, and to my surprise, she squealed in delight. So, you want to use my power? Are you going to let me back out later? Or am I just going to be stuck inside of you muted until you need me? I can tell if you were lying. Callie said as time seemed to freeze. What the hell was this little extortionist trying to pull? I was stuck, but I didn't really think she could say no. It was either she helped me or was stuck inside of me regardless. Still, I guess I would have to put up with her, and it wasn't fair that she had to stay cooped up like this after living a stationary but free life. Sure, but not until after I am done training. On the way back, and when I am home, I will let you out until you can hold your own. Okay? I asked, but then I was able to move again, and smoky gray lines spread over my arms with the rippling blue ones. Looks like you have been busy. And is that you, old friend? Wataluga asked as he rose from the water, and I felt something leave me, but not completely. Yes, the boy has passed my training, and now it is time for him to take another run at yours, Grovel said with a laugh as he went to sit down on the ground far away from me. Can we get started already? I asked without even thinking, and both elementals looked at me, and I took another deep breath. Sorry, I'm trying to use two totems at the same time, and this wind totem seems to make me a bit short-tempered. Well, you had better get ready to sweat, because I am not going to take it easy on you this time, Wataluga said, and then both of the elementals started to laugh at me, and I ground my teeth but kept my mouth shut. I could do this, even if I wanted to punch them right in the smug faces. Chapter 91, Barely Walk, and him I wasn't going to be able to finish if Wataluga kept this up. Come on, tough guy. I thought that you would be speedrunning the entire time. Wataluga teased me, and I started to move faster, using my anger as fuel. I had started off fine. The water totem helped me find the easiest path for me to travel through the heavy water. Then Wataluga must have sensed that I was doing too well, and the pressure and roughness of the weather increased tenfold. Now I could barely walk, but I was jogging now and pushing myself to my limits. I had so many things that I needed to get done. That meant that failure was not an option. You can do it. I heard Callie call out from the back of my mind, and that made me smile a bit, and I pushed forward. You just don't know how to quit, do you? Wataluga asked after he condensed his body back to his standard waterman form. I was panting, but I had completed the training without stopping after what had to have been 2 hours of running. It was now just past lunch by the sun, but I had already eaten my food on the run here. Even though the sandwich had turned into a breaded meatball, I had still eaten it. I can't afford to quit or fail right now. I have too much to do, I said, and I went over to the water and then bent down to wash my face. So, what do you think, Wadle? Pretty good? I think that he will take us back and maybe even help organize some of the calamity back on Gardania, Grodville asked as he walked over to me. I would be an idiot to say that he doesn't show promise, and he seems quite adept when it comes to using totems. Fine, I will lend my strength to you, but know that I will be watching and judging you, Wataluga said, and I let go of the wind totem before speaking so this didn't come out wrong. I hope that you two aren't going to be perverts and watch me with the girls, right? I asked, but Grodville shook his head with a smile. No, we will be your guards during the night, so you don't have to worry about that. We can also act as your guard during the day if you want to enjoy that during the light. If you do that, you will not have access to our totems or the ones connected to us during that time, Grodville explained, and I nodded to him. That was all I needed to hear. I didn't want to have to worry about peeping toms. I walked up to Wataluga and was about to place my hand on his chest. Wait, you still had not told me about where you were when you touched Grodville's chest. Something wrong? Wataluga asked me, and Grodville spoke up. Something happened the first time that he touched my chest, but I don't know what it was, Grodville explained, and I nodded. I was in space, but it was nowhere that I had ever seen, but I don't really remember that much about it other than Grodville having younger voice, I explained. Try it again, but this time, make sure that you are paying attention to your surroundings if you go back there. I stepped forwards again, took in a deep breath, then placed my hand on Wataluga's chest. I was back in space again, but this time with Wataluga. I immediately started to look. I needed to have something to bring back to Hero. I noticed that there were two suns that looked very close to each other, and behind them was a massive nebulous cloud that was a rainbow of colors. There were also planets, but I was too far from them to make out anything particular about them. What side do you fight for? The same young man's voice asked me, but I didn't reply this time. I didn't know who this person was, but I didn't have any reason to answer them. I fought for what was right and what made sense, and if I couldn't make sense of it, how could I fight for it? Then I was standing back in front of Wataluga, and he looked to be about to ask me a question as he started to glow blue. I quickly fed the information back to Hero and then waited for Wataluga to speak while Hero mulled things over. Kazz, the shaman, I give you my bond as proof of my trust that you will do good for this world. I offer you the primal force of water to augment and collect all your water bonds. Do you accept? Wataluga asked me, and I nodded. I accept your primal force of water. I shouted, and Wataluga burst with light and then poured into my chest like a swirling maelstrom. I felt Grogville merge back into me, and then nothing. Just like before, I felt no different, but I reached inside myself and took hold of Wataluga with my water sphinx totem. My body took on a watery glaze, and I felt far more flexible than I had been before, but my reaction speed and my thinking didn't increase. I did feel like I could take a punch and absorb the impact, but I would have to do some more testing. I'm not sure where you're going, but I think he is talking to you. I had forgotten about Hero, but the mention of the person got me curious. Who is he? I don't know his name, but he is the one setting everything up as far as I have been able to tell. I don't know what he wants with you, but this is the first time that we have heard from him since the last round started. You're talking about the game that you are playing, right? How does that even work? Get moving, and I will explain it in more detail on your trip to Fire Den. Chapter 92, The Last Drop. Or be consumed, I started a run, and every step felt easy, like I knew exactly where to step and how. It was relaxing, and I was able to focus on Hero and what would be considered the bigger picture. The other ones like me are on different worlds, in different places. That part isn't easy to explain and is unnecessary. We all have the same goal. We raise up heroes or villains, but I'm sure you can assume that not all gods are like me. Oh, you mean that the other ones aren't as rude? Just kidding. I'm listening, and that makes sense. Keep going. We are almost at Fire Den. Why do we do this? He told us that we needed to complete this task to move on, and he brought us here from the last worlds. I slowed down as I got closer to the Fire Lake crater's edge. But just how many times have you done this? For lifetimes ago, 1.2 billion ascended humans will become energy-based beings and then be offered a choice by him. 200 years in the Earth's future, this will happen, and the rest of humanity will be wiped from the Earth, but it was inevitable. We set off a chain reaction that charged 1/200th of the world's population, and it turned the other 199 billion into dust. It was us or the planet, and we choose the planet. Fine. If I could skip past the idea that humanity was going to be, or is annihilated, 200 billion would make it impossible to sustain. Then what now? What are you doing with me? Guiding ones like you to find the right balance. Some are too righteous and end up dying from betrayal because they were too stiff. Some are just the right amount of both sides that we are building towards. All we know is that we have to cultivate a strong champion, but to what end, I'm not sure. I have yet to find one that was worthy, and my last one could have destroyed his own world, but was still rejected. Does that mean that you are looking for someone to fight in an intergalactic tournament? Like that show. Dragon, what's its nuts? I can't remember, but they had some big tournament. Is it going to be something like that? I don't know. He hasn't told us anything from the start, but he was here briefly when I arrived. The only thing that happened was that he smiled at me and then disappeared, but he had never appeared at the start of the other 4 worlds. What that means, I don't know, but I think it might be different. If he is talking to you, then that is a good sign. Earn your Fire Force Pact. Listen to Fire Den. He is wise. I could hear the fire elemental coming and the heat rising. I hadn't even realized, but the Hellcat had torched my shorts, and I was mostly naked already. I took my shorts off, tossed the rags to the side, and then sat down cross-legged as Fire Den rose above the edge. He looked happy, but the fiery heat coming from him was being buffered by the 2 active water totems, but it was putting a mental strain on my body. Hold them. This will help you greatly in the future. So, have you come alone this time? Are you ready to hear my story? Fire Den asked me as he crossed his arms over the edge. Lava started to melt off him and move towards me, but it started to create a circle around me when it was about 6 feet away from me. The mental pressure started to get more intense. This was so much different from all the other training, and I had to focus on speaking. Yeah, let me have it, boss. I managed to get out, and Fire Den laughed at me. Good. I will tell you about the 7 primal forces in this world. Each of them resides in Gardania, the megacontinent. The rest of the world is made of smaller islands like this one. I was once part of Fire, but I was asked by Mex to accompany him like the rest of us. He is a shaman like you, but he has taken the sage's path and no longer uses totems. One day you will have that option, But I hope we can school you better than mechs if you plan to take us all, Firedin explained. The lava had wholly surrounded me, and now there was a bit of steam coming from my body. I was listening, but all I could do right now was nod at the appropriate times. My body was stressed beyond comprehension, and I was worried I was going to puke from my nerves. While holding those totems, I can extract the final bit of water in your body and complete the change. Your body will now feed on energy, and you'll be able to convert that into your system skills. You will also absorb elemental magic if you control it, but it will regenerate you, but not boost your shaman skills, Firedan told me. I was starting to get short of breaths, but I focused on them and got myself somewhat leveled out. The heat was constantly getting worse, though, making my stress levels rise to the point where I was starting to feel cold and clammy. You're going to hit a point where you think that you're going to black out, but you need to push through it. After that, I will tell you the other three, but for now, you need to keep your head above water, or you'll be consumed, Firedan explained to me, but I was already fighting it. I could feel a wave of intenseness start to roll through my body, and it was like all the blood was rushing to my head. I started to get dizzy, my head got light, and the heat closed around me. Chapter 93, The Seal. And time don't give up. I dug my fingernails into my knees and shook my head, fighting through the dizziness and nausea. Callous voice echoing from the back of my head had brought me back, but not the stress was fading, and so were all the feelings that it brought. I was finally able to sit back up straight and look back at Firedan, whose smile was set to crack his face in half. Now the fire no longer bothered me, and I was able to sit in peace as I waited for the fire elemental to continue. Fire, water, earth, air, these are the four that you have met, but there are three more. The element of life is light, for where there is light, there can be life. The same is true for death, the element of shadow. While some can survive without it, in a place where there is no light, there is no warmth, and nothing can survive. Basic information, I know, but these elements act in the same way as they behave, which is important to know when dealing with them, Firedan explained, and I was finally able to speak up, so I'll have to deal with them accordingly. But why weren't these two and the other unnamed one not with mechs? I asked, and Firedan nodded appreciatively. Good, you look much better now, and you can talk. As for mechs, that is why I explained the two different personalities of light and shadow. The two are nearly impossible to get to work together. As for the last element, energy, it can't be tamed until you have mastered the first six, because elemental energy is the source of the six elements, Firedan explained, and I started to get a bigger picture of everything, but I had more questions. Grovel said that the land was alive, but I don't think I quite understand what he means. He told me that the land forced the monsters to attack the demons, but then attacked themselves when they learned what the demons were doing. How does the land do that? I asked, and Firedan nodded with a grin. I am really starting to like you, because you seem to know how to ask the right questions. Once you leave this island, you will start to feel the changes in the world. Not like visions, but you'll be able to sense turmoil and strife. So yes, the world is alive, and it is a combination of all the primal elements, and they are conscious, and they will fight back. The monsters and all things in this world are our creations, except for the demons. They are a plague brought to this world by some unseen force. Since then, some have learned to live with the land like the monsters. There are even large cities on Gardania that you will visit, Firedan explained. As he did, a new feeling was starting to roll over my body. Revitalization. My body was healing all my torn muscles. Anything that had been wrong with me was now repaired, and I felt like I had just woken up from a long and relaxing sleep. I was now slowly absorbing the power from Firedan, and it was repairing my body, but I wondered what would happen to the energy that went to my system. What is the energy going to do for me? You know what my system is, right? I can only support the girls that I choose to help, so I will assume that will just make me do that better. I asked skeptically. I'm not really sure about that. Not my area of expertise, Firedan said with a frown, and then scratched his chin as he thought about it. The system will give you special drops if you get overcharged, and some of them will be items or equipment. The system will require that you stay alive or that you keep the girls alive, so you will have to live with those bonuses. Yes, I would be okay with getting some armor or something, and maybe a primary weapon that didn't involve an element or backtalk. So, something on this island is blocking me from being able to hear the rest of the elements. I asked to skip over my last question. The Great Demon DOA is the one that sealed off the island using a special artifact that he constructed. It is hidden somewhere in the center of the island, but there is no way to target it or find it. We have tried many times. DOA placed it there to stop the interference from the island. By that time, all the monster herds had been completely thinned out. Now our best hope is to get off this island and get back to Gardania. Once we are back there, we will help you find a place to settle down, and then we can work on the other two elemental forces Fire Den explained to me. But as he did, he started to shrink down. I slowly stood up and started to walk forward to Fire Den. That was slowly standing up after crawling up from the edge. We were the same size now, and the lava pulled back from me as I walked forward. Fire Den had a new orange glow to him, and I knew what this meant, but I paused before reaching up to touch his chest. Now that I knew who this was, I was more than likely to meet. How should I treat him? Answer him truthfully. You don't even have to speak. He will know what your answer is if he asks you the question. I could do that. There was nothing left to do but reach forward, and I placed my hand on Fire Den's burning chest. Then I was in the place of two suns, floating with Fire Den, who began to speak to me. What makes your soul worthy? You may ask one question if you speak it. Bear all unto me, for I wish to know thy essence. I am time. What you were does not matter. Who you are is my question. What you shall become is my judgment. Chapter 94, Return to the Stars. And why you made this choice, what made a soul worthy. And what was a soul? Is mine worthy? All questions that I would not be asking this person called time. I needed to think about this, and I caught myself before asking if there was a time limit. That would be just like me. Get all prepared, and then mess up without even thinking. Time would have no meaning to a person like this, so I should have as much as I need, but that didn't get me any closer to answering the question that I was asked. I needed to ask him a question, but there was only one thing that I really wanted to know after Hero had talked about the Dragon Nuts Booby Kai tournament, or whatever it was called. If I am chosen, and you deem my soul worthy, what is it all for? I asked, trying to be specific, but not at the same time. Time was silent, and he did not speak right away. I was left to wonder if I might have offended him or something. Considering he was called Time, I thought he might be a faster thinker. Even I need a moment to answer this question. While I may be called Time, and I may have control of it, in this place we are of the same time, and I cannot alter it. As for your question, there's a tournament of sorts, but it is not the purely fighting type. If you can pass my judgment, then you will be transported to a new world with your pets, but there will also be 499 others that will have passed the test there. Tom explained, but then said no more. I didn't like that he called my girls pets, which immediately put me on edge with Time. He may be the god of the next level, but then that meant that my pets were his creation, and he should know that they are so much more than animals. That did not answer my question. You told me about the things that involved, but not how it was. That was the deal, right? I ask you a question, and then you answer it. Your words, not mine. And if you would have said that I could ask you a question and you might answer, then I would understand, but you have still yet to answer my question. Stop reading my mind and read the question, I said, crossing my arms, not really caring what Time thought. I had seen enough TV to know that demons and gods loved to mince words, and I wasn't about to let some level 2 god play me for a fool. Fire Den was not glaring at me, but he gave me a strained look, so I started to tap my foot on the ground that wasn't there. I am surprised. Normally, a witless person like you would just accept what I said, but as I have hoped, you are different. Yours and everyone else's target is the 10th plane, and that is the final realm where what you call gods reside. Once we have found our next god, we will try again. Now, I have answered your question fully. It is time to answer mine. Time told me, and I nodded. And I will give you my answer, but I don't know if you're going to like it, but I didn't really like your answer. I don't give a rat's ass if you think my soul or I am worthy. I have a great new life, and I thank you for that, but I'm not about to butter you up to try to get first place. Not my style, and never was, I said, and Time Fired In raised his eyebrow in surprise. So, even after telling you that you will become a god, You still did not care? Time asked me, and I shook my head no. If you're the standard for a god, then no. In my mind, I see this as all a big game to you. I also think that you are the type that cares only about end product matters. To hell with what stands in the way. I am dealing with a woman with the same issue, and if that is what I have to look forward to, then I would sooner just die when my time comes. At least I will be doing it with my friends and the people that I love and care for, the same ones you call my pets. Who do you have? Do you have a huge family that you will go back to after this meeting? I do, and I wouldn't trade this life for the world or to become a god, Mr. Time, I said, and to my surprise, he smiled at me. You are right, and I don't have what you have, but that is why I do this. One day, you will return to the stars with me, and we will all be waiting for you. I just hope that somewhere deep inside, you remember why you made this choice in the first place. When this is all over, I hope. I was back standing at the lava lake crater again, but my hair was all standing on end, and a cold chill ran through my body. I knew that person, and his name was not Time, but that was all that I knew or thought I did. Kazz, the shaman, I give you my bond as proof of my trust that you will do good for this world. I offer you the primal force of fire to augment and collect all your fire bonds. Do you accept? Fire Den asked me, and I nodded, my body starting to calm down. Are you okay? What happened? Hero's words jolted me from the thoughts that were trying to sink me, and I looked up at Fire Den while relaying everything that had happened. I accept your primal force of fire pact, I said with confidence, and Fire Den burst with light, but Hero had gone silent. Chapter 95 Ogre. In the heroes I have eaten Fire Den's mark cover my right arm with flaming tribal lines that were red at first, but then faded to black. While this was interesting, my mind was waiting to hear what Hero's response would be, but he wasn't talking. I looked down at my burnt shorts and then shook my head. There was no point in putting those back on, and I needed to get going. My talk with Fire Den had lasted a lot longer than I had anticipated, and now the sun was starting to make its arch down. I kept both water totems active and then started to run. I no longer felt the heat or cold as things that affect my body. Instead, I could feel the heat and cold around me. I could sense monsters in the area, and I could make out some of them, like the green eyeless lizard things that were staying clear of me. But there was something more significant than the smaller creatures. Whatever it was coming for me, and it was big. I decided that now would be an excellent time to pick up the pace, and I started to run as fast as I could, but that just seemed to egg the monster on. I was about a mile from Windorf, but the creature was slowly gaining on me no matter how fast I ran. I slowed down and switched to Grogville Primal Totem. I was preparing myself for what was trying to catch me, as my body became stiff and rigid, but this time I could think and move faster. So, Mex is a new play toy? I was wondering why I couldn't get in here, but now I have found you, Snack. A massive, hulking green, ugly giant said as he walked onto the path. This thing was ugly enough to stress even a mother's love, and it also looked pretty tough. I would have to go all out if I wanted to beat this thing, but then suddenly Mex appeared out of nowhere. Run, go to Windorf and complete your training, and then go to the village and stay the night there. You cannot fight this one, or you will die. I will hold him off for now, and I have already locked the path to the village. Now go. Mex commanded me, and every part of me wanted to stay, but something about the way that Mex was acting told me that this wasn't the time for dicking around. What? Mex? I only wanted to have some fun with him, like the others that I ate. I want to hear him scream as I gnaw his limbs off. I'm just a friendly ogre that wants to be fed. Is that so wrong? The ogre asked, and I started to run. Yeah, don't worry. Mex can't protect you forever. I will catch you one day. Snack. That was the last thing that I heard before getting out of earshot of Mex and the ogre. The creature didn't scare me, but knowing that the creature had eaten heroes before was enough to make me pull the pin out and get moving. Whatever that creature was, an ogre, Mex was worried about it. And if he was worried, I was more than worried. Sometimes it might not be that bad to feel a bit of fear every now and then. Yes, like when you were talking to the god of all gods. That surprised me, and I had almost forgotten about him. Still, you weren't there, and you aren't me. I was the one being asked the questions, not you. And I don't think that he is the god of all gods. I think that time is one of many, but I also think that I answered the question correctly because he smiled before sending me back. In my mind, that is a win. Perhaps, but one would think that after learning so much, you would be a bit more respectful to your elders. Maybe if my elder was a bit more respectful about the way he referred to people, I wouldn't have acted that way. That is neither here nor there. And speaking of elders, you caught the last part, didn't you? What are you trying to get at? Time knew me from before this. What that means, I have no idea. But I would think that would make me your elder. Yes, no? Well, I need to start asking you questions about what to do. Then I will consider you my elder. For now, even if you do know him, so how you are still immature and stupid. I say that with the most respect I can muster, because you seem to be able to learn things that are taught to you. Thanks, how kind of you. But yes, I have a lot to learn from you, even if I am someone else. So, you'll get to be Grandpa Hero for now, and I will Kazz the Menace. You are an overgrown child, so I guess it fits. That was good of X to step in there. I don't know if you could have beaten that ogre. Yes, but you also didn't say I couldn't beat it, but I am glad too. I would sooner be able to beat that thing on my own and not become a snack. You need more totems for versatility, and you need more experience using them. Prove yourself to Windorf, and then you and I will go get the princess that was kidnapped. Huh, we're going to get the princess in the dark. And since when did I no longer need air to breathe? Since you became 70% magic, your body will absorb the air it needs, which is very little from the water. You should also notice that you are only really breathing when you need to speak to activate your vocal cords. That was impossible. I was running hard right now, and what the fuck? My chest barely even moved, and I wasn't breathing. Then it felt bizarre and completely unnecessary when I tried to. It was almost like my body was reminding me that I didn't do that anymore, and it was pointless to try. I was having a hard time wrapping my head around it all, but I was at Windorf's plateau now, and I had to bring my head back into the game. Windorf wasn't going to be like the others. I would have to make him submit to me, but that was like asking the wind not to blow. Chapter 96, Only Opponent, and Magical Odors, it was time to face the only one of the four that I considered an opponent. The other three had been my teachers, each one of them preparing me for this, and it was going to be a fight. Each time I've been getting better, but something about this time said he was going to be serious, and I couldn't see him anywhere. I didn't take out any of my weapons. Instead, I prepared myself and opened myself up to the area around me. I could feel him moving around me. Windorf was circling me, looking for an opening. I wasn't going to let him have it, and when he finally made his move, I was ready. Everything happened in slow motion as I turned and slapped the fist away and then drove my own fist into Windorf's solar plexus area. Windorf drove an open palm down onto my fist and pushed it to his stomach, where he absorbed the force and then jumped back, but I could read him now. I followed him, pulling my fist back as the two of us leaped in the air, and the moment that we landed, I stepped into Windorf. I slammed my fist into him, but at the last moment, he disappeared into air vapor. I almost fell and had to roll forward to dodge a cut from the wind blade that Windorf had suddenly sent my way. He must be furious if he resorts to using a weapon against me, but that wouldn't help him now. I didn't have him as a totem yet, but because I was connected to the other three and I was mostly made of magic or energy, I could feel him around me. The next attack came as a full frontal slash, but I could see and feel what he was going to do next, or the three possible things that he could do next. The water totems helped me read his movements and the flexibility and reaction to deal with them, but it didn't give me power. I slapped the blade away with an open palm and then kicked forward like Windorf was a door my way. The wind elemental was kicked back, but then disappeared again. I released Wataluga's totem and summoned Fire Den, and my body started to heat up. My muscles started to feel like they were burning, but I wasn't in pain. They were burning to be used, and that was when Windorf decided he had had enough. Suddenly, I could sense Windorf all around me, but I remembered this trick, and there could only be one attacking me at any time. The problem was that I could sense 4 out of the 16 surrounding me were solid forms of him. I started to take deep breaths, and each one of them stoked the fire in my muscles like I was revving the engine of a car. Burning red veins started to cover my body, and even my mind started to work faster, and that was when I noticed what Windorf was doing. Each of him was only 1/4 of himself, which meant only 1/4 as strong as he usually was. I dashed forward, and the moment I started to move, my mind started to slow the world down as I ran at what I considered to be an average speed. I ran straight at the first Windorf before he could react and smashed him out of the ring, making all but the 3 others disappear. Windorf rushed me, all 3 of him at the same time. It seems that he is done with his game, but now it was time to finish this. I clenched my fist as I strained and squeezed the fire that was built up in my muscles. I must have looked like I was trying to shit my pants because Windorf slowed down, but that was a bad idea. I was trying to release the built-up fire, and suddenly I farted a little, then exploded with heat. The wave of heat hit Windorf before the smell of a well-cooked fart could hit my nose, and all 3 of them were blown back from me. Windorf was knocked to the ground, but he didn't disappear this time. The blast must have beat the wind out of his sails. But I was more concerned about just how bad that fart smelled. What had I eaten? Fine, you have passed my test, but I'm not happy about this. Mex told you I have a daughter, right? Windorf asked, and I nodded while trying to walk away from the fart that kept trying to follow me. Yeah, she doesn't want to be stiff like you, and you need someone to take care of her, right? I can do that for you, but you need to stop being such a prude. I beat you, even if I had help from my totems. That is my ability. If I had had a gun or a sword and beat you, it would have meant the same. I told Windorf as I walked over to him, and he made a disgusted face. What is that horrible smell? Windorf asked, and I rolled my eyes. How the hell can you smell my fart? I let one little bastard go trying to squeeze out the heat, and now they'll never hear the end of it. I complained, shaking my head. You are mostly magic now, so even your odor has a smell to magical creatures. I suggest you do not do that around my daughter, or she will treat you worse than she does me. Now, come this way. I want you to meet her first before I give you the wind force, Windorf said as he stood up finally. I nodded and shrugged. Not really anything else I could do. Windorf seemed to think that he always had the upper hand, no matter where his hand was. I was led into a cave that was around the corner from where we fought, but it was dark. I ended up having to walk for 5 minutes in what should have been completely dark. But my body was giving off a slight glow, making it easier to see. Not like I couldn't just follow Windorf, but I liked to be able to see where I was going. So it was nice to make some light, but I would also have to be wary when I was traveling at night. I was surprised to see that the tunnel ended in a wooden door with a round top. Windorf paused in front of it and then turned around to face me. Chapter 97, Frustration. Can I call you Daddy? My daughter is what you might call a horrible and intolerable child that is next to impossible to get to do anything or to listen. I ask that you take good care of her if you decide to take her on. Her mother wanted nothing to do with her, and I have not been able to handle her. Windorf explained, and I gave him a raised eyebrow. If you weren't able to do it, what makes you think that I will? I asked, and Windorf nodded his head. I don't think you will, but Mex does, and he is one of the very few people's opinions that I respect and will listen to. Mex believes that you are something different, and all of our tickets back to Gardania. Once we are back there, I will ask you to find the mother and to try to talk some sense into her. Windorf said while shaking his fist, but I shook my head to the last part. I will take you and your daughter there, but I will not be forcing anyone to do anything. If you force a useless parent to be good so they can get their child back, they will just go back to the same way they were after everyone is gone. I will take you there, and if the girl's mother wants to try to get back in her life, then I will help. I will do nothing if she does not want to, and neither will you. Kids don't need useless parents to bring them down, I said with passion. I didn't have kids because my job never had the time for it, and because I couldn't be there for the kid the way they would need me. I had seen many people forcing other people to do things that they clearly didn't want to do. No matter what, in my mind, you can't make people do something they didn't want to do. No matter how much you think or know they should do something, that isn't our choice in the end. It's theirs. Not what I had expected to hear coming from your mouth, but I understand, and maybe you are right. It might cause more damage to even introduce the woman back in her life, Windorf said, rubbing his chin. Daddy, I can hear you out there, called the cute-sounding voice of a little girl, but for some reason, that seemed to put Windorf on edge. I told you to call me Father. We have a guest that I would like for you to meet. So please restrain yourself, Windorf said, and then looked at me with an exasperated look, but I was wondering what the issue was. The door swung open to reveal a clear-bodied beauty that was about 5'5", completely naked, and far more adult than I would have ever imagined from her voice. She was full-chested and had an hourglass body that was light blue, but there was also a spinning presence around her like air currents. "You're so serious all the time, Daddy. You're going to get old if you keep that up. What is this man thing that you have brought? Is he for me?" The blue water beauty asked her father, who rubbed his hands over his face in frustration, but then disappeared, so I stepped up to the girl. "My name is Kazz, and I am a shaman. I have come to claim your father as one of my primal totems, but he has asked that I take care of you, but I still don't know your name," I said to the girl, and then she jumped up to me, and I reflexively caught her, and she stretched up and kissed me on the lips. "What are you doing?" "Heidi," Windorf roared, but the girl ignored him as she wrapped her arms around my neck. The kiss was cool and soft, and I completely blocked out Windorf's ravings. Something about this girl seemed to make the world disappear. Windorf was nowhere to be seen when they finally stopped, and Heidi looked up at me with glowing red hearts in her eyes. "If you're going to take care of me from now on, will you get mad at me if I call you Daddy? I want to think of you like him, and he has kept me locked up here for so long. I need to enjoy things," Heidi said as she let her arm fall and reached for me, and I had to hold back a groan. What the fuck had I just walked into? Windorf was never going to let me near her now, and he sure as fuck wasn't going to give me his pack now. "Listen, Heidi, I need your dad as my primal totem, and I don't think he will do that. If you are doing this to me when I ask him," I said, but not stopping her. I couldn't say that I wasn't thoroughly enjoying this moment. "Fine, but you better not make me do things like my father. I don't want to become a fighter like him," Heidi said as she pulled her hand back. And I sighed. "I will not make you do anything that you don't want to, and you can stay with Nushi until I get a place for you. You know her, right? There are also a bunch of other girls that I'm taking care of as well. You might know some of them like Mary or Jilly," I asked, and Heidi nodded as I let her down. "Yes, I know all three of them. Do I get to go live with the girls?" "At Uncle Max's castle?" Heidi asked as she took my hand, and we started to walk back out, but I was having issues. I was trying to think of something awful so I could calm down before going out. But it wasn't going down. Heidi was not helping because every time I looked at her, she was staring at it, and finally, I had to stop after only making it about 10 steps. I turned to Heidi, and my blood was pumping like a hammer in my ears. She was looking up at me. The hearts in her eyes were glowing brighter than before. I couldn't hold myself back. There was too much sexual tension in the air, and my body was suddenly aching for this transparent girl. I bent down to kiss Heidi, but she grabbed me by the hand and pulled me back to the door and into the room, closing it behind her. Chapter 98 Shocked and dried up Raisin's father can't come in here when the door is closed, and that's part of the reason why I make him so mad. No matter how strong he is, once I learned basic manipulation of water and air magic, I was able to seal the door and create a buff that disrupts him if I want. Heidi explained to me in a much more mature voice that suited the full-figure body. "Why do you like tormenting him so much? And are you just climbing all over me to get at him? I am game either way. But I would like to know which way my chain is getting pulled, if you know what I mean," I said as Heidi got down on the ground in front of me. "I'm not doing this to get back at my father. It's the complete opposite. I am doing things, so you want to take me along with you?" Heidi said as she moved closer to me, but I stepped back, starting to feel uneasy. I did not want her to think that this was what she had to do, and the idea of me just letting it happen made me feel ill. "I will take you with or without this. You do not need to do this. I am more than willing to take care of you, regardless of your father's choice," I explained to Heidi. No sooner did the words leave my mouth and Heidi burst with light, but I also felt a washing pressure on my water pact. I closed all the windows that popped up. They could be dealt with later and knelt down in front of Heidi. She was more solid now, but still transparent, but the waves ran over her body in strange, beautiful patterns. The designer system was what she had received, and it must be what was causing the designs. System? Yeah, that made sense, duh. "Are you okay?" I asked and put a hand on her shoulder. Heidi looked up at me with blazing pink hearts in her eyes, and she smiled at me. "Now, this isn't a job," Heidi said as she moved forward and kissed me, wrapping her cool arms around my neck. I returned the kiss and slowly stood up with her, and felt her cool body start to slowly heat up. When Heidi pulled back to break the kiss, and I finally opened my eyes, I could see that her body was now the same glowing pink as her eyes. Heidi slowly sank down, and I felt completely transformed. There was warmth and a gentle sensation, but there was also a rush of bubbles wrapping around me as Heidi continued. It was strange to be able to see everything that was happening inside of her head, but she hadn't stopped since she began. I put my hands on the sides of her cheeks, and Heidi released me. Opening her mouth, I gasped for breath, not realizing that I had been holding it, and then I staggered as the blood rushed up to my head. Then right as it filled and lightheadedness hit its peak, I got a burst of alertness like a shot of controlled adrenaline. Did that feel good? Are you coming to help me with the rest of the sockets? I heard Heidi's voice call to me. I snapped back, but right as I did, Heidi took my hand and pulled me toward the workbench. I activated the fire pact and the water sphinx totem, and only the blue rippling lines appeared. "I want you to make this work." "Daddy," Heidi said to me in a soft voice as I climbed on top of her. She was already reaching up and pulling me close, her body warm against mine. I leaned down and kissed her to keep her quiet. The moment felt electric, her body radiating heat. But I was absorbing it. I pushed and felt myself plunge into a maelstrom nexus. Like a vortex pulling me in, the pleasure level was breathtaking. I focus as I kiss her and control my blood flow and heart rate as I started to make love to her. I started off slow, but the vortex seemed to pull and twist harder. Then when I pick up my speed, Heidi started to moan into my mouth, but the maelstrom slowed, so I pushed deeper and faster. "Harder, Daddy. This is the calm before." Don't stop, Daddy," Heidi cried out as I held her by the shoulders and moved against her trembling body. Then, the calm inside of her body stopped, and she turned gray and cloudy. "I'm sorry, Daddy. I hope you're ready for this," she said in a calm voice as we held each other closely. "Warning. Seed is destroyed, no options available." Then I was struck by lightning, right on the tip of said surge, and I released the energy. At least that was the short of it for the naked eye to see. In my heightened state and the water sphinx totem active, the lightning had a different effect. I experienced the next second, with milliseconds running at the speed of seconds. I felt the waves crash over me and the electrical charge on every nerve. The volts only attached the memory of this incredible experience as I felt a wave of pure pleasure rising in slow motion. I reveled in the feeling that seemed to last forever. And the best part was the fact that my body resisted the pain from the shock. I was sure I had an overwhelming release like never before, and I felt completely drained. "MH, we need to get going, or Father will start getting actually mad," Heidi said to me, and I grinned, and then kissed her, then pulled back. "Sure, but what are you doing with the fried eggs floating inside of you?" I asked, and Heidi laughed at me. Then her insides started to swirl around, and the strange energy vanished in a rush. There, I absorbed it, "But you're pretty tough, but I think you should turn the totems off now," Heidi told me and opened the door, but Windorf was standing there with crossed arms. I was taken back to the day that I had to jump out a girl's window as her father came up the stairs. I nearly broke my damn arm jumping off the roof, but this time I was a deer caught in the headlights with no windows in sight. Chapter 99 Worlds Collide, the center of everything I like him. "Father, let's go," Heidi said as she danced out of the room past Windorf, who was still looking at me. I centered myself and stood up straight and walked forward. I prepared myself for what was about to come as I approached Windorf with my eyes locked with his. "Make it count. It will be a long time before you get another chance to talk to time." Hero's voice was the last thing that I heard before I was back in that place as I pressed my hand to Windorf's chest. Nothing had changed, and then time asked me one more question, but then it became something completely different. "Do you think that your soul is worth its weight?" I asked this not as time, but as the man that you questioned. You asked me this very same question before we agreed to this, and I'm still unsure how to answer it. I know why you choose to do this, but I don't understand the question. You don't know what I'm talking about, and I might have overstepped myself, but it is as Hero said. We will not speak again for some time. Time explained to me, leaving me to dig into my mind as fast as I could. Both my fire pact and water sphinx were still active, but I couldn't remember things that weren't there. Whatever Time was talking about, there were no traces of it in my mind, so instead, I shifted myself to the question, do you think that your soul is worth its weight? That was a philosophical question that was asking if you thought your soul was worth what everyone else assumed it to be. Are your intentions as good as your goals? Are you worth the pedestal you have been built upon? Am I? I can answer that question, but you're the one with the name Time. Only time will tell me, right? I asked, and Windorf's body blinked at me in surprise. You gave me this name, right before you said goodbye. Are you telling me that I had waited all this time? You are impossible, but a cleaver's soul. Whatever happens from this point forward, you are on your own, but I will be leaving you with a present. Try to stay alive, and know that I still think that this is pointless. Whether you come out on top, the real fight happens at the place where worlds collide. You told me you have a plan this time, so I have to trust you because this is your soul. Time explained to me, and it felt like he was about to leave, so I started to talk fast. And then the feeling of departure left. Wait, I need more, like yours in my name. Don't give me that made-up Egyptian shit. I want our real names. Who are we? I asked in a rush. Mark, and your name is... Nope. Can even mouth it. That was probably your doing and will more than likely trigger something if you hear it used in the context of your name. We are humans that made it, but you denied it. Why? Because you're a meathead that only cares about fighting. Mark told me, shaking Windorf's head, and I rolled my eyes. Yeah, I'm sure that was it. I just decided to do all this for a good fight, I said, and Mark narrowed his eyes at me. Fine, you want to end it all, win the tournament, and then we will rule it all. Or, as you like to say, it breaks the never-ending cycle that will allow the multiverse to unfold. Easy, you said. It's going to be simple. No way I can lose. What you didn't say is that it would take you 12,000 years to appear on the fifth cycle. Mark raved, but I shook my head. That was obviously something that I had no control over, and you seem pretty comfy. Plus, according to you, if I wouldn't have done this, you and I would be doing the same thing right now, right? Watching for other schmucks with the stats to do the job that we were meant to do. I shouted the last part, and suddenly I was standing in a room that was filled with gateways made from stone in a circular room. I was in a different body, a well-built frame. I was in my 40s, and Mark stood before me as we had this exact argument. This was the place where the worlds collided, and I had just refused my place as a god thing like Mark, because they offered me a place as a god, but I had declined. Then, even though I had refused it, they would not allow me to compete for a chance to take the center of everything. Why do you think you can change this? You had completed the journey like we talked about when we first started, and we both got our places. Now what? I have to watch out for you while you go out and try to change another world? Mark raged at me, but I wanted to punch him in the face. You know that this will never end, and you are just giving in to zero. You are letting the demons win, and that is not how balance works. They refused to power, and now the demons are filling up the multiverse. Only I can cap them by going back in, I said, but then Mark grabbed me by the shirt and shook me. He knew what I was about to do. Are you mad? Everything. You would lock it all away for this? You will never make it without knowing why you are doing it. And I won't be able to tell you. Mark raged, but I pushed him off me and walked over to the portal to the world called Earth. None of it matters. Not me or these memories. Soon, you will only be watching the demons on the worlds, but I won't let that happen. Do you think that your soul is worth its weight? I will call you Time from now on, Mark, because you know the answer to that question. I will save this, but I promise you that my soul will not change. Even after the memories are stripped clean, I will be back to take my place in the tournament, I said, and then I was standing in the tunnel with Windorf and Heidi. Chapter 100, Take Care. Review of logs. I closed my eyes briefly. I needed to take everything that I had just seen in. Time or Mark was someone that I was obviously close to, but I disagreed with. I could see why I would have trouble stomaching this problem, but there was something else, the demons. A demon at the center of this all, and I was helping demons. I knew that all demons couldn't be the same, but I would have to remember that mechs and the rest were still demons. The one at the center of everything was trying to flood all the worlds with demons, but I had given up everything about me to put a plug-in on them. What are you talking about? What happened? I can't tell you, and it wouldn't matter if I did. None of it has anything to do with you. We are both playing different games on the same chessboard. The only difference is that I have already played as you to reach for a spot as a god, but it wasn't to my liking. I'm not even going to try and pretend that I understand what you mean, but you sound different. Did something dramatic happen with time? You could say that, but it was more of me just gaining a better understanding of the bigger picture. For now, none of it is essential, only what I accomplish in this world. Let me deal with Windorf before he gets even more angry with me. Fine, but I will need you to talk more about this later. I have many questions now, and for some reason, you know more than me all of a sudden, Grandpa. Not yet. I only got a better look at what the target was and why it was my target. The only thing that I needed to understand was the reason that I needed to do this. I think you have to go first, I said plainly, and Windorf blinked at me and then shook his head like he had been stuck in deep thought. Yes, the pact. I am trusting you with my daughter. Her color, I have never seen it before, so maybe this is the right decision. Mex seems to have to believe in you, and the other 3 have trusted you. I cannot get a strike past you now when you have no weapons. Kazz, I, Windorf, offer you the Wind Force Pact as a sign of the respect that I now hold for you. Please take care of my daughter, Windorf explained to me, and I nodded firmly and then focused. I didn't need to speak, but I did roll my eyes when I felt the elemental airflow into the tramp stamp location on my back. Great, now I had the pact of wind force over my ass. Maybe I could flow while meditating by using my wind? I shook my head and then looked at Heidi, who was still pink, but her eyes were now normal pupils. I reached under her and scooped Heidi up, and she giggled, then stretched up to kiss me. Is Daddy going to take me home for more fun? Heidi asked me after she stopped kissing me, but I shook my head. No, we're going to rescue another girl that needs help, I said as I released my fire pact and then activated Windorf's wind pact. But I also opened up the windows that I had pushed aside earlier. Name, Kazz level, 5 class, Shaman strength, 6 dexterity, 3 fortitude, 8 wisdom, 6 intellect, 2 spirit, 7 energy, 127 class skills, plant speak rank 2. Target a plant to speak to it. 60 chance of success, 9 chance of irritation. Summon totem, plant rank 1. Summon bonded plant to fight as your ally. Totem bond rank 3. Auto trigger. Totem bond is triggered when a totem mark can be acquired. The target must express gratitude to you in some form in order to trigger totem bond. Chromatic bond rank 1. Activate more than 1 bond at a time. Only 1 primal bond can be active. Total bonds activatable. 2 bonds. Earth Sully totem. Bond. Kali. Increase body proportions. Water Sphinx totem bond. Veronica. Increase reaction, awareness, and thought process. Water Undine totem. Bond. Heidi intensify senses of you and those you're in contact with. Elemental bonds. Earth Force pact. Bond. Grogville. Greatly increased physical resistance. Immune to fire, wind, slashing, and blunt damage. Weak to water, piercing, and vibration damage. Fire Force pact. Bond. Fire Den. Greatly increased magical resistance and absorption. Absorb wind damage. Weak to water and earth damage. Water Force pact. Bond. Wataluga. Greatly increased flexibility and body control. Combinations with wind, earth, and fire damage will create different types of damage. Weak to wind damage. Wind Force pact. Bond. Windorf. Greatly increased physical speed and strength. Immune slashing and piercing damage. Weak to water, fire, earth, wind, and blunt damage. Blessings. Kazz Foreman level. 6 title. Monster caretaker rank. Condo rancher. Monster girls. 5 system. Ranching system abilities. Monster Girl Rancher. Gain experience from taking care of your monster girls. Monster Girl Pacification. The innate ability to calm monster girls. Monster Girl Care. All things done to care for monster girls are 100 more effective. Monster Girl Food Prep. All food you prepare for Monster Girls is 75 more satisfying. Chef's hand, physical body-to-body contact with Monster Girls increases how full and satisfied they are by 35. Hired hand, designate up to one person, and that person will receive the Monster Food Prep skill. Monster Girl Essence. Gain 10 of all experience gained by Monster Girls in your care. Unique system abilities. Monster Dominance. You now have the ability to exert dominance over a monster if you will is more significant than its own. Gift Hunter. Gain the ability to track special items that will increase your bond with the Monster Girls you are looking after. These items will give a special link skill to you and the Monster Girl receiving the gift. Heidi Level. 1 title. In A species. Undine Wind Elemental Unique Ability. Barrier Creation System. Designer System Abilities. Pattern Placement. Create patterns on anything. Designer's Touch. Edit objects, but only the visual aspect. The original object will not change, just how it is perceived. Chapter 101 Duck and Thrust. There was a lot to go through, but not a lot had changed with my stats, but I did get a better look at the totems, and I was interested in Callus Totem. It looks like I wasn't going to need the help from the system for that. That would leave Veronica, but if this system was going to work in the way I thought it did, then I would be given something to help, maybe change her somehow. That might be asking for a lot, but at this point, I really wasn't sure what a lot should be constituted at. Heidi squealed with excitement as I burst forward. The wind force that the pact lent me boosted me. The primal totem made me fast and strong, which made me even faster, but there was an edge to this pact. The wind is strong and can be violent, but it is also very fragile. Because of my Water Sphinx totem, I was able to feel that my body was actually weaker, but I was being pumped by the wind force. I burst out of the tunnel onto the plateau and then turned to the path for the village. Hold on to me and don't let go. Mech said that he guarded the path, but you can stop everything, so I will have to move faster and watch my surroundings, I explained, and Heidi got down from me and then stepped back. I watched Heidi, but I was about to tell her that we needed to go. Instead, I decided to see what she was doing as Heidi pressed her hands together and closed her eyes. Heidi opened her eyes, but now they were rolling waves, and the pink drained from her body, and it was replaced with dark blue water. She stepped forward, and Heidi placed her hands on my chest and started to walk into me until she disappeared. As Heidi did this, the dark blue water of her body completely coated my body. It was like slowly sinking into chilled water, but I could immediately feel the effects of whatever Heidi had done. Deep sea pressure barrier activated. This will help you stay unnoticed, but it will also give you some protection while using your wind pact. But do not use your fire pact at night, if I am your barrier, or we will alert the entire island of where we are, Heidi explained to me, her voice coming from my shoulder. Noted. Is there anything else that you think that I should know? I asked as I started to run down the pine path. I was already surveying the area, and it was getting to the end of twilight. I just needed to hurry. If I could move fast enough, I could get to the water before anything big came out. You can go straight into the water like this. It will be fine for me. I will also create small pockets of air for you underwater. I can design my body for different things now, but that is really the only thing that this new thing can do in battle. The effects that it could do outside of it are also only superficial things and just illusions, Heidi whispered to me, and I nodded as I ran. Keep using your abilities whenever you can. The more you use them, the more you'll be able to learn new ones and improve the old ones. You can only make the illusion right now. That is very helpful in combat. Think about if someone was chasing us and we hid behind something quickly. Now, what if you made us look like we weren't there? I whispered back, blowing a bubble first before Heidi let me have an air hole. I was about halfway, but now dark had set in, but we still seemed to be in the clear. I pulled and dug at the power that was naturally running in my body, pouring it into my wind pact. I started to move faster, much faster, but I could feel a drain on me. It was like I was using a nitro boost, and it was draining my tank fast. Stop. Don't use your own bonus energy. That is the last resort. You are using your own life force to boost yourself, and it is perilous. I cut off the boost immediately and slowed back down to the pace that I was going before. I was almost to the village, but now there were things starting to head towards me. You shouldn't have done that. You just sent out a challenge to every creature in the area. When you use your own energy, your power radiates out of you. If you were stronger, it would be a good thing, but there are many things out here far stronger than you. And now you just told them you want to fight. Heidi told me, no longer whispering. 3 giant apes the size of houses were tailing me. A large, hairy, humped-back beast with horns was coming from the right. 10+ hyena man things to the left swinging clubs and flails. I just ran as hard as I could. There was no fighting with even one of the groups. I was almost to the village, but the apes and hyena men were close, and I jumped to avoid a club thrown at my legs. I could feel a hand coming down on me, but I ducked and switched to my water pact in a blink. I used the force of the massive hand coming down on my back, along with the tips of the fingers, to spring forward with a pelvic thrust. I had to land into a double roll and then jump up to sprint to the beach that was in sight. There had been an assortment of weapons thrown at me, and only the water sphinx totem had allowed me to see the weapons being thrown. Those hyenas were outstanding shots, and there would have been no way to dodge those attacks usually. I was on the beach now, but the feeling of being chased was no longer on me, but I barely dodged 2 twirling flails. The monsters had stopped, and the bastards weren't even bothering each other. The apes were pushing the hyena men and pointing at me. I gave them 2 middle fingers and a couple pelvic thrusts as fuck yous. Then I dodged more thrown weapons as I ran to the water, waving my fingers in the air. Chapter 102 Ugly F. Kerr. Level up facelift. I didn't bother going to the demon fish village. I would see them when I returned from rescuing Missy. For now, I ran into the rolling waves until I was up to my waist, and then I took a deep breath and dove in. The ocean water was cool and refreshing after running so hard, but I perceive hot and cold differently now. I felt them, but I was no longer affected by temperatures outside of the normal. I released the water sphinx totem and then activated the water undine totem, and suddenly I felt a massive boost to all my senses. Even my wind pact felt stronger, and then I got an alert that popped up, and I swam forward. Totem sync acquired. When 10 meters from a bonded partner, the totem mark's power increases. How are you going to find these people? It's dark, and you can't see in the dark, right? Heidi asked me, but I pointed to my ear. I could already hear the vibrations from the Sawajan. They never seemed to stop mourning their women. Well, at least they could lead me to when I need to go, and now that Heidi got her system, I had an idea. I cut through the water like a shark, and I was at the Sawajan village. It took no time at all, but the sound was almost worse underwater. I swam to a massive shell where the majority of the sound was pouring out an open entrance. There were some very dim, glowing fish that glowed soft silver like the moon. It must have been to help their eyes because I could see the horribly ugly face with my heightened senses. I shifted to the water pact and water sphinx totem, and my vision dimmed slightly, but I immediately focused on blocking my ears. At the same time, I was looking around the chum bucket for Plankton or whoever was in charge. What are you going to do now? Heidi asked, and I wasn't sure. But the Sawajan turned to me as I drifted forward. Make clear, I barely whispered, using a small amount of air that I was still holding from before I dove in. You can use the air, and I will hold it for you to breathe back in to talk. As long as you don't hold it back in, or the old air will make you dizzy. Magic or not, Heidi explained, and also when clear, Okay, ZZ. Have you come to help us with the Barracuda OOO? One of the Sawajan cried, and suddenly it was deathly quiet. Yes, but I need your help to get to them. I also have a plan to help you win the girls back, so they stay with you. It will also be helping my friend practice and train her abilities, but if when he lays a finger on her, I will boil you all like lobsters, I told them, and that was when I spotted the biggest one of them start getting up. My voice seemed to carry fine out of Heidi's bubble, because many smiles were growing on their ugly faces. The big one turned around to me after standing up, and it seemed the bigger they got, the uglier. The boys have told me about you, and that you would come, and here you are. If you have a plan, then we are at your dispense, but we are not warriors that can fight the Barracuda. I am Zack, and I will lead you, the ugly fucker said, and I sucked in the stale air. Heidi, can you make these god-awful looking creatures better looking? I asked, and then Heidi moved a small air bubble into my mouth and released it before splitting from me. I think I can make them look better, but they will still be the same underneath, Heidi told me, and I nodded. Heidi shrugged and then got started. The first two that she tried gave them average-looking faces, but then she leveled up right away, and the skill got a boost. The following 5 got an average face with average bodies, and then a level up, but she received a new skill this time. Designer's Vision, passive. Designer's Touch now gives partial feeling when a creature focuses on a target that was targeted by Designer's Touch. I wasn't really sure what it meant, but then one of the average-looking men shouted in surprise. I can feel your nose. Wait, I can still push through it. The other Sawajin had no noses, just flat faces, so that would be helpful. The next 15 turned out pretty good, and they were decent looking. There was another level, but there was only a change in her pattern ability. The change allowed her to manipulate what she was using to make the patterns. Now, the men were starting to look like mermen without fishtails. The last 32 got to the final level, and there was only one left. I scanned over the final level up results. Heidi was now the highest level girl that I had, and there were some changes. Heidi level, 5 title, Sawajin idol species. Undine Wind elemental unique ability, barrier creation system, designer system abilities, pattern placement, create detailed patterns on anything. Change up to 35 of up to an area with a 5-meter radius area of coverage. Experience Designer's Touch, edit objects, but only the visual aspect. The original object will not change, just how it is perceived. Designer's Vision, passive experience Designer's Touch, now gives partial feeling when a creature focuses on a target that was targeted by Designer's Touch. Weapons by design. Create a weapon from any material that is not metal. Choose one of the following options. Spear Sword, 2x Dagger Mace. Weapon quality, poor. Oh, that is too perfect. Now it's time to give the ugly fucker his facelift. Zack ready for this? I said with the bit of air that I had. The Sawajin leader grinned at me, and I couldn't help but cringe. It was hard to believe just how much worse that made him look with teeth sticking out all over the place. Chapter 103 Fragile, and say that to my face. Heidi put a hand on Zack's arm, and the creature began to change. I don't know if Heidi could read my mind, but I was looking at Aquaman on the juice once she was down. Designer Reality Merge Fluke acquired. 5 chance for experience Designer's Touch to become physical and tangible, not just an illusion. What is this? Zack asked as he touched his handsome face. Wow, I might have to get Heidi to give me a touch-up after. The ugly fucker was looking better than me. I was the ugly fucker now. You're the lucky winner in this draw. It looks like, and now you're stuck like this, I said with a grin. You're kidding me, right? I even sound better. Even the ones of us that are average are leagues above the Barracuda men now. Wahaha! Zack laughed out in joy, and the other Sawajin joined him with cheers. They would no longer have to cry out the horrible howls, but this was only half the battle. The other half was getting the women back, and the Barracuda men weren't likely to want to do that without a fight. Do you or the Barracuda use weapons? I asked, but Zack shook his head no. We use our teeth and claws, and so do they, but they are much faster than us, Zack explained, and I nodded. That was a good sign. The Sawajin had large, awkward hands that were filled with webbing. They kept them open most of the time, so I would have to think this over. I gathered everyone up and convinced them to follow me with Zack, but most of them looked worried. We made everyone collect something that was strong on our trip, and Heidi moved around and created spears for everyone. This was the best kind of item I could think of for them to hold since Zack was the only one that had his hands more human-shaped. He still had the webbing, but it was more flexible and contracted when he closed his hands. The one thing that surprised me was the fact that Heidi didn't increase in level after making all the weapons. However, it was evident as she had created a barrier around me. She had been completely exhausted. Thank you for doing this for them. Now, I think that we might be able to get the women back without a fight. There are a few fewer Barracuda men, so I'm hoping that showing up with an armed force of handsome men will make them think twice. I said once I was able to use the stale air to talk, but it was no longer stale. No problem, but all the weapons are more than likely to break after a couple uses. The materials like coral and shells are strong. The problem is with the level of skill that I have right now. All the weapons are already cracked or fragile, but the spears are round, so they will cut the water. I think if I had made swords or maces, they would create drag and then just snap on the first swing, Heidi explained to me, and I nodded. Yeah, I thought the same, but hopefully there's no need for the fight. I think that we can just overwhelm the Barracuda with a show of force, I said, but then I noticed a glow in the distance that was coming up. We were getting close, and they will come out to meet us before we can get close, Zack told me, and I could see shapes starting to appear in the dark water swimming towards, and then I blinked. They had fins for arms? I asked in disbelief as the four-armed Barracuda herd gathered haphazardly in front of my group. They were tall and did have decent-looking faces, but the rest of them were just long and stretched out. They also didn't have legs, just a fishtail. Wow, the girls really didn't move up the food chain very far, I said as I looked over the creatures. What do you want? You had better leave, or we will tear you all to shreds. The biggest of the fishmen called out to us, and I sighed. So much for your show of force, Heidi muttered offhandedly. But I had somewhat expected this. These creatures were brave enough to come in and steal the women, not like they were going to give them up that easily. The problem was that I didn't want to have to kill them all. I could clearly sense the power levels of the creatures around me now. Unlike when I was running from the ones stronger than me. I had only been able to tell that they were strong, but not how much stronger. Now I could tell that this would be like shooting fish in a barrel, no pun intended, but good jokes always raise the scales. I let go of the water sphinx totem and floated forward, and activated my earth Sunali totem and started to expand rapidly. To my surprise, the stubborn Barracuda men didn't even flinch, but I started to feel that something wasn't right. There was something else big near here, and it was hiding. Fine. Then I challenge one or all of you for the Sawajan women and Princess Missy back. I called out, but nowhere near as loud as I wanted, but the leader heard me and nodded. Sure, she has been waiting here for 3 days for you. If you can beat her, then we will return the women. We never want to take them in the first place, and now our women are angry at us. It is just fun for the young ones to go and mess around with them. But now they're causing problems between spouses. I didn't know you wanted the girls. I thought you would have brought the Sawajan, but they are cowards. So I am not surprised. The leader of the Barracuda laughed, but Zack floated up beside me. You want to say that to my face, fish stick? It is I, Zack, and I have come to fight you. Zack started to say, but a deep, old, and otherworldly voice cut him off. No one cares about your squabbles. I have not waited here for 3 days to listen to you argue about who is uglier. The voice said as the biggest and angriest-looking octopus I had ever seen slowly started to take shape from the dark as it moved closer. Chapter 104, Dirty Little Tramp. In her idiot of a flying father, I had never seen anything like the colossal horned 4-story tall octopus that was floating forward into full view. I was still nearly 3 stories tall, but this creature was vast and looked like it wanted to get handsy with all those tentacles. What could this female creature want with me? What was this thing anyway? Octopus didn't have horns or grow this big. Yep, there I go again with that idiot first world brain. It didn't matter what this grayish blush multi-armed horned disaster looked like. It seemed to have a problem with me, and I needed to deal with it. Who are you and what do you want? I asked after Heidi fed me air to fill my big lungs. Me? I am a goddess of the sea. What do I want? It's quite simple. I will consume you, and then I will reform and bind your body with my magic. After that, I will empower you and use your system to help me finally kill that dirty little tramp and her idiot of a flying father. Kazz. The gray turd announced to me, and I had the decency not to burst out laughing. So, this was a kraken who tried to eat her child, Tiga, the mannequin. Now she wanted to use me to finish the job? I was going to lay the hurt into this old witch, but I had some questions I wanted to try to get her to answer. I wanted to know more about the ocean, and something as ugly and old as this creature was likely to have the knowledge, regardless of how insane she was. Is that really your laugh? Also, what is a horned octopus like you want with a girl? She isn't in the water, so why should it affect you? You rule the sea, and for what I understand, she isn't likely to come and take over. What are you doing hanging around here and not ruling the rest of the sea? I asked, crossing my arms about preparing to switch packs at a moment's notice. I looked behind me briefly, and the Sawajan, and now Barracuda men. They were all gathered together, shaking in fear. Previous quarrels were forgotten for the moment. Then I realized what was happening, and I uncrossed my arms back, and they all moved back. I needed to stop antagonizing the sea witch. I wasn't affected by the fear pressure that the Kraken was generating, but everyone else was, yet this creature wasn't as strong as Nishi. What do you think you can do to stop me? The child has half of my power sealed within it. Once I kill the failure, I will be returned to my full strength. The Kraken snarled at me, and then her tentacles shot for me. I was ready, and I activated my Fire Force Pact. Not the best choice typically, since I was in the water, but the pact only fully activated once I had stored up enough energy. Heidi was the buffer, and that concerned me. I grabbed the first tentacle that reached me and then squeezed down as hard as I could. The effect was immediate, and the rest of the tentacles flared out of control as I closed my fist to flatten the tentacle just like a yogurt tube. A bolt of something struck me in the front of my left shoulder, but my body and Heidi absorbed it. The Kraken was screaming at me to let go because it had literally squeezed the guts out of the tentacle, and she had only come just within range of me. Are you sure that the fire totem is a good idea? You might attract unwanted attention. Heidi asked me as I stepped back and grabbed up a bit higher, about to crush it, but I had to shrink down to my normal size last second. There was a massive stalagmite of coral that passed through the area that I just was in with great speed. Then, after it was gone, I expanded again, but I no longer had a hold of the tentacle. I'm going to enjoy consuming you, mortal. I will revel in joy as I grind your body into paste. The creature spat, but I rushed forward as she was speaking. A flurry of tentacles tried to stop me, but I crushed any in my way, and then I was hit with a flurry of chromatic-looking blots. I assumed that they must be magic or some type of energy because my Fire Force Pact devoured them, and they just sunk into me. Both Heidi and I were completely absorbing all the magical or energy attacks, but that was the pact ignited. The lines of the Fire Force Pact burned up my body like veins of burning lava, and then I exploded with bright pink light. That made the Kraken close her eyes from the brightness. I used the opening to grab onto two of the horns on the top of her head. What have you done? You don't know, huh? The goddess screamed as I rammed both my knees into both her closed eyes. There was a horrible squishing noise, and then I was knocked back from the flailing tentacles as the creature squealed. I was emitting an intense amount of pink light, and I could see far-off shadows that were moving, massive shadows. I hope the night harbingers get you all, you filthy creature, the Kraken screamed as she retreated, trying to get out of my burning light. I switched back to the Water Force Pact, and the light had disappeared, but the damage was done. I turned back to the men that were moving back to me with worried looks, and I couldn't blame them. I'd seen two shadows that made the now retreated Kraken look like an average-looking octopus with horns. They could be one of two types of ocean creatures, and I really hope it was one and not the other. Get everyone as fast as you can. Leave everything behind, and we need to get back to the Sawajan's village where the water is much shallower here. I don't think that whatever is coming will be looking to talk. Now, I told the two groups of me and yelled the last part to get them moving. That was the shadow of a massive shark that had to be 3 times the size of a blue whale. A megalodon, or this world's equivalent. Chapter 105, The Horde, but why? This is bad. But do you think that something that big will care about us? Heidi asked, but I had seen too many crazy shark movies to act rationally. I was being taken to Missy by a pair of worried-looking Barracuda men. Everyone else in the village of the Barracuda folk was running around and rushing to leave. I don't want to take any chances. It is easier for them to all move to shallow water, and then they will be out of reach. I also think that this might be good for both races. If they can learn to work together, then maybe they would have problems in the future. Plus, I will be giving them a healthy stare down before we leave with Missy. I explained, and Heidi sighed. I guess that this is good for everyone, but I still think that there is no reason to get everyone to leave without their stuff, Heidi told me, but I had activated her totem. Can't you feel that it is more than just the two massive things? I can hear many things that are coming our way right now. So, I would sooner be wrong and have them have nothing happen, but it's a lot easier to come here to the stuff after. If everyone's dead, then it won't matter if I'm right or wrong, I explained. And Heidi went quiet for a moment. How can you hear that? I can't hear anything like that. How can you? Heidi asked, but that was when we arrived at where Missy was being held. I just focused on it, but we need to get these girls and get out of here. I need you to protect her and help her get back if the creatures get here before we can leave. Okay? I asked as our escorts fled, and I walked forward to the open entrance in the shell hut. A dim light lit the inside, and my eyes fell on the beautiful green-haired and blue-skinned beauty. So this is Missy, half Sawajan, half mermaid, and all goddess. Just wow. Who are you? Missy asked me as our eyes connected. They were sparkling teal like an ocean bay in the tropics. Mary, your sister says hello, and she is pregnant. She wants you to come and see her, I lied. Mary had said no such thing. But that wasn't important right now. Not all of it was a lie, and Mary would have probably asked me if I had mentioned it. Possibly. How do you know my sister? Missy asked me, and even her voice was beautiful and inviting like her smile. I'm looking after her along with a bunch of other monster girls. Heidi here is included, I said, and Heidi released herself from me as I did for effect. Who are you? Missy asked so innocently that she could have been murdering something, and I probably wouldn't have noticed. I am Heidi, but we really need to hurry, Heidi explained, and Missy put her hands up to her mouth with a gasp, looking adorable. Why? Monsters are coming. Oh no. Why are they coming? They are. I don't know. Why don't you know? Huh? What? I don't know why. Hey, we don't have time for these questions. Kazz, easy, do something. Heidi screamed at me, and I was snapped out of my wandering thoughts about these two. Huh? I asked, shaking my head to clear it, but Heidi looked down and threw up her hands into the air when she noticed my flustered state. Monsters are coming that I can actually hear, and now you are thinking about kissing one of us? Heidi raged at me, and I could see her point, but something about Missy was highly distracting. He was? Missy asked, and then she blushed, and I nearly lost my composure when she licked her lips and then swallowed. Heidi moved forward to jump towards Missy, but tripped on her feet and then fell flat on her face. I had to open my mouth and let some of the salty ocean water in just to make sure that I was still in the water. Why did you do that? Missy asked, covering her move with a shocked look. Heidi growled as she got up, and I quickly got between them and faced Missy. Listen, I need to get you to safety. Can you please let Heidi help you so I can defend you if needed? I asked, now hearing the cries of the horde advancing on us, but sounded like the others had left. Missy looked at me with enormous eyes and then looked down at me in shock. What is that? Is that why Mary got pregnant? Is she okay? How does any of this work? Missy asked in a rush of questions, but it was too late now, and I could hear the creatures getting way too close. Any other time I would have given her the full explanation and also a lesson if she wanted, but it was go time. I reached forward slowly and took Missy into my arms and then held her close to my body. Heidi, cover us, I called as Missy laid against my chest silently. I activated my wind force pact and was about to swim out, but then the hut exploded around me. A tentacle slammed down beside me, just barely missing me, and I swam as fast as I could, but I was in serious trouble. There were horrific monsters all around me, and they had already surrounded the village. Outnumbered, hundreds of monsters versus one very stupid shaman and two cute monster girls. I think that you might have overstepped yourself here. They're all around you. I really don't know if you're going to make it out of this alive. I gritted my teeth as the monsters all converged on me and activated my water sphinx totem. I had come too far to die now. That couldn't happen before I got to the end of the third day. Plus, there was no way that I was going to let anything happen to these girls. I would show my soul's weight to this world and everyone else watching. Nothing would stop me before I reached the end. Chapter 106 Twisting Fate. Chaos the world seemed to collapse on me as the horde of sea monster fish, sharks, and whales. All their eyes glowed a strange pink, but brighter and more neon than what I had produced. What are you going to do? Heidi asked in a panicked voice. Get us out of this. But I need you to make sure that you are holding on to Missy. I can't do this and hold her, I said, and I felt Missy press into me, and I let go of her, but there was a hammerhead shark with arms coming at me. Right before it got close enough to hit me, I knifed my arm into the place where the long hammerhead met its neck, closing my fist at the last moment. There was a snap, and the shark was sent spinning into the next one that was coming for me, sending them both spinning through the water away from me. I started to swim up fast and used the claw of a monstrous lobster that tried to attack me, boosting me up. It was no good, and the monsters started to follow me up in a spiral, and bear dodged their normal spearfish. But then darkness started to surround me. I started to swim forward at the mouth I had been scooped into, filled with teeth, and was closing fast. I hadn't even seen the shark, but the mouth was like half a football field that was sucking me back at the same time as I tried to escape. Suddenly, right before the mouth could close and seal our fate, the craziest thing happened. The other megalodon came and bit the button jaw off the one that was about to eat us. We were somehow missed, and the now dying megalodon was flailing away from us. I was already trying to swim away again. Chaos was unfolding around me, but I kept swimming. A tentacle tried to wrap around my waist, but it fell away limply. I looked back briefly and couldn't believe what I was seeing, but I turned back and swam as fast as I could. Everyone was fighting, and it was almost impossible to see anything with all the blood that was filling the water in a dark cloud. What have you done? Why are my lovers killing each other and not you? I want that power inside of you. The screech cut through the water like a knife, and it sounded like I was above the water, and that just made me redouble my efforts. Whatever wanted me sounded angry, so I didn't need to feel free to know that I needed to get the hell out of there. What has happened? Heidi asked as we got almost halfway back to the shore. I wasn't going back to the Sawajan village tonight. It had to be well past midnight and getting to the morning. I had a sneaking suspicion about the series of events that had happened. I don't know for sure, but I think that it had something to do with the same blessing that protects Mary. If you have met her, you must know what I'm talking about, I said as I swam just below the water surface. Missy had fallen asleep on my chest. I guess that makes sense, and I don't really want to overthink it. We are alive. What are we going to do now? Heidi asked. Home. It is almost morning and the best time to get back home. Bruce. Having Missy with us will make the trip that much easier if something does attack us. But I have to ask something of you, I told Heidi. You want me to stay around Missy, right? I figured as much, and I know that we're going to be leaving soon, so I don't need to worry about doing it for very long, right? Heidi asked me. That is the plan, but I still don't know how we're going to get off the island. I don't even know if we have a boat yet, and I don't know how to break through the barrier either. I haven't even seen it yet, so I don't really know what that even is, I said as I could see the shore coming up. The seal just requires that you reach over the level often with your class. F-rank demons can't get past level 5, but they can get much stronger than that. The barrier is more of a guardian that reads your level before leaving. When you leave, you'll be able to take anyone that is in your party. So all of us girls, and my father and the other 3, Heidi explained as I stood from the water, starting to walk out onto the beach. The night was starting to be burned away from the sky, and I started to run to the path and push myself. I was starting to get tired. I had been up for an entire day at this point, but I got a lot done, and now it was just time for me to get home. But something was bothering me about the explanation. What about Mex and the others at the castle? I can't leave them behind, I said as I came up to the plateau that Heidi used to live in. Then you need to kill DOA, or you will have to leave Mex and some of the others behind. You will also have to add them to your party somehow, but I don't know how that would work with the system you have. My father explained everything that he learned from you, so I have a pretty good idea of what your system does. Heidi explained as I passed the plateau, and I started for the Fire Lake. The system will allow you to take helpers, but you will have to convince them that they have to become your servants. If they take the offer, they will become your slaves and have to follow your every order. But that will get them off the island with you. I was supposed to convince Nishi of this. Chapter 107, what I thought. Something like that Mex wouldn't be a hard sell or any of the others, but I wasn't sure about Nishi. This was her idea, but she didn't seem the type to bend a knee, but she might surprise me. Everyone wanted off the island, and it wasn't like I would treat them any differently than I do now. So, the next thing to worry about would be DOA, but that would be coming sooner than later. I was just coming out of the last path, so I started to slow as I jogged back to Mex's keep. I was starting to feel exhaustion starting to set in, and I just wanted to get the girls settled in and then to bed. It was still early, so I could probably sneak in before anyone noticed, but I was almost sure that one person would be awake. As I jogged over the bridge, I hoped that I could make it to bed without an encounter with Liddy. She was going to be pissed at me for missing out on making her eggs and the other stuff, but I was more than worn out at this point. The courtyard of the keep was quiet, and I could see that the apartment block had stretched out a bit now. There was a building attached to the back of it that was fairly large, so I had to assume that Jilly had made that for the Sphinx. An interesting walk of shame, but I think you should be careful going inside. Liddy is in a mood, and it is best to let her calm down, Mex said as he appeared in front of me for one. There was a black line on his shoulder that wasn't there before, and I was curious to just how he got it. What is with a black mark? I asked as Heidi let my head go from her barrier. The ogre and I had some words, and things got a bit physical, but I was able to get away. That isn't really important right now. This right here is far more than I expected in one day. How did you manage to get 3 girls in one day? Mex asked me curiously, and I sighed. Without any sleep, but I think that I may have stirred up some trouble out in the water, I said to Mex, and then explained everything that happened. As I explained, Heidi moved from me to completely cover Missy. Mex put out his arms and took the 2 of them, but it wasn't like they weighed me down. Really, Karen was waiting for you at the Barracuda village, and then you pissed off the sea witch? You have had quite a busy day. Mind you, with your power growing, there will be a lot of creatures and demons that will want to take that for themselves. Mex explained as we slowly started to walk to the apartment, and then I remembered something. So I found out how I can get you all off the island, I said casually. And Mex stopped abruptly and turned to me with an interested look. Do go on, Mex said with both of the girls in his arms. The voice in my head, Hero, he told me that I could take you all with me, but I would have to kill DOA first, and then you will all have to pledge yourselves to me. That means that I will have full control over you, but I will not exert my control like a slave master. I know that this is easy to say now, but I think that you know the type of person I am. I explained to Mex, and he nodded as I thought he would. Yes, I can't see anything wrong with that. It would be fitting if you killed DOA. The question now is, how are you going to beat DOA? I think that he will be coming this evening himself about Jilly, but he won't do anything yet, Mex explained, and I frowned at him. Why wouldn't he do anything? I can imagine someone as deadly as the demon lord of an island being very lenient, right? I asked, but Mex just shook his head at me. As dastardly as DOA is, all demons follow a code, and that says that they have followed any rules that they state. DOA made a rule when first coming to this island before the shit hit the fan. He promised that everyone would be given 3 chances, and after that, he would kill them. The warning that you witnessed was her first, but Jilly did kill the last 5 he sent, Mex said with a slight chuckle. Well, I need to sleep before coming up with any plan, but I would assume that I just need to get stronger than him and kill him. Right? I said as I started to switch feet to lean on. My brain wasn't running at full speed anymore, and I had even lost hold of the Wind Force Pact and the Water Sphinx Totem. Mex nodded to me and then nodded to the apartment. Yes, something like that. Head inside, I just felt one of Nyx's teleportation spells, and that means she listened to me. The old witch thinks she is smarter than me. I noticed something different when you fell from the sky, and I put the pieces together, Mex said proudly, and I gave him a weak smile, shaking my head, and then turned back to the apartment. I headed inside and went straight up the stairs to my room and opened the door quietly. The place was pitch black and silent, but I knew where my bed was. I made my way over to it easily. I was already naked, so I crawled into bed, but was surprised at the feeling of someone else in the bed already. I hardly had the mind to worry about them, but I was pretty sure it was the Cerberus girls. I rolled to face the outside of the bed, and then let my heavy eyes finally close. And I slipped into a deep, dreamless sleep. Chapter 108 Sarah, Bera, and Reese. I awoke to the feeling of soft tips brushing my chest and the pressure of a body pushing down on me. I didn't open my eyes right away. There seemed to be a hushed debate going on. Just do it already. Sarah's voice whispered harshly. No, I want to, but Barra said shyly. I think that he is awake. I can feel him getting more excited, Riaz said, and I reached up and grabbed the girls, and then all of them squealed in shock. I rolled them over and got myself over top of them. The three girls' faces were smiling up at me brightly, and I leaned down and kissed Barra, first while I held the other two girls close, and the two of them reacted as I did. That was the first test, but as I pulled back from Barra and moved to kiss Reese, I moved closer to the other girl. As I started to kiss Reese, I touched the sensitive spots I assumed were on Sarah and Barra. Barra started a cute, gentle sound, and at the same time, Sarah let out soft, breathless noises. When I moved over to Sarah, who kissed me hungrily, I only stroked Reese gently with my thumb and then slowly slipped my fingers against the girl's skin. Reese was biting her lip and trying to hold back soft cries as I gave the girls a gentle back massage, working the tension out of their muscles. Barra was laughing and relaxing as I finally pulled back, slowly easing my hand away as the three of them breathed heavily with red, flushed faces. Now it was time for the final test, but first, I slowly leaned in close to the girl and shared a tender, intimate moment together. I felt the girl's soft and furry hands playing with my hair as I held them close. I then started to make my way back up toward their chest, pulling them gently into a warm embrace. They were already trembling with anticipation, and I slowly lowered my attention toward her, and she moaned softly. I moved to the next one, and she cried out as I touched her more firmly, and then all the girls reacted as they were overcome by a wave of intense emotion. That made the girls start to tremble, and I slowed down as I moved over to a more sensitive area. I moved slower, but I lifted myself up so I could shift my attention back to her. I slowly moved my hand, curling my fingers, and then gently caressing before I had to stop and pull away. Reese had started to yip strangely, and it was in the middle of the day. The last thing I wanted to do was get the other girls up here to interrupt us. I pulled back and then lifted my face to the girls. Roll over on your knees, and then you can all moan into the pillows. Okay? I said, and the girls nodded fast and moved quickly to get in position in front of me, lowering themselves down onto the pillow. The girls were wiggling excitedly, and I guided them closer to me. I pressed against them, and they were very wet and ready. And then I rubbed my hand on it to warm it up. Then I pushed it all the way inside and held it there as I reached forward and grabbed them by the biceps. They cried out in muffled screams as I started driving forward with force into the shorter one's body. I leaned back some, and then I began moving against them. I leaned back farther and slowed as I pulled them up to rest on my chest as they relaxed. Then I moved up. I pressed forward against the girl, and I went slow, unsure how they would react. The girls all gasped but slowly leaned back against me. I took my hands and placed one over Ree's mouth and the other over Sarah's as I began to move slowly. The tightness of it felt intense. The girls started to moan and then scream into my hands as I struggled with them. Barra just panted and moaned in long, laborious calls, and I could feel the tension rising as I pressed onward. I let go of the girls, pushed them back down to the bed, and applied lubrication. Then I re-entered the waiting hips as I held them down. The intensity continued as I built back up again. The girls screamed muffled cries out, but they still pushed me deeper into them as they did. I held the girl firmly against me as they arched their back in response, and I took the handoff to the back of their neck. They settled back onto the bed, content and relaxed. I lay beside them and gathered them into my arms, and all three of them had happy smiles on their faces. That gave me a bit of relief because I had gotten pretty rough with them, but they seemed to like it. That was good, and I kissed each one of the girls and got up, and they curled up on the bed and poofed into the three-headed dog. Chapter 109 Broke Logic. Drainer, I try not to think about the fact that the girls had shifted back to dog form right after we had finished as I got my clothes on. It was weird, though, but the time with the girls had felt good, and after my sleep, I felt refreshed and relaxed. Now, I was going to have to go and face the music with Liddy. I had a hope that I could make something to cool her down. I left the room and headed down to the main floor, where Nushi and Jilly were reading. Jilly was wearing a pair of glasses while reading The Adventures of the Carnivorous Lover. The glasses looked good on her, and she grinned at me when she noticed me coming down the stairs. Are you done abusing those poor little girls? It sounded like you were doing a little bit too good of a job, Jilly jokes, and Nushi pushed her book up to her face as she giggled and blushed. I just grinned at the two and walked over to give them each a kiss. Jilly was curled up on her cushion, so I kissed her cheek and then Nushi's forehead and walked into the kitchen. Liddy was in there, waiting for me, with a long knife in her hand. I really hoped that she just happened to be holding that when she heard me come down. Hey Liddy, I am here to cook the eggs for you. I have a special recipe that you will really like, and I tried to tell her, but was cut off as the knife came for me. The water sphinx totem without me thinking, and the wind force pact ignited. I caught the spinning handle of the knife quickly and then sent it back appropriately, thrown at light speed. I didn't aim directly at her, but more to scare her, but I severely underestimated her. Even though I was watching everything move slow, right before the knife passed her, she broke logic. Liddy started to move at normal speed, guided it around her, and pointed it back at me while I was still in motion. Then she gave it a push as I was barely able to force my body out of the way as the knife flew past me almost faster than I could track, but then my world went to shit. The Earth Pact activated as I smashed into the wall after getting blasted back from the massive shockwave the knife caused. I got up and duffed the hole that was known the wall to get outside. What the hell is wrong with this witch? She is seriously trying to kill me. Are you sure that you don't want to sleep with the rest of the girls before you do what you promised me? Liddy screamed at me as I turned around to face her and immediately had to block a knee from her. Stop being so ridiculous. This is madness. I yelled at Liddy as I pushed her back. No, this is about eggs. Liddy screamed at me and flew forward at blinding speed, kicking me directly in the chest. I was sent back flying the keep, and I blasted through the walls, but my Earth Pack protected me. I tried to recover, but she was just too fast for me, and I was booted again out of the keep and into the surrounding walls. That one hurt. I started to glow from the fire pack that I had activated. I concentrated and tried to slow the world down with my water sphinx totem while I fed my own magic into the fire. Liddy was coming to hit me again, but I roundhouse kicked her back into the keep, and I cringed as she blasted through Nushi's turret. Then the turret exploded, and an angry and growing Liddy was getting up. As she got bigger, a black miasma started to pour off her, and I gritted my teeth. How was I supposed to fight her, and why was she so worked up like this? This doesn't look very good, Kazz. Nishi is not going to be happy with you, Mex told me as he appeared beside me, and I shook my head. Then do you have any better ideas? I don't know how to get her to calm down, do you? I asked right as Liddy roared out loud like some 15-foot-tall demon queen. Drain her energy, but we don't have a necromancer here. You might be able to do it with Fireden's Pact, but it would take too long, and then you would need to burn and use the energy, Mex said as Liddy thumped on the ground after jumping from the keep. I will put the energy to good use. But I need to do something to distract her from me, I said, but Mex was gone, and I was running. Liddy was chasing me, but I was able to stay just out of reach. She was no longer super fast, but that just meant that she would be that much stronger like this. I will make you pay for this little man, Liddy roared, and I stopped and turned in front of the keep, activating my Earth Tsunali totem, and Liddy crashed into me, but I held her back as I sucked the black miasma into me. A strange heat poured in my body, and the red became darker until it was almost entirely black. I felt myself getting much stronger as I started to push Liddy back, and I started to drain it faster. Soon, I was towering over Liddy, and then just like that, she passed out, and Mex caught her as I had to let go. I tried to shrink down, but the power inside of me was too great, and it was almost like my body needed to keep this size to contain it. Go, deal with Lizzie. I will take care of this one and put a collar on her for now. Hurry, you need to keep moving, or the power will burn you out and kill you, Mex said as he shooed me away. Chapter 1, 10 Ogre. Pretty funny the bridge was crossed in 3 long strides, and at the end, I turned and left. I pointed myself in the direction of the smoke in the distance. Then I ran into the forest, but this time not following the path. I was hoping to meet someone on the way. It would be a real shame not to use all this barely contained power from Liddy. I really hoped that this wasn't going to be an ongoing thing with her. I could understand why she was angry, but this was taking things way too far. The forest was blurring by me as I ran. But nothing seemed to want to fight with me this time, even though I was glowing within red lines of power. I was probably over 20 feet tall, but I still knew that this wouldn't scare the creature away. I could feel the monsters around me, and there were some of the hyena creatures that had attacked me. But they stayed far from me now. I searched as I ran, and then I felt the pulse of power enter my range of sense. The ogre. It had to be him, and I angled myself to the south. I pointed myself toward the power and pounded the ground harder as I picked up speed. Whatever was there had stopped moving, and it looked like it was waiting for me, so I started to pay more attention to my surroundings. I was coming up to a clearing, so whatever was waiting for me was going to be there. Come to play. Not going to run away again, snack? The ogre's menacing voice called to me. I pulled in a deep, winding breath and forced the oxygen into my muscles as I ran out into the clearing where the ogre was waiting. I needed to keep my cool and not get overconfident. Even with all this strength and power, I could still sense that he was stronger than me. Yeah, I am ready to tangle. Let's get this going, I said as I walked forward, getting my arms up. I hope you don't think that this little boost of power is going to do you any good. I'm going to tear you to pieces. The ogre told me as he started to circle me, but I moved with him, not letting him get out of my sight. Then he came for me with arms out, but I sidestepped him, swinging for his head, but he ducked. I missed, and he turned into me, staying low, and then caught me on the bottom of the chin with an uppercut, and into fast, stiff jabs to the stomach, knocking me back. The ogre came for me, giving me no pause. But I recovered my senses and locked arms with the creature. This was no good because he bit down on my shoulder, making me yell out in pain. My reaction was to drive my knee forward with great force between the ogre's legs, making him let go of me with his teeth and hands. I grabbed the ogre with both hands by the back of the neck as he bent forward and drove my other knee into his face. The ogre's head smashed up and back, but I spun quickly and wrapped my arm around his neck, locking him in a headlock. I threw my leg forward and let my body drop, slamming the creature to the ground. He tried to get up, but I spun around and ripped one of his arms out from under him as he tried to stand. I put him into an armbar and broke the arm without a second thought, and then rolled away. The ogre roared as he tried to get up, but I was already bad on my feet, and I rocketed forward. I pulled my leg back and drove my foot forward to drive a kick into the orc's head, sending him spinning, but the creature caught himself in the air and landed. Pretty funny. Huh? Think this little thing will bother someone like me? The ogre said and dashed forward at me again with one arm hanging loosely at his side. I could feel a difference in him now, and I was struggling to keep up. He came at me with a hook, but as I blocked it, he spun impossibly in the air with a front flip, smashing me to the ground with a kick to the shoulder. The force was so great that I bounced off the ground, feeling multiple ribs crack and fracture. Before I could react, I was kicked into the air backward, and then I could see him leaping for me as I flew back. The Fire Force Pact was released, and I activated my Earth Force Pact just before hitting the ground. The Orge landed on me and started to hammer me with his single fist, but only about 3 hits before the first started to bleed. The second he stopped, I sat up and punched as hard as I could into the side of the Org's left kneecap, bowing his leg out. I then grabbed his broken arm as he tried to punch me, but I couldn't feel it, and I ripped the arm down, and then I rolled forward. The ogre came crashing down, face first, into the ground, cutting out the roar that was starting. I jumped up from the roll and turned back to jump on the ogre's back. "Get off me, you little," the ogre started to say, but I grabbed his greasy hair and started to smash his face into the ground until there was no more movement under me. The ground was covered in blood, but I was finally about to let my Earth Tsuli totem go. I shrunk down, but I was still filled with power. I decided to sit for a moment on the back of the massive ogre that I had just killed. I actually killed it. The hero eater was dead. Chapter 111 slide in. That's a bad idea. I climbed down from the ogre after I had a chance to collect myself. I was still filled with the demonic energy that I had taken from Liddy, but now it wasn't like I was going to explode. I pointed myself at the fire lake again, activated the Wind Force and Water Sphinx totem, and then ran. I had to collect Lizzie, the magma spider, but I was still pretty unclear how I was going to do that. The forest started to thin as I got closer to the crater where the fire lake was. The land was blasted and burnt. The closer I got, the thinner the trees became until they were just black skeletons. Jilly didn't really talk about Lizzie, just about what had happened between the two, and I would have to bring Jilly up as well. I would just have to wait and see what Lizzie was like, but I would keep in mind that she will more than likely try to kill me with some kind of trick. I slowed down as I reached the edge of the crater and stopped before going down to look around. I had arrived on the village side of the crater. I considered going down there to talk with the denizens, but I just wanted to get this done. I wanted to just go straight to Lizzie. The people were more of a food bank for the other monsters like Lizzie, it seemed, but they might have some information for me. I switched back to the Earth Force Pact and then slid down the hill toward the strange village filled with red brick buildings. As I descended, sliding down the crater, I looked over the rest of the area, and I could see many different glowing lizards over by the fire lake. They were all lazing around, sliding into the lava and bobbing in and out. Then I saw what I had been looking for, and I groaned. I spotted gray metallic-looking webs, but they were all leading into a hole in the side of the crater. That was just asking for trouble if I went in there. I would have to try to get Lizzie out somehow, and finding out a bit about her would be a good idea. There was only one problem. I had been looking over the village, but there wasn't a single person outside, and I couldn't see any lights on. What was the name of this town again? Creta. That was right, but Mex had said something about the nightlife. So maybe that meant the people weren't active during the day. I headed over to the town, which was reasonably large with 4 large buildings in the center. The rest of the brick buildings looked the same and were built out in 5 rows, making the town a giant square. I decided to head straight for the middle. An entire walk through the town was eerie and weird. I couldn't see anyone watching me, but I could feel them, and now that I was in the town, I could feel people of some sort around me. I couldn't tell what they were, but they were mostly weak, but there were some stronger people up ahead. Stronger than the rest. But not compared to me, maybe close to the girls, though. I approached the large 2-story brick building that had the strongest signatures and walked up to the strange stone door and pounded the flat of my fist on it. There was no sound, but I could sense the person come to the door. What do you want? A muffled voice yelled at me. I want to talk. I am from Mex's Keep, I called back. You can come in if you can open the door. The muffled voice called, and I nodded to myself with a smile. I could do that. I stepped forward, placed a hand on the door, and pushed. The door didn't budge. Have you started trying yet? The voice asked, and I gritted my teeth, drinking in some of the dark energy. I pushed, digging my feet in, and the door started to creep forward, but it was still barely moving. Then I noticed something. There were more people behind the door. Were these bastards holding the door on me as a prank? Oh, I was going to give it to whatever the hell was on the other side of this door. I pulled more of the dark energy into my Earth Force Pact, and my rough and rigid skin started to turn black, consuming me wholly. I used a water sphinx totem to focus on my muscles, curling them, and then I shoved, and the door flew open, along with red and orange-skinned humanoid creatures. I relaxed, and then walked into the building as the creatures picked themselves off the ground. They were strange-looking with rough skin and glowing red eyes that were burning. I was trying to figure out how their brows weren't getting burnt when one of the female ones darted at me, and then around. I was going to stop her, but the woman was just closing the door behind me. Why are you here? What does Mex want with us? The strongest one of the group asked me. He wasn't taller than the others, and he actually was thinner and leaner. Still, there was no mistaking the power I felt from him. I wanted to ask you about Lizzie, the magma spider, I said, and the creature began to smile. But the females all threw up their hands and walked away. What do you want to know about Lizzie? She is becoming a bit of a problem lately, and she almost got me last time as she invited me over, the man said proudly, and I raised an eyebrow at him. What do you mean? She comes and invites you over? I asked curiously, but the man shook his head. Not exactly. Here, come to the back with me, and I will show you around the place. I am Farron, and I am Agog, if you were wondering, Farron explained to me as he turned and waved for me to follow. Chapter 112 Shut. The fuck up, I trailed behind Farron and walked out of the hall that the entrance was in and into a large central hall that was filled with the creatures. The females were all dark red, But every one of them turned away from me with a scowl as soon as I made eye contact with them. Ignore those females. They're going to think very little of you because of your interest in Lizzie. I'm sure you have noticed that there's a lot more red skin than gold, and that is because of Lizzie and the little game she likes to play. Here, sit down, Foreman said, motioning to a chair at a table with a couple of the other male gogs. Who is this guy? One of the men that I had sat down next to asked Foreman. This is a friend of Mex's from a keep, and he is asking about Lizzie. So, we will answer anything he wants, right? Or the damn women will leave us outside for good soon. Foreman told the others as he sat down across from me. Oh, are you here to kill her? She has got enough of us already. So, I think that it's about time Mex did something about her. The god beside me said. Then another one spoke up, yeah, since Fire Den disappeared. The creature has started to come right into the town and will convince one of the men to join her. She used to have to wait until one of us came out on her own, but now she just comes to take her pick if someone doesn't go out. Another gog from across the table said. They all looked the same. I didn't plan on staying here long enough to learn them all. So I just need to wait until night? Or I can go into her cave right now? I asked, not answering the question that had been asked. No, she covers the way at night with her razor silk, and even if you got close, she would feel you coming from the entrance if she hasn't already. I would suggest that you wait until nightfall when she comes out. I have survived 3 experiences with her, because she is a conniving creature that loves to gamble, Foreman said proudly, but then deflated when a female voice spoke from behind me. Yeah? And how many others have died because of this vixen? You might have lived, but what good does it do you? Soon you will join the rest of the dead men, a female voice said, and I turned to see the scowling face of a female gog. She wasn't really what you would call pretty, but a flower in mud, to be for sure. I stood up from the bench table and turned my body to face her. The girl was less than 5 feet tall, shorter than the Cerberus girls by a bit, but she was scowling at me. Can I talk with you alone? I asked, hoping that she would say yes. What do you want? You're just here to get some from that beast, right? Then you're going to go, and things will be the same. The girl said with a burning rage in her words, but there was also pain, but I just motioned forward. The girl threw her hands up in the air with a huff of frustration. Now I can understand why, but I didn't want to talk inside. Once she started to move, I stepped forward and took the lead heading to the door I had just come in. Hey, I thought you were going to ask us a bunch about Lizzie. Foreman called, and I stopped and turned back. I would like to talk to your friend in private outside, if that's okay. I said more than asked, but the god just raised a hairless brow at me. None of them had hair, but the females had dread-like fleshy man finger-width tendrils. What do you want with Carrie? Foreman asked, but then said, she won't be able to tell you anything that will be useful about Lizzie. Shut the fuck up, Taryn. You slut. You are lucky that the women don't just throw you out by yourself. It's not like you help get food. You are the one out there pissing her off. So can it. Carrie yelled back and looked like she was going to keep going. I reached down and took her hand, starting to pull her away. I expected resistance, but there was none, and when I looked back to her, she was looking down like a scowled child. I went to release her hand, but Carrie gripped my hand tight, so I kept hold of it. I was at the door now, and my Earth Force pact was still active, so I had no trouble opening the door one-handed. Once we were outside, I closed the door and then continued to walk forward, but I felt frantic pulling on my hand. I stopped and turned back to a terrified-looking girl that was pulling my hand. The fire from inside was gone entirely. Where are you trying to take me? Don't you know what it's like down here during the day? Carrie pleaded with me, but I shook my head. I will protect you. But all the creatures down here are made from fire, and I can see that your eyes are on fire. Doesn't that mean you are immune to fire? I asked in confusion, and Carrie shook her head yes, and that only confused me more. The elemental creatures were created from Fire Den's presence here so long, and we consume lava to survive, but they are magic fire and deadly to us. For the longest time, there were no elementals or Lizzie, just Jilly, and we actually got along. She also wasn't a glutton, and we were able to reproduce barely faster than she would consume us, which was good. Now, Lizzie eats only men that she sleeps with and that she wants to, where Jilly would take the weakest or the dumbest ones, Carrie explained, but that begged for another question. What would happen if I took Lizzie out and there was nothing to keep everyone in check. Chapter 113, Misbegotten. Big eyes and a cute little smile, I convinced Carrie to ride up on my shoulder, and I headed out of the town and toward the fire lake. Tell me about your people. What will happen if I take Lizzie away? You make it sound like you reproduce a lot. So what does that mean? I asked, unsure how to phrase it properly, but Carrie seemed to understand what I was trying to get at. I get what you're saying, and yes, we do reproduce fast. It only takes about a week for us to have our children from conception, but we only do this often when there are threats because we have very little in the way that can hurt the things that attack us in our environment. Normally, the heat is enough to keep normal creatures away. And the ones that do come are usually resistant to fire or immune like us, Carrie explained, and I nodded. That wasn't so bad, and the reasoning made sense in a weird kind of way, but it still did. Okay, so then can you tell me about it? I started to say, but frantic patting on my head made me stop and look around me. I wasn't out of the village yet, but there seemed to be some elementals roaming around town, and someone just found us. Two Komodo dragon-looking motherfuckers, but their bodies were pure orange and yellow fire. I told you, Carrie whispered harshly as she started to shake in fear, and I turned back to just jog away, but three strange dog-looking wolf fire hound were blocking my path. I felt something very warm run down my chest and back as Carrie started to whimper. I placed a hand on her lap and turned my head to her. Imesuri. I'm scared, Carrie said as tears poured down her face, and I squeezed her leg gently as I let go of the Earth Force Pact and activated the Fire Force Pact. Don't worry about it. It happens to the best of us, but I guess I should have told you about this when we left, I said, and the three lava hounds laid down on the ground in front of me. Huh? What is going on? Why aren't they attacking you? Carrie asked in confusion as she rubbed the tears from her face, looking behind me and then forward again. I stretched out my hand towards the dogs before talking and called their energy to me or back to me, since these were all just remnants of Fire Den's elemental magic. The creatures disintegrated into embers and absorbed into my body, and Carrie put a hand over her mouth as she gasped. You're him. You're Fire Den. Why did you leave? She asked, but I pointed to the red Suncrest Fire Force Pact tattoos of a blazing tribal sun on my stomach. No, I am not him, but Fire Den is inside of me along with the other primal elementals. I can reabsorb any elementals that we meet, and I will try to get as many as I can before leaving. I'm sorry that I didn't tell you before this, I said as I turned and absorbed the other two lizards that were lying on the ground waiting for me. Oh, but then why did you take him? He was keeping the elementals in check. But I guess if you're going to be taking care of them, then it doesn't matter, but he also kept Lizzie in line, Carrie explained as I started to walk back out of the village. I wanted to get Carrie to give me some information about Lizzie's habits and what kind of things I should watch out for. Women were notoriously good at pointing out the flaws in others that they didn't like. I plan on taking Lizzie from here to take care of her and get her out of your hair. Mex told me that she has been getting worse, so I will figure out a way to deal with her. But that's why I wanted your help. I want to know about her habits, strengths, weaknesses, and anything else you can think of, I explained, and Carrie stiffened on my shoulder, making me stop again. I didn't see anything around us when I looked around, so I looked up to Carrie, who had a confused look on her face. I wasn't sure what she was confused about, so I decided to keep walking to the lava. After I started to move again, Carrie spoke up. What do you mean that you're going to take care of her? She asked, and then it dawned on me what she was confused about. I mean, I would be pretty confused if someone told me that they were going to capture a murder and then go take care of them. No matter what way you spun the term, it didn't sound good. I take care of misbegotten monster girls that I find, or Mex suggests could use my help. I'm just trying to make a place for people that don't have homes or don't fit in the environment that they are in. I'm just trying to help out before I leave, I said, and that made Carrie start to fidget on my shoulder, and I rolled my eyes and stopped again. We had barely made it 10 more steps since the last time that I'd stopped. What is it this time? I asked, trying not to sound impatient, but she could at least wait till we got to where we were going to ask me questions. How do you feed them? Carrie asked, and I resisted a sigh. I can make food that satisfies the girls, and I can usually make whatever they need, I said, and there was more fidgeting. So, what if they don't eat normal food like everyone else, and they need certain things? She asked, and I could see where this was going, but there was no point in holding back the information now. The rancher system that I have allows me to help the girls, and it provides me with all the tools that I need to do so, I explained, and Carrie stopped kicking and then slid off my shoulder, forcing me to catch her in my arms. Do you have room for one more? Carrie asked as she looked up at me with big eyes and a cute little smile. Chapter 114 confirmed. With you, why do you want to leave? I asked as I carried Carrie to the fire lake. There was a trail of elemental creatures following me, and I felt like the Pied Piper as I led them. I would wait to absorb them, and for now, they seemed content with following me. I didn't want to start glowing too bright yet. A plan was forming in my head, but I needed more information, and I needed to know the reason for this Gog wanting to leave was. I just don't like being trapped here. I can't leave. But you said you were going to leave the island, and I want to see the world. What is the point of staying around here and waiting for something to kill me? Carrie asked, and I nodded. Those were all good reasons, but I was about to get rid of the treat. I will be taking Lizzie with me, so you won't have to worry, right? I asked, but Carrie shook her head no. More will come until an apex predator is established. The same thing happens every time someone gets rid of the old one. It's like the fire lake is doing this to us, constantly calling new monsters to keep us in line, but the others are fine with this. I'm not. And I don't want to die here if I don't have to, Carrie said as I stepped up to the bubbling, magma-filled lake. I could feel the heat, but it was different because I felt it absorb into me, not burn me. The red veins of my fire four-packed started to intensify and spread over my entire body as I set Carrie down. She immediately went to the edge of the lake and looked around before dropping to her knees. I watched curiously as Carrie began to carelessly scoop her hands into the magma and then drain it into her mouth. I was amazed to see that the excess lava poured down Carrie's face, hardening and then flaking off like it was nothing. This creature was terrific, and I would take care of her just to see a sight like this again. Then Carrie flashed with light, and I groaned. I did not mean to activate this yet. Damn it. Kazz Foreman level, 7 title, multi-master caretaker rank. Tribal rancher, Monster Girls, 6 system, ranching system abilities. Monster Girl rancher, gain experience from taking care of her monster girls. Monster Girl pacification, the innate ability to calm monster girls. Monster Girl care, all things done to care for monster girls are 100 more effective. Monster Girl food prep, all food you prepare for monster girls is 75 more satisfying. Chef's hand, physical body-to-body contact with monster girls increases how full and satisfied they are by 35. Hired hand, designate up to 1 person, and that person will receive the monster food prep skill. Monster Girl essence, gain 12 of all experience gained by monster girls in your care. Unique system abilities, monster dominance. You now have the ability to exert dominance over a monster if you will is more significant than its own. Gift Hunter, gain the ability to track special items that will increase your bond with the monster girls you're looking after. These items will give a special link skill to you and the monster girl receiving the gift. Monster Girl transformation, all monster girls will have their physiology edited to match with you when you confirm that you will take care of them. Carry level, 1 title, Molten Devourer species, Godkin unique ability, Fire Magic Fire immunity system, Devourer system abilities, Magma consume. Molten metal or magical fire that is consumed is converted into elemental copies of Carrie, 132 of the original size. Elemental copy. Copies are stored inside the body. Controlled using a hive mind, elemental copies can be ordered to consume organic material, but will burn out after consuming their weight. Elemental copy weight, 3 grams. Bonds, Fire Godkin Totem, Bond, Carrie, Fire Control. Control fire that you can visually see. I looked down at Carrie, and she was still short, but now she looked a lot more like a human. No, maybe an alien. She still had the same dreadlock tendrils for hair, but they were thicker now and longer. Carrie's bust had not increased, but her cute face and thick hips more than made up for it. But what was up with her system? The Devourer system was fitting for this girl, and the changes to her definitely made her much more attractive. What happened to me? Carrie asked as she spun in circles, trying to look at her new body, which was now pink, and her skin was smooth. Well, this is what happens when I confirm that I will take care of you, but I only thought it in my head. Regardless, I think you look great. But I want to ask you about Lizzie now, okay? I asked, and she nodded excitedly. Thank you. And yes, whatever you want to know, Carrie said with excitement, as she still looked over her body. Then I want you to tell me what Lizzie looks like, and how she makes the steel threads, and anything else that she can do, I said, and Carrie stopped spinning. 9 feet tall when she stands at her full height, and a black ridge body with glowing magma showing on her back section and lines the run around the ridges. She produces her silk as a burning hot thread, but it's magical, so we can't affect her, Carrie explained, but I shook my head. No, you couldn't affect it before, but now you should be able to even melt her steel silk with your fire. I think that together we might be able to corner Lizzie, so I can at least try to talk to her, I said, and Carrie shrugged and put her arms up. Sure, as long as I am with you, I will be okay. I know that now, Carrie said as I walked over and picked her up, shaking my head at the change. Chapter 115, Warm Silk, and then her legs gave out together. Carrie and I walked around the fire lake, and I slowly collected a wave of elemental fire that followed us as we walked. Carrie was now okay with walking. She had a pair of lava hounds that were walking on either side of her that she was petting as we walked and talked. So, your plan is to just walk in there? And then what? Wake her up with your bright light? Don't you think that it would just be better to wait until tonight? It is only like 4 hours away, Carrie said to me, but I shook my head at her. No, I don't want to be late getting home tonight. There is someone I want to have a talk with, and I have made her wait for enough already. I think that we have enough now, and it's not like there is any point in waiting for her to come out. Lizzie just comes out and takes what she wants, right? I asked as I turned towards her cave that was covered in different thicknesses of steel wire webs. Well, yeah, but there are the threads she leaves going down. You can get sliced from them, Carrie said, running over in front of me. I stopped inside. I'm not going that far. Maybe I won't have to go at all. I'm going to yell down, and the light I give off and my voice should be enough without having to risk too much, right? I asked, and then she was the one to sigh. I guess, but this would still be easier if you waited, Carrie said, and I shrugged. Easy is boring, and like I said, I don't have time. You wait here for me, and I will come and get you after. Just make sure that you stay back, okay? I asked, and Carrie nodded. I walked around her, and as I did, I started to absorb the rest of the fire elemental, taking in a massive pulse of energy. I wanted to use the new fire totem, but my earth hissing tsunami was what activated, making me grow twice my size. Incredible, even after all of that, I was still only forced to become half as big as I had from the energy from Liddy. Just how strong was that woman? I needed to get this dealt with, so I could get back there and talk to her and figure out what we were going to do from here. I also needed to go and have a nice little talk with Nishi, who should be more than excited to see me. Internal sigh. I walked forward until I was directly in front of the cave entrance. The light coming from the glowing veins pulsed out like a flashing red light down the tunnel, and I was reminded of the walk down into the ground. That was only a couple days ago, but it felt so long ago. I guess this resulted from constantly staying busy and having to worry about others rather than just drowning myself in a daily routine that made the days blur together. Lizzie, come see me. We need to talk. I yelled into the tunnel, and then I waited. I looked back at Carrie, and she was chewing on her fingers, and I shook my head at her, but then I heard something. I turned back to the long tunnel and listened closely to see if I could hear something, but there was nothing. Hey, sexy lady, I want to have a good time, and there is a whole lot of me. I yelled, trying a different tactic. I waited, and there was no sound at first, and then I heard a growl that was accompanied by the sound of stones tapping together. Stupid gogs, where do they get this damn light from? I'm just going to eat whoever is out there. It is not time for me to be awake yet. I heard a female voice say, but I couldn't see her yet. I crossed my arms and waited. Then I saw a significant black figure with a distinctive spider look coming into view. There were glowing lines on the magma spider's rigid back, 2 bulbous sections. Wait, what are you? the black-haired and quite voluptuous woman asked me as she came into view, no longer seeming quite as angry. "A Kazz, and I am here to take care of you," I declared and waited. Nothing happened. "I guess we could go have some fun if you're that serious about taking care of me. Come inside the cave, wait." "Carrie, what happened to you?" Lizzie asked curiously as she looked over my shoulder. Lizzie was taller than Jilly by a good 3 feet, but that was almost all legs. Her body was roughly about the size of Jilly, and her breasts were the same size as well. The Kazz said he would take care of me, and then I burst with light, and now I look like this. "You could, but you have to want it. He said that he will feed you whatever you want and make you satisfied, right?" Carrie asked, and I slapped my hand to my face. I liked how she was playing along, but she could have phrased things slightly differently to a woman who craved sex and then ate the men after. If I could get her to let me take care of her. "So you're telling me that she will give me his big meal every day and then feed me plates full of gogs too? I might take the first, but I like to hear my meal scream," Lizzie said as she turned, but I had been waiting for this. The moment Lizzie turned her big black rock glow spider ass towards me, I dove forward. Before the glowing magma silk could come out, I covered my hand in raw elemental fire and clamped my hand over her silk hole. "W, what are you?" "Don't. That's MIS sensitive. What ARYU?" Lizzie squealed, and her legs gave out as pleasure took over her body. Now it's time for the next part of the plan. Chapter 116. Lizzie re-educated Carrie. "Come over here." I called back and kneeled down as I capped and rubbed Lizzie's bottle. "What? Are you kidding me?" Carrie squealed. "If this works, I might be able to kill a few birds with one stone." My plan was dirty, it was wrong in so many ways, but I was sure it would work. "Yes, come here and eat the molten steel she is trying to spray out at me. It will only seem weird at first, but I will help you get started. If you like it, then you will always have a food source without me having to melt the metal down for you," I explained as I looked back at Carrie. She looked scared and worried, but she was still slowly walking over to me. I was asking a lot of her, but at the same time, this could be a match made in heaven for the most part. "W what are?" Lizzie tried to ask me something, but I pressed my fire-coated fingers against her burning body. "Are you sure it's safe?" Carrie asked from beside me, but she was only a portion of the size of me now, barely the size of child. "Yes, if you do just as I say, then there will be no problems. Just get ready to move your hands carefully into position and start the process gently. You might have to work slowly to open things up like I am now with my fingers," I instructed as Carrie walked up to where I was kneeling down. Carrie looked at me skeptically, and I tried to give her one of my best smiles to reassure her, and it seemed to work. I watched as Carrie moved between me and the end of Lizzie's back end, and then she leaned her face close to where my hand was resting on Lizzie. I placed my free hand on Carrie's back and then guided her forward. The moment I did, Carrie leaned in and grabbed onto the ridges of Lizzie's back, fully committing to the moment. Lizzie began to tremble and breathe heavily as Carrie eagerly attended to her. I stood up and walked around to where Lizzie was on the ground, making sounds as she lay there. She had a striking figure, lying on her side as I leaned down and cradled her flushed face in my hand, under her chin. "So we can do this the easy way or the hard way. Personally, I want to do both, but we will have to see. Have you decided if you would like to join me yet?" I asked with a straight face. Lizzie didn't answer me right away, so I took hold of her hands, which she had been fidgeting with, and pinned them down with one hand. Lizzie struggled weakly against me and still refused to speak, so I let go of her chin and grabbed one of her perky nipples roughly and pulled it. Stop! Let go of my hands, you beast!" I said stop it." Lizzie cried as I pulled again. "That wasn't what I asked. Was it? If you want a reward, then you're going to have to answer my question, or I'm going to have to punish you," I said as I let go of the area I had been pinching the entire time. Lizzie gasped out, but then looked at me with anger, and I noticed 6 other smaller eyes on her forehead. They had been covered with hair before, and it was a bit unsettling, but nothing that would stop me. "I will not be going W with What is Carrie doing to me? Please make her stop, or let go of my hands," Lizzie complained between long, involuntary cries of distress that tore through my body. "I told you that I will reward you, but only after you answer my questions." You have been a bad girl, eating far more than you need to and getting greedy. So I am here to deal with you. I could have just killed you and done with this all. But I think you just need a bit of re-education on your manners and the way you treat people, I said as I looked down into my captured magma spider's red glowing eyes. What do you want me to say? That I will let you take care of me? And then what? I am your slave? Lizzie asked, but her voice was poutier with moans now. While this was fun, I still wish there was another way to do this, but I also had to remember that this woman had been with men and then ate them. As far as I could tell, she wasn't doing this to reproduce. It was just to satisfy her cravings. I curb that craving today and give her something to long for. Yes, but it has to be more than that. You can't tell me that you are satisfied with your life here. I will know if you lie, I asked, and then told her as I placed my hand over her left breast, feeling her racing heart. What else am I supposed to do? If I leave here, I will just be hunted by the demons. So no, I don't like living here, but it is where I am, Lizzie said defiantly, and I smiled at her and placed my free hand gently on her stomach. See, that wasn't so hard, I said softly. Lizzie gasped as I touched her gently and slipped my fingers slowly into her. I guess the gogs didn't give her much in the way of stretching. MH, that feels nice, Lizzie said, and I leaned close so my lips touched her ear. Chapter 117 Carrie, Spicy Volcanic Juices if you were a good girl. I will give you something even bigger, I whispered and then bit the lobe of her ear as I held her close. I pulled back, and Lizzie was starting to look a lot more submissive than before, and I smiled at her. Can I have my hands back now? Lizzie asked me with puppy dog eyes, and I slowly did, but then she tried to touch herself again, and I stopped her hands. I didn't say that you could do that, did I? I asked as I continued, feeling her tense up as I did. My what? What are you doing to it? If you do that much you'll never feel anything, Lizzie cried, but I took one of her hands and placed it over my shorts. I'm getting you ready, or it will hurt you. I want you to help me now, so it will be easier, but I want to see how Carrie is doing. I think that has had enough. But are you going to be a good girl now and listen to me? I asked as I stepped back from Lizzie. Yes, master. Please come back quick, but don't stop, Carrie. I want you clothes if that's okay. Lizzie asked me softly, and I nodded. I took my shorts off, and I could see Lizzie's wide eyes as I turned, and that made me smile to myself. I could get used to this spider-like woman, but now it was time to check on Carrie, who was still leaning close to Lizzie. I moved behind Carrie, but I was still massive compared to her tiny body, so I shrunk back to normal size. How are you doing? I asked softly into her ear as I moved up close to her. As I moved closer, I felt something hot and wet. Suddenly, a small hand reached out and guided me toward more warmth. Give me some first. I was before her, Carrie complained as she briefly pulled away, and I felt myself move closer to her in the intense moment. Even with my hesitation, my body was on fire next to hers, but I still pressed forward. Carrie moaned, and then I saw her grip on Lizzie's carapace tighten, and she pressed her face in harder. What's she doing to me? What is happening? Lizzie cried out as she shook but held her hands out to the side. Hold still until I am done back here, or I will make you wait longer. I called up to Lizzie. She pulled her arms above her head and away from her trembling body as spasms rocked her. Are you ready for this? I whispered as I reached my hand around her. Before Carrie could answer, I drew her close, the heat between us almost unbearable. Carrie moaned, but it was muffled, so I pulled her closer while holding her gently. The heat started to get more intense, but that just made me hold her tighter, almost lifting Carrie off her feet. Carrie tried to pull her head back as she let out a loud cry, but I let go of her and turned her back toward Lizzie. The sounds the two girls made everything that much better, and I finally slowed down when Carrie started to react. I stepped back from her, and the moment came to an end. I reached down between Carrie's legs and wiped my hands over her heated skin, getting some of the magma juices on my fingers. I pulled the fiery substance from my hand, getting the spicy magma flavor on my lips, and then grabbed Carrie by her hair tendrils. I pulled her head back to kiss her. I pulled back from the kiss, letting go of her hair, and then looked at the patting Carrie with a smile. But she looked displeased. Aren't you going to stay with me? Carrie asked, And I shook my head no and grew to twice my size again. No, not this time. I have another part to this plan, so you just keep doing a good job, and in the future, I will give you what you want, I said as I walked back to the front of Lizzie, who was out of breath and her pale skin was flushed to almost red. Is it my turn now? Lizzie asked as she stared at me intently. I kneeled down in front of her face and used one of my hands to grab the back of her head and get a handful of hair. I used my other hand to hold her gently as the moment continued between us. And Lizzie opened her mouth obediently without me speaking. Yes, after this, and then I will give you what you have been aching for, I said as I drew Lizzie closer. As I leaned in toward Lizzie, I sensed that Carrie was closer to me, and then I felt her tiny body move between my legs. I looked down as Lizzie struggled and held her face gently. When I let go of Lizzie's hair, she pulled back with a gasp, and Carrie leaned in closer to me below. I could barely see her from where I was, but she also took her tiny hands and grabbed near the base. Lizzie saw this and dove back in, continuing with renewed vigor, trying to reach as far as Carrie's hands. Every time she did, Lizzie would start to choke, but that didn't stop her. Finally, I pulled back and stood up, looking at the two girls lying on the ground, panting, and smiled. Now was for the best part, and it looked like Carrie wanted to be included. Don't mind if I do. Chapter 118 Interruptions. Not the Kazz I was about to climb onto Lizzie, but I started to hear a commotion, and I looked up. I really didn't want any interruptions right now, but this looked like it could be trouble. Oh, this doesn't look good. Carrie whined, and I agreed. A large number of dark red-skinned gogs were heading our way, and they had fire burning from their eyes brightly. It looks like I will have to put my fun on hold now. But what did these little creatures think they were going to do? I didn't bother getting dressed, but I did help Lizzie up, who still seemed to be in a bit of a daze. I also changed back to my Earth Force pack now that I had absorbed all of Fire Den's. It was looking like I might need to remind Lizzie. She got back up, and Lizzie started to look around, almost looking lost for a moment, but then she noticed the women rushing towards us. Do these creatures all want to die? I would hate to waste, Lizzie started to say, but then I slapped a large hand down on her rigid tail section. I moved my hand near her and then reached a hand up to her cheek. There is still some learning that would need to be administered with this one, but that could come later. I will talk with them, and then we will get going and get back to Mex's Keep. I have things that need to get done, and I don't want to waste time. I whispered into Lizzie's ear as I caressed her cheek and slapped her tail section again, making her wince. Yes, Kazz, Lizzie said, turning back into the obedient girl from just before, and I smiled and kissed her cheek. Good girl, I said, and then stepped in front of her, and Carrie joined me. The dark red-skinned god girls were about 30 feet away still, so I looked down at Carrie. What do you think that they want? I asked, and Carrie shrugged. More than likely to try and force you to get rid of Lizzie, so I don't think that there will be many problems, Carrie explained, and I nodded, starting to walk forward. I glazed back, and Lizzie was still waiting where I had left her, and then I turned and shrunk down. I activated my water sphinx totem, and my mind started to move faster, and I was able to sense Lizzie behind me. Now I concentrated on what I was going to do about these women. While I was sure that Carrie was right, I had a feeling that this wasn't going to be that easy when the other girls got a closer look at Carrie. Are you done having your fun with her? Now what? The first dark red-skinned female Gog asked me, and the group of about 50 of them approached. I decided to hold my smart-ass comment back and then summoned Hero before I spoke. If they ask you, you will have to decline or figure out some way to take care of them, but I suggest against that. Do you need to take them with me if I do? Can't I just do what I did for Carrie and then leave them? What do I need to take them with me for? Maybe, but no matter what, they will be drawn to you after. The rancher system is meant to create a powerful team for you, and the ones that become part of the system are beholden to you. That would make things difficult, but maybe I was jumping the gun on this. It is a valid question, and there will be times where that might be the best answer. You also have the option of having them become your servants like the demons. That was a good point, and I would consider it, but now the girls were starting to look impatient. I was also surprised that none of the orange male Gogs had decided to come and join the rally, but maybe they were on the same page. I'm going to take her and Carrie with me, and then you will all be fine, I said. And another female Gog spoke up. What did you do to Carrie? The woman asked me, but then turned to Carrie. Why do you look so different now? The Kazz said that he would take care of me, and now I look like this. I know that it is strange, but I like it, Carrie said as she rushed forward into the crowd of women. Lizzie was getting antsy behind me, and I felt the same way, with thoughts of Liddy filling my head. There were also tons of other things I needed to do, the final girl, and then dealing with DOA. My name is Kazz, not the Kazz, but I want to get going, so I will have to take my leave with the girls now, I said to the group of women, but then they all turned to me as one. What about us? You aren't going to take care of us? Only Carrie? Why only Carrie? All the women started to ask, and I rolled my eyes. And then what about the men? Are you all going to just leave them here? And where am I going to put you all? Mex's keep is not hot like this, so I don't think that I can take you all, I explained, but then the first red gog spoke up again. You don't need to worry about us. We can make our own heat if you dig us a pit, and we will get the men. They were just too scared to come out, the female explained, but I shook my head no. Not this time. I will come back and get you all before I leave the island, but I don't have time for that right now, I said, and then looked down directly at Carrie. Let's go. Chapter 119 Special Item. Piss around later. Carrie nodded and pulled from the other woman, who didn't look completely satisfied, but then I felt something. Release me that was fired in, but it wasn't a voice, more like a feeling. I did as he asked, but I was sure he could have come out on his own if he wanted to. Fired in emerged from me in a burning form that was the same size as me, but he looked a brighter orange, almost white this time. All the females gasped and then rushed forward to the crowd around Fired in with excitement. Fired in laughed as they did and turned back to me with a wink, then back to the girls. Listen, children of the flame, this man, Kazz, can be trusted, as you can see. I have given him my own trust. If he says he will be back, you must trust that he will keep his vow. Enjoy the time. You have to relax for now, because when we return, there will be much to do, Fired in explained, and all the women collectively sighed simultaneously, but they nodded. Fired in turned back to me with a smile, and then walked back over and fused with me again, pressing into the mark at my stomach. I sighed, and then turned back to Lizzie. Now, are you ready to go? I asked her. Lizzie nodded, and I walked up to her and changed totems as I did, so I could become her height again. I moved up, so our faces were nearly touching, and I took her face gently in my hands. Are you ready to let me take care of you now? I asked quietly, and then leaned forward and kissed her gently. I pulled back, and then waited as I watched the emotions play across her face. Do I have a choice? Lizzie finally asked, and I nodded, not liking this part. Yes, you always have a choice, but the options aren't always good ones. You can either come with me and let me take care of you, so I know you are no longer getting in trouble, or I will have to kill you right now, I said with Lizzie's face in my hands, and she closed her eyes, sighed, and then burst with light. Kazz Foreman level, 8 title. Rancher rank, Tribal Rancher. Monster Girls, 7 system. Ranching system abilities. Monster Girl Rancher. Gain experience from taking care of her Monster Girls. Monster Girl Pacification. The innate ability to calm Monster Girls. Monster Girl Care. All things done to care for Monster Girls are 100 more effective. Monster Girl Food Prep. All food you prepare for Monster Girls is 75 more satisfying. Chef's Hand. Physical body-to-body contact with Monster Girls increases how full and satisfied they are by 35. Hired Hand. Designate up to one person, and that person will receive the Monster Food Prep skill. Monster Girl Essence. Gain 15 of all experience gained by Monster Girls in your care. Unique system abilities. Monster Dominance. You now have the ability to exert dominance over a monster if you will is more significant than its own. Monster Girl Trainer. Things taught to Monster Girls by you are 50 more effective. Monster Girl Mutator. All Monster Girls gain the Monster Girl Mutation skill. Monster to Girl. Gift Hunter. Gain the ability to track special items that will increase your bond with the Monster Girls you're looking after. These items will give a special link skill to you and the Monster Girl receiving the gift. Monster Girl Transformation. All Monster Girls will have their physiology edited to match with you when you confirm that you will take care of them. Lizzie Level. 1 title. Magma Constructor Species. Magma Spiderkin Unique Ability. Steel Silk Fire Immunity System. Printer System Monster Girl Mutation. Monster to Girl. Basic transform from Monster Girl to Human Girl. System abilities. Steel 3-dimensional printing. Create 3-dimensional constructs using steel silk. Steel silk wrap. Wrap and reinforce objects with steel silk coating. Steel silk flex. Passive steel silk flexibility. 0 bonds. Fire magma spiderkin totem. Bond. Lizzie. Steel silk coating. This coats your body and anything you are holding in steel silk, but it also has the same flexibility as steel silk flex. As my chart popped up, a light appeared in front of me as Lizzie was starting to shrink and change. I reached forward and grabbed the light, and something appeared in my hand. Special item, Jilly's Shell Polish. Acquired. A small container with a lid appeared in my hand, and it said Jilly's Shell Polish. On the side, I wondered when I was going to get something like this, but I turned my attention to Lizzie, who was staring up at me. I shrunk back down until I was my average height, and Lizzie was now eye level to me, but her body was not the same. She now looked like an ordinary human woman with 8 glowing red eyes and black hair. Lizzie also had a black and silver threaded gothic dress that hugged her body nicely, but Lizzie looked troubled. "What have you done to me? Why do I look like a Kazz now like you?" Lizzie asked in distress as she looked at her body, and I tried not to laugh. "You could transform back, but I think that you look good like this," I said as I reached for her, but Lizzie stepped back from me as I did. "Wait, let me try first," Lizzie said, holding her arms out to ward me off. I rolled my eyes but nodded. I could see why she might want to see first, but I was getting tired of waiting around. I waited and watched as Lizzie tried to figure it out, and as Carrie walked in front of me, holding out my shorts to me, and after I took them, she put her arms up. I smiled and reached down to pick Carrie up after putting my shorts on and slipping the shell polish into my pocket. After Carrie got settled with her legs around my neck and hanging down my shoulder, she whispered that she would not have another accident, and I squeezed her knee. I looked back to Lizzie, and she was still struggling, so I walked over to her while she was distracted. She noticed me at the last second, but it was too late, and I was tired of waiting. I scooped Lizzie up as she tried to complain, but I shook my head as Carrie gripped it. "You can piss around when we get back all you want, but now it is time to go," I said as I turned to the side of the crater and started to jog. Chapter 120 now. You were lost. I dug my feet in as I ran back up the hill. My Earth Force pack made steps like another stair, and I was able to scale the crater in no time. Lizzie was staying quiet, but Carrie was cheering as I made my way up. "You can do it," Carrie yelled with joy as I reached the top. I looked around and then concentrated on the area I assumed the keep was in, but I wasn't entirely sure. I could take the path around to the other side of the crater, but that would take extra time that I didn't want to waste. "Do either of you know the direction that the keep is in?" I asked the girls and then explained myself when Lizzie looked up at me with a strained look. "I don't normally go this way, and I used the smoke that was coming from the fire lake as a marker when I was coming over here. The problem was I had to go deal with something, and I was thrown off course. I think that you just have to keep going this way, and you will get there," Carrie said as she pointed in the general direction that I had assumed, but I frowned at this. I had remembered that the smoke from the fire lake was off to the left from the keep. That was the direction I was pointed in, so that seemed a reasonable assumption. The issue was that I would have to run a couple of miles before I got there, and I wouldn't be able to see the keep until I was almost next to it. The trees in the forest were very tall and hard to see through even when I was big. "I think that you should just go back down there and let me eat all those women. You know what they were coming to do, right?" Lizzie told me, but then cried out as I pinched her ass roughly. "Oh, whoa. Don't be like that. None of the women were going to hurt you. They just wanted to make sure that I was taking you and not leaving you here to eat more of them." I explained and started to run, but Lizzie just crossed her arms, looking slightly embarrassed for my pinch. "Things will be different for you now. Stop complaining about everything and just enjoy the fact that you are not dead right now. That was what was going to happen, you know," Carrie told Lizzie as I jogged into actual green trees. I could feel the temperature finally drop to a reasonable degree, but it didn't really matter to me, but I still noticed those things. The water sphinx totem always made me more aware of my surroundings, but I still had a bit of trouble controlling it. Liddy, she was filling my mind right now, and I was trying to figure out what I would say to her or what she might say to me. I barely noticed when the trees turned to the giant jungle leaf tree with the hanging vines. That was because they went straight into the typical forest that I was used to entering, and I assumed I was close. You should be paying more attention right now to your surroundings. I am. But what do you think that I should do about Liddy? I mean, I can't have her keep on doing this all the time, and I would have thought that her being my assistant would have prevented her from doing that, right? No, she is not your servant, nor is she one of your girls. Liddy is your helper, so you have 3 choices. 1 and 2 are to make her one of what I just mentioned, or kill her. She has decided that you are the one she is passionate about, and now she won't have it any other way. Making Liddy part of my system doesn't sound like a bad idea at all, considering how I feel about her. I probably should have done this in the first place, which would have prevented all of this. Yes, but having her as your assistant was a very good move at the time, and it has helped you while you were gone. You know whose fault this is and why this happened. Ugh, if I just would have waited. But how was I supposed to stop the girls when they were on top of me? By telling them to wait, you idiot. You are their master, whether you want to admit it or not. You just need to start being more assertive and prioritize what needs to be. You are right, and I will work on it. Good. Now you are lost. Huh. I slowed and then looked around, but I didn't recognize the trees that were around me. I was standing in sand-like dirt, and there were palm trees all around me. Hey, do you guys know where we are? I asked, but knew I wasn't going to get a helpful answer before I finished speaking. Yes, lost, Lizzie said, and I resisted pinching her ass. I didn't want to take all the fight out of Lizzie, but I didn't really need the smart-ass comments right now. I think we're close to the village, but the one south of Mex's Keep. If we keep going, we will get to it, and then we could take the road back. But I don't know anything about the village. There was a hero before you that came and messed around with some of the god girls. One of the girls stole a map from him, so I know where some of the things are on the island, but not much, Carrie explained, but then Lizzie started to laugh in my arms. You mean that children's drawing that you all have framed in your main hall? Oh, well. Lizzie sneered at Carrie, but then my pinch made her cry out and then go silent. Enough with the constant attitude, or I will be putting you over my knee for the next lesson I need to teach you. Understand? I asked Lizzie with a menacing look that took the sassy look off her face, and then I turned up to Carrie. Thank you. Now it's time to get moving forward and get back home, or that was my plan. Chapter 121, The Village, Guts, and started to get annoyed. I started to run again. But the forest was starting to get thicker, and it was almost like I was being gilded more south, and I was almost tempted to try Carrie's totem with fired in to just start burning my way through. Unfortunately, my job was not all sunshine and rainbows, and I didn't really have the time to think about much while I dodged thrown weapons from the asshole hyena men, or gnolls as Carrie told me. She was lying on Lizzie, and Lizzie was scowling up at me, but she wasn't complaining, which was good. I didn't have time to listen to them. I had to switch to the Fire Force Pact to empower my Water Sphinx totem to be able to avoid the projectiles. I wanted to fight them, but there were too many for me to stop without having a corner to put the girls in so I could protect them. Right now, I had no free hands, and I was running through the palm tree jungle with no rocks or anything that would help. I ducked a spinning flail and tossed the girls forward in an arch. Then I reached up and grabbed the flail out of the air, spinning in the air with it in my heightened state. Wind Force Pact and the Fire Godkin totem ignited, and time sped up briefly. I charged the flail full of fire, covered it with the flames, and then changed to the Water Sphinx totem. I hurled it back with the added power of the Wind Force Pact back at the gnolls, and let the force push me back. The flail crashed into the group like a bowling ball, and then exploded, killing a bunch instantly, and a level progression alert appeared, but I closed it. All of this happened in the span of about 6 seconds, and the girls were still in the air as I flew back under them. I activated the Earth Force Pact and let my back hit the ground, but it forced me to stick and slide across the ground. The girls both landed on my chest, and I grabbed them and then did a rolling backflip. I twisted in the air and landed and kept running. What are you doing? You idiot! Lizzie yelled at me after catching her breath from getting it knocked out from Carrie landing back on her chest. I didn't bother to reply. I needed to keep moving because there were still more gnolls coming after me, but I could see smoke coming from up ahead. I put on a burst of speed, but had to sidestep 2 more flying hatchets. I could see a village coming up ahead of me, and I gritted my teeth. This is not where I wanted to be. I didn't want to involve these people in my problems, but now I could put the girls down. I stopped just outside of the village and put the girls down unceremoniously. I whipped around, catching a rock that was coming from the back of my head. Enough of this bullshit. Girls, get into the village, but stay close, I called out. I did it out of the corner of my mouth to the girls as they got up. Then I whipped the rock back into the forehead of the first out of the 5 that were left. The creature's head exploded, but the other 4 still rushed me. But I was pissed. I was way off track, and now I was wasting more time. So these bastards were breathing their final breaths. I didn't change my pact or totem. And then the first knoll smashed a thick stick into the side of my head, but it just exploded. I stabbed my hand forward through the splinters and grabbed the creator by its thick, furry neck. I used the momentum it had and whipped it around, slowing my initial spin and then speeding up as the end. I timed it to use the head of the first knoll to smash into the second face and block another thrown rock from the farthest one. You little bastards picked the wrong day to mess with me. I am not in the mood, I said as I let go of the first dead knoll in my hand. I had crushed its neck. The other 2 looked like they were about to run, but I had already decided that none of them were going to live. I dropped the water sphinx totem and activated the earth-hissing tsunami totem, growing 5 times more significant. I was surprised by my new size, but I didn't let it affect what I was doing. I grabbed the first, then kicked at the other one, and connected, sending it flying into a tree, but the tree was far more rigid than the creature. The knoll hit the tree and exploded around it with a sickly crunching and tearing noise. I pulled the struggling last one to my huge face. I was almost 4 stories tall, and I noticed the top of the apartment, but I was at least 3 miles away from it. I glared at the struggling creature, but it was only trying to get free and not looking at me. "Can you speak?" I asked, and the knoll stopped struggling, looked at me, and then bit my hand with its hyena face, and I glared at it. "Fine, a mindless monster then." The creature continued to try to bite me, but to no effect, and I shook my head. Then I raised my arm and whipped the knoll into the ground, and its body slapped into the dirt, and then I stomped on it with 1 foot and then ground it into the ground for good measure. I turned and shrank back down as I did, looking for the girls. I couldn't see them through the crowd of dark blue-skinned demons that were starting to crowd around me. "Hero, can you help?" "Oh, legendary fighter I need. The mightiest of all, I must request." "Great. Where the fuck did those girls get to? And how was I going to get around these people?" Chapter 122, I ate them. Killing my children, I scanned around, but I couldn't see Carrie or Lizzie anywhere. The demons are trying to crowd around me, but I was taller than most. Everyone was talking at once, but I didn't have time for this. I started to push the people out of my way, and then my hand hit an object that wouldn't move. I looked down and groaned. My hand was stopped by an old woman's face that my hand was trying to push through. "Do you mind?" The old woman asked me with narrowed eyes as she turned to me and pushed my hand back as she did. "Great, a little old demon lady, ugh." She even looked like the light blue version of Nishi. I pulled my hand back quickly. I remember my talk with Jilly before getting to Mex's keep. I didn't want to start things with this old baddie. "Sorry, but did you see where my 2 girls went?" I asked, and the woman looked at me blankly. "I ate them," the woman said, and everyone around her went quiet, and my hair started to raise with my anger. I hope for everyone's sake in this village that you're trying to be funny right now, but I am not in the mood. "Where are the girls?" I asked as I stepped up to the women. My fire force packed, igniting on its own. Red veins of power started to crawl across my skin, and I amplified my water sphinx totem to feel around me. If this wasn't some kind of game, I don't know what will happen to these people. My calm was evaporating. Then I felt the girls, or something like them. But it came from inside the old woman. Snap, something inside of me broke. The part that I had been holding back. Each time I have forced into a situation that the others were in danger, I was always able to save them, but I grabbed the demon granny and then whipped her through the building, and all the demons started to change and grow. One jumped at me, trying to bite me, but I switched to my fire godkin totem and incinerated the demon with fire. The red veins of power were starting to actually sprout flames, and fire blazed from me. Demons rushed me, but they were all burnt to a crisp, and I walked to where the now massive demon woman was getting up. The grandmother now looked more like Liddy when she was full of power, but she was more potent, but I was beyond reason. "They're not dead." The demon screamed at me, but I set fire to the house she was in with a torrent of fire that poured out of my hand. "Fine, I will get them out of you, one way or another." "You picked the wrong person to fuck with today, little old lady," I said, and then I made my fists ignite with molten fire and dashed forward. The demon tried to reach to the side, but I didn't let her get the hand all the way in before my burning fist exploded against the side of her face. The demon was rocketed out of the burning house and threw 3 more, but I was not done with her yet. I blitzed forward and then kicked the massive body again. But she caught my foot and was able to divert the kick and catch herself to land. I switched to the wind force pact, moved in a blink, and spin kicked her when she landed. I wasn't going to let her get a chance to retaliate until I beat her to near death. "Wait," a male voice that sounded familiar called to me. But I was death on the wind right now, and nothing would get between me and my prey. I dashed forward and charged my fist again with fire, but at the last moment, my fist connected with metal, and there was an explosion of sparks as my fist smashed through a massive black blade and then into Mex's face. "Mex!" "Wait." Mex was smashed back into the female demon, and he was also enlarged. The two smashed into another building, and I walked forward. What was Mex doing here, and why was he trying to stop me? Was he trying to protect this, which after what she just did? "Kazz, wait. Calm yourself. Lonnie is a containment demon, and the girls are still alive inside of her. But you need to stop," Mex said as he stood from the rubble, putting his hands out to stop me. I glared at him. "What are you doing here?" I asked through gritted teeth. "Good, now listen. I am sorry that Lonnie did this, but she wouldn't know that you and I know each other. And that's my fault. The girls are fine, and she will return them, right?" Mex asked as he looked back to the female demon that getting up. Mex was still holding his hands out to me, and for a good reason. There was a firestorm blazing around me right now, like a cyclone, and my skin was on fire. I was trying to calm down, but I was so turned up about the girls that nothing short of them being in my arms would suffice. "Yes, here," Lonnie said as she got up and cast a hand to the side. Suddenly, Carrie and Lizzie appeared, and then both ran to me, but then stopped with worried looks. "Kazz, are you okay?" Carrie asked as she looked around at the half-destroyed and burnt village. "What happened to this place? It was just a normal village a second ago, so how did it end up like this? Did you do this fighting the gnolls?" Lizzie asked, but then she spotted Mex. "And what are you doing here?" "Stopping Kazz from killing my children. It wasn't his fault, but at least 12 people died, and now you will be answering for it," Mex said as he turned on Lonnie. "How was I supposed to know that you had found someone?" the now petite old lady, Lonnie, asked, and I took a deep breath in, then let it out and released my totem and pact. Chapter 123, What I Had Done. "Can we do both?" "Yes, well, I suppose this is my fault," Mex said, but I was walking over to the girls to grab them. My head was cooling, but what I had just done was setting in. I had just killed people. While they were demons that I knew would never actually die, that didn't really key in my logic. I knew that my reaction to the information wasn't bad, and I would do it again. Yet, I had still killed people trying to protect what must be the leader of this village. "Are you two okay?" I asked softly as I walked up to the confused-looking woman. "Yes, we are fine, but what did you do here?" Lizzie asked as she looked around the now only smoking and partially destroyed village. "The woman told me that she had eaten the 2 of you, and I lost it," I said as I scrubbed my face with one hand. "And I killed some of them." The girls got surprised looks, and then they both turned to Lonnie. To my surprise, the 2 of them started to tear into the demon woman. "Are you satisfied now?" Carrie asked Lonnie, and then said, "You would think after your father had to kill that hero for doing the same thing. Fired in, used to tell stories about this village. You are all lucky to have anything left. If it would have been met, and just a meal you had taken, I would have killed you all." Lizzie hissed at her. "Well, maybe if we actually got some help once in a while, I wouldn't have to try such underhanded tactics." "I am talking to you, father," Lonnie said as she rounded on Mex, who was studying the back of his hand intently. I have been busy and such. You're a grown woman and looking horrible for your age. Stop that. You shall talk to me in the form that your mother birthed in on Gardania. Mex said as he reversed the conversation. I will look however I want to. You left me in charge of these people, and they don't respect me if I look like some cute little tart. Lonnie shouted at Mex, and I finally decided to speak up. How was Liddy? I asked Mexico. That was the only thing on my mind right now besides what I had just done, and I needed to focus on her. I didn't want the thoughts of what I just did to keep coming back up. Sleeping, and she will be that way for a couple days, Mex said, and I sighed. All of my ruchings had been for nothing, and now I felt worse about what I had done. I couldn't bring them back from the dead, but I could help out this village that I had just torn apart. Can you take the girls back with you then? I will stay here, help out with repairs, and help out with what I can. And I will be back in the evening. I need to have a sit down with you when I get back, and I need to deal with Gisable still, I said, and Mex nodded to me, but the girls both started to complain, but I put my hand up to stop them. Kazz can't keep an eye on the two of you while he is trying to help others. The two of you will come back with me, and you'll get to ask your best friend to design your new room. Mex said with a smile as he said the last part to Lizzie. What? I don't have any friends, Lizzie said a little too proudly, and I had to hold back a smile despite myself. Hee, that's right. The Kazz said that he was also taking care of Jilly. This is going to be fun, Carrie said as she came over to me with her arms out. I reached down and gave her a hug and then a kiss, and Carrie smiled at me adorably. It was pretty easy to like her when she acted so cute like this, but that is why I had gotten so mad. Be safe and listen to Mex. I will be home as soon as I can, I said to her and then kissed Carrie's forehead. I stood back up and then walked over to where a frustrated Lizzie was standing cross-armed, staring at a section of the wall. I couldn't imagine what was going through her mind, but I knew that I wouldn't get the same kind of goodbye from her that I did from Carrie. I moved behind her and slid my arms around her waist. Lizzie tensed and tried to turn around, but I held her in place and then moved my mouth to her ear. Be good and play nice with the others. If you do, I might give you a reward, but if not, I whispered, and then softly placed my hand near Lizzie's chest through her black dress, holding my grip firmly without squeezing, and then continued, there will be consequences. Lizzie gasped as I did, but then I let go of her nipple and started to move my hand away, but Lizzie grabbed it. She pressed it into her chest, and then leaned her head into mine, pushing her cheek into mine. Can we do both? Lizzie breathed only loud enough for me to hear, and I gave her a gentle grope, and then kissed her cheek as she moaned almost imperceptibly. Be good, and we will talk about it later, I said, and then let her go. Lizzie stayed, turned away from everyone, and then left the damaged building that we were all standing in. She must have been blushing, or something like that, because she made an effort to keep her face hidden from me. I will see you tonight, and you had better not give this man any trouble. While I am sad that some of my children are dead, it was your fault, not his. And you should have told them to stay back, Mex said, and then took Carrie's hand that she was holding out to him and left. Chapter 124, just another demon that I want to help. After Mex left with the girls, I turned back to Lonnie, and she looked frustrated. I couldn't blame her, and I felt the same way, so I needed to try and mend some of this. The problem was that I didn't have any kind of totems that would help me out with something like this. The magic that I could control right now was only suitable for fighting for the most part. I still activated my Fire Force Pact and Water Sphinx totem. These two could help me start drawing in magic and think better while being more aware of my surroundings. What can I help you with? I'm not much of a builder, but you were saying that you're having problems. What kind of problems are they, and how can I help to fix them? I asked and then added, I normally would have been a lot more friendly, but I had a violent exchange with Liddy this morning, and I was worried about her. Liddy? You didn't give her what she wanted? And what does it matter? She's just a demon, and you didn't kill her, so she will be fine when she wakes, Lonnie said, giving me a curious look. I care about her, but you are right. I put off what I had promised for her, and then did other things. I deserve what I got, but maybe the keep didn't. Regardless, I wanted to smooth things over with her. I don't like worrying about what she is thinking about when she helps me so much, I explained, but now Lonnie was giving me an incredulous look. Who or what are you? Since when has anyone ever cared about any demon? Demons don't even care about each other most of the time. My father is the retarded exception to the rule, and my grandmother is proof of just how violent our race can be. Lonnie railed at me, but I just narrowed my eyes at her and put my hands on my hips. I wished I could tell her that Nishi wasn't everything that she seemed either, but while DOA still lived, I couldn't take any chances. Why was this a question that I didn't even know the answer to? You are a hero, whether you like it or not. How often do heroes snap and kill innocent people? I hardly feel like some kind of savior after the way I reacted. Who defines a hero? What is a hero? Someone that only does what is right, or someone that does whatever it takes to protect the ones he cares about. Both of these things could also be done by a person that you might consider a villain. And what is your point? Do you think that your soul is worth its weight? Don't use my own words against me, Mark. You know that I am right. I am something, but whatever that is, it doesn't matter. Your father is a good man, and I have learned to respect him, and I don't care what race you are. If you treat me fairly, then I will treat you the same way. Go the other way, and I will do the same, I told Lonnie, and she made a harumph sound and then turned to walk out of the building. Follow me then, and I will show you on a map the problems that we are facing right now. Multiple threats attack us each day, so you won't have to go far to find trouble, Lonnie explained as she waved for me to follow. The village was more extensive than Mex's son's fishing village, and I could also see the ocean at the edge of the village. The most significant difference was the actual building here looked more like houses than huts, and few looked what you might consider fancy. I was led to one of the fancy houses, but I also noticed that there were many repairs on the houses that were close to the edge. That must mean that they were attacked by something or things quite often, but I could see people already starting to fix the damage I had caused. I followed Lonnie into the large light blue house and then into a sitting area with chairs and a table. The table was covered with loose papers, but I could see a large map under it all. So this is your house. Are you the only one that lives here? I asked as I walked over to look at the map on the table. So what if it is? Do you think that it's too big for just one person? Or is it because I am a woman and I don't deserve to? Lonnie started to ask me in an accusatory tone. I put a hand on her shoulder and pushed her down. There was a seat she was standing in front of, and I gently forced her into it. It seems that this woman must be having a hard time with things here, and I could understand why. I was no longer mad at her, and I could see that she was very wound up, so I squatted down in front of her. For a moment, I want you to pretend like I am another demon, just like you, a minor demon. Okay, I asked as I took her small and wrinkled hands into my large and strong ones. What does that even mean? You are a stupid male, so you want me to grovel to you? Lonnie asked with defiance burning in her voice, but she turned her face from me, and I could see that her light blue cheeks were starting to turn purple. Then think of me as a woman, just like you. I help the people that I want to help, I said and stressed the last part in a slow but pointed tone. Why? Why did you help those girls? I don't understand you. In frustration, Lonnie tried to pull her hands from mine, but I held them in mine. The same reason that I helped your younger sister, Nushi. Because I wanted to, no other reason. While I do have a system that helps me take care of them and make them happy, but I don't get anything from it other than better ways to help, I explained. And Lonnie whipped her head around to look me in the eyes. What do you mean you are helping Nushi? Lonnie asked in surprise, and I smiled. I help her be happy, and now her horns stand up instead of hanging around her face, I said, and then Lonnie started to change. Chapter 125, Turquoise Eyes. Labeled with the status quo, Lana's body started to grow and fill out, but not significantly. She was now beautiful, but she looked barely 18, and it was hard to believe that she was Nushi's older sister. I could see why she kept herself in the body of an old woman. I was sure that she must have had trouble with all the villagers with a cute face like hers. See, this is what I look like a child. No one respects me like this. They either try talking to me like I'm a child, or they ignore what I say, and then I have to punish them, Lonnie said as I still held her hands. But I could feel her starting to shake. I understand, but I think that you look beautiful like this, and I wish you didn't need to transform like this. I will still treat you the same no matter how you look, but you need to start treating me as an equal then. Mex has given me his position of lord of this area, And while I may not be as strong as your father, I can still hold my own if you hadn't noticed, I said with a grin, and Lonnie rolled her eyes. I let go of her hands, then stood back up and turned to the table. I started to stack the papers so I could get a better look at the map. The papers were notes and invoices, so I made sure to not mix them up. There was nothing more annoying than having someone mess up things you had been working on. I was going to ask her what she wanted me to do with them, but I stopped myself. Lonnie seemed like the type to think that I was upset about it, no matter how I said it, and she would end up getting angry. It was better for me to just feel my way around, and there weren't too many different types of documents. I was able to sort them out quite quickly, but I could really read anything. I just knew that they looked like bills or receipts. As I did this, Lonnie stood up and stood beside me, barely coming up to my shoulder. She watched what I was doing curiously, but she wasn't making any effort to stop me. At one point, she even leaned into me, but I ignored it, not wanting to make a mention of it. If I were to say anything, I was sure that she would react poorly. So I just continued with my sorting. Once I had the papers into their stacks, notes, bills, and receipts, I turned my head to look down at Lonnie. She was resting her head against me, and part of me just wanted to be quiet and keep her like that, but we had things to do. Where would you like me to put these stacks so we can look at the map better? I asked, and the question startled Lonnie, and she jumped back from me just as I thought in surprise. As she did, Lonnie collided with the chair and started to fall backward. I dove forward, giving up my own balance, and pulled her out of the way of the chair to save her from getting seriously hurt. I turned in the air and then crashed to the ground with Lonnie on top of me. Both of our faces were a hair's breadth apart now, and I was staring into Lana's beautiful turquoise blue eyes. But she jumped off me in a panic again, but didn't trip over anything this time. What are you doing? Why did you grab me like that? Leave me alone. Were Lydia and my sister not enough for you? Lonnie barked, and she changed back into the old woman's body again. I sighed and got back up on my feet and glared at her. I was trying to keep you from getting hurt. You were the one leaning against me and then jumped back into the chair that you would have fallen on. I growled as I dusted myself off. A demon. Why do you care if I get hurt? I wouldn't be hurt by something like that, Lonnie said in a confused voice, but I shook my head. If a woman fell onto a chair like that from the place that I came from, she would get seriously hurt. I didn't see you as a demon at that moment. All I saw was a girl that was about to get hurt, I said, and then turned back to the map. I should have known better about her. I had just mentioned our high strength, but I couldn't help my Bodis reactions. Even with my mind cranked up for my water totem, my natural instincts to help a person kicked in and overrode everything. You are strange, and I don't know if I should trust you. I want to know why you just didn't put all of my papers into a stack, or even just push them off the table. You didn't have to do that, and I wouldn't have said anything if you did, so I don't get it. Why sort them? Lonnie asked, and I answered her as I looked over the different threat markers and the recorded average strike times. It would have been rude for me to do either of those things. I was going to ask you what you wanted to be done with them, but I assumed that you would have thought I was upset about them. So, instead, I figured that I would clean them up, and when you came over and got close to me without saying anything, I assumed what I was doing was right. I explained, but that didn't satisfy Lonnie. That is not answering my question. Rude is what men do. Everyone I have met has been the same. They are all rude and inconsiderate, and they all act the same and want the same thing, Lonnie said, getting visibly angry. And I finally turned from the table to look back in her still sparkling turquoise eyes. I did it because I wanted to, and I didn't want to make a mess. Maybe all the men you have met are like that, but this is the first time that you have ever met me, and I am not from this shithole. Maybe just give me the benefit of the doubt before you start lumping me up with everyone else. I decided to stay here and help out because I wanted to, not because your father ordered me or even asked me. So I can leave at any point if you want, I growled, getting tired of getting labeled with the status quo for men in this world. Chapter 126, I Can Help. Being controlled, Lonnie looked at me a bit shocked. But I turned back to the table and pointed to the village's east side. Lonnie came over to the table and gasped. The strike time was somewhere around this time, which would be lunch. My observation skills for my Water Sphinx totem were on full torque, being constantly fed by the Fire Force Pact. I spotted a sundial on the front deck. It was about 10 minutes before the strike time, but we could make it there without a problem. The problem was that I couldn't read the notes that were under the time. I was slowly starting to piece the language together, but I would need a good hour of grilling Lonnie about the letters and words. We can make it there, but I need to know what I am going to be dealing with so I can make a plan, I said as I turned and looked down at Lonnie, who looked worried. This is the Bay Month attack, but they didn't come yesterday. That means that they will be coming with more this time. We need to let everyone in that area know so they can evacuate, Lonnie said, and then turned from me, rushing to the front door. I wanted to tell her that I could take care of them, but it would be just easier to deal with the problem myself. It was hard to fight while protecting people, and Lonnie getting the people would be a good plan, just in case I had some trouble. I took off running, but only switched to my wind force pact. I still needed to think, and the speed was more than enough for me to reach the other side of the village in less than a minute. I did have to dodge and weave through the crowds, but I was thinking the entire time. I wasn't sure what a behemoth was, but it sounded big, so I would more than likely want to use Earth and my Tsinali totem. The fortitude and size would be suitable for whatever came at me. I can help you. I can become whatever you become, and then you can change to something different. I won't be as strong as you, but I can still get big. Call's voice rang in my mind softly, and I nodded and stepped outside of the village. I focused on her presence now that she spoke, and Callie emerged from me. Thank you for finally letting me out. I thought we had a deal. I don't want to be stuck in there alone all the time. Idiot, Callie said to me, and I ruffled her vine-like hair and squatted down in front of her. Sorry, things got busy, but I will let you out with the other girls later when I get home. Okay? I asked, and then I pinched her nose playfully. Fine, but you had better not forget. It takes a lot for me to get through to you. You always have so much going on inside your head. So, I had to catch you at the moment that you make your choice, Callie said as she pushed my hand away, and I stood back up, summoning the Earth Force Pact. My body became rigid, and small mountainous peaks started to form all over my body. Then, I activated Callus Totem, and I grew to 5 times my size, a massive 30 feet tall. I looked down at my body, and I was covered in stony ridges, and then I noticed a green light coming from my feet. Callie was emitting a green light as she slowly lifted into the air until she was at my chest height. As she was doing this, I had to turn slowly and look to the east, but the trees were still mostly taller than me. But I could hear and feel something coming. Suddenly, Callie burst with an even brighter light that overtook the sun as vines exploded from her body in all directions. Within moments, she had entirely created a 30-foot exact copy of what I was, but a twisted vines version. I turned my head back and saw 3 sets of glowing red eyes coming from the dark of the forest as the steps, and heavy breathing slowed. What do you know about behemoths? I asked Callie, and she replied in my mind. They're magical creatures that can use some kind of weird magic that distorts the air, but I have seen creatures be turned to blood paste by it. Their bodies get sucked into one point, but I don't know if it will affect you or me because of our size. We will have to watch out if they start targeting the huts. Then we have to interrupt them, Callie explained, but I was confused. You act like we aren't going to be able to kill these things right away. We're these things, and I thought they were night creatures? I asked as I tried to see into the darkness, but they had stopped, and I still couldn't see them. These are some of the strongest creatures on the island. Maybe the ogre was stronger, but there are 3 of these. I don't know why they would be attacking, and they rarely attack in packs. They like to challenge their foe and kill them in one-on-one combat. There must be something controlling them, like a demon lord. I have heard mechs talk about him in passing many times because of his wife, Klesh. I can hear all my sisters, and I talk with Madame Klesh often, and that helps the time pass, Callie explained to me, and I nodded as I looked out at the red eyes. Tell Klesh to put Jessable into a secure room, so I can talk to her when I get back and ask her to ask Jilly to prepare you a room, I said, and then got serious. Let's go. They will have the advantage in the tree, but we just have to keep them from the village. Do not chase, and stick with me. That is an order. Cal's copy of me nodded, and I put 2 fingers up and motioned forward for us to move. As we did, the eyes disappeared. Chapter 127 Neft. The loser necromancer. I was tempted to change my pact and totem, but at the same time, it might be better to wait. Whatever these things were, Callie was worried that we were going to have trouble with them. I walked forward with Callie mirroring me, and the forest started to get darker. All the light was being blocked out by the trees that hung overhead, but even being as tall as I was didn't make it easier. Once we were roughly about the area that I'd seen the eyes, I put up a hand to stop Callie. There was no point in going any further, and if we did, then we wouldn't be able to catch one if it tried to go around. I don't see them anywhere, and they are nearly as big as us, Callie said as she looked around. But I was studying the ground. This world was full of so many strange things. More than once, Grovel had surprised me with an attack from below. I studied the ground ahead of us, and at first glance, there seemed to be nothing wrong with the area. Nothing, no massive footprints or anything broken, and that was also what gave it away. I put a hand up and waited for Callie to notice. Then I signaled for her to move back slowly. Together, we took steps backward, but moved at a snail's pace. As we did, I bent down and picked up the broken trunk of a fallen tree. As I stood up, I pointed to my eyes and then the area behind us in a sweeping motion, and Callie nodded. While she was keeping watch, I gave that area a quick sweep just to make sure there wasn't anyone else around. I didn't think that all three of them would be in a hole, but I guess that it also depended on the skill level of the person controlling them. After being as sure as I could, I tossed a massive log at the area. As it flew through the air, I prepared myself, lifting my massive leg in the air, concentrating on channeling my earth force packed into my foot. I timed my foot to slam down right after the log did, but I tipped over backward in surprise as the ground erupted. I hit the ground hard, but it had no effect on me with my earth packed on, but I was hit with more than just dirt and debris. Chunks of flesh, rotten, and horrible smell, or at least most of them were. Strangely, I was getting the smell of some kind of solid pine scent, like Pine Sol, that cleaning product my mother always used. After everything cleared, I looked around to find Callie slowly shrinking back down, and all the chunks were falling off of her. That was mighty convenient. But I was also highly disturbed about what had just happened. I am no rocket scientist, but this rotting flesh makes me think of a necromancer, and now I could see why I knew she hated them. I got up and started to look around, but I saw nothing, and I could still see the village from where I was. Go back, and make sure that one didn't sneak around, okay? Make sure to tell me if you see one. Don't go after it alone, I told Callie as she finally pulled back in her girl form. Callie nodded up to me and then started to move on, rolling vines at an incredible speed. I shook my head in wonder and then turned back to the hole in the ground. I would have to ask Lonnie and Callie about the other demon lord, but for now I needed to see if I could confirm the dead. I started to walk over to the hole and nearly pissed myself as a voice started talking not far from my head. Smarter than you look, a deep and growling voice said to me as I jumped back, knocking over a tree. I stumbled, but then steadied myself, and then looked toward the sound. Up in the tree I had been standing beside, there was a massive purple-haired bear face of a sort, but uglier. It had a slight resemblance to the gnolls, but it was more brutal-looking, but less crazed, if that made any sense. Are you the demon lord Neft? Or just another loser that practices necromancy? Or both? I asked as I walked over to the head that was jammed in the tree. Huh. You think you're funny. Skink Bay. You are lucky, that is all. The body eruption should have been more than enough to kill you. The detached head said to me in rage, but I was barely paying attention to it. I was smelling the head, and sure enough, it had that same smell. So, to cover up the rotting smell, Neff perfumed his zombies. And it looked like he tried to blow me up with some sort of trick. I would have to keep that in mind, but now it was time to try to trick this idiot blowhard. Pretty stupid of you to ignite all four at the same time, I said offhandedly as I turned from the head and walked to the hole in the ground. There was nothing there, so I would have to rely on my estimation of this demon lord's intelligence. Neff seemed like the type that would love to correct anyone he could just so he could rub it in their faces. 4? You idiot, there were only 3. The head rages from behind me, and I nodded my head. Good. So we did get them all. Okay, it was a talk, I said, and then I turned back around and walked away from the stunning head. I only got about 2 steps before he started up again. Neff must have had to have a little temper tantrum before hopping back on the horn to yell at me, You just wait. Now that I know you are here, I will be sending more things tomorrow. Mex has the champion. Eh? Well, it won't matter once I kill you. No one will be leaving this island until DOA says so. The head screamed at me, but I rounded on it and then grabbed the massive head by 2 handfuls of cheek fur. Or maybe I just come and see you today. You. And I can have a little talk, demon lord to demon lord. Since Mex made me the ruler of this region, that means you are stepping on my lawn. I don't know about you, but I don't take kindly to strangers trespassing on my property. Prepare yourself. I shouted at the head, then tossed it into the air and kicked it into the forest. Chapter 128, Deepening Our Connection. And doing it as the head disappeared into the forest, I turned around as I started to head back to the village. I think that I was almost ready to fight a demon lord. And Neff would be a good tester before I danced with Dao. Still, I needed to go and find Lonnie. There were other spots on the map, and Neff said he wouldn't be back till tomorrow. While he could be lying, I didn't think so, which meant that whatever was coming today would still come. I changed my Wind Force Pact and Water Sphinx totem and shrunk down as I ran, but picked up speed fast. After getting out of the forest, I went for a jog around the village until I spotted Callie and whistled to her. That got her attention, and I went to meet up with her. We were on the beach side of the village, and Callie confirmed that there were no other behemoths. Did you see Lonnie, the little old light blue lady running around? I asked after Callie reported to me, and she nodded her head yes. Yes, I talked to her and told her that the problem was dealt with, and she said to tell you she would be back at her house. Who is she? Callie asked, and I looked at her curiously. You don't know? Can't you see the things around me while you are inside of me? I asked. I had assumed that she was able to see the same as me, but I guess that wasn't the case. No, I can see if you're close to a hissing lily, but then only if Madame Klesch is looking there, Callie explained, and that made me feel horrible. Listen, Callie, I am really sorry. I thought that you could see out while you were inside of me. I will make sure that you get more time to come out and see people, or I can just keep you out permanently if you want. I said to Callie, but she shook her head. No, you need me with you, and it isn't that bad. I will enjoy getting to meet the girls and finally hug Madame Klesch, Callie said with girlish excitement as she hugged herself, and I patted her head and stroked her hair. Callie was different from the other girls, and I felt like she was more of a sister. I really hoped that she didn't feel differently, but I think this girl would be better as my friend rather than a lover. Plus, I didn't have siblings, so having a little sister might be fun and a good break from the other women. Good? Maybe we can find a way to make it easier for you to talk to me. Then you can chat with me if you're lonely, I said, and Callie looked up at me with a warm smile and big eyes. Really? You don't mind? You just have to deepen the connection between us. Then we can talk whenever you want, Callie said with excitement. But red flags started to go up in my mind. The term deepening the connection didn't sound sexual coming from her mouth. It was that my mind was having a hard time getting out of the gutter with how all the other girls talked and acted. What do you mean by deepening the connection? I asked hesitantly, and the reply set my nerve even more on edge. Well, we can't do it out in public. We need somewhere private to go, so maybe it would be better to do it when we're alone. I think it would be better if other people aren't watching. Callie said in a shy voice that made my eyes big as I sucked in a deep breath I didn't need. What do you mean by do it? I asked, trying to keep my tone level, but I was struggling. Huh? Oh, well, there are a bunch of people around, and, Callie said, and then blushed and looked away. The hammer pounded my chest, but I was not going to change my morals on this. Callie was my cute little sister. There had to be another way. Listen, Callie, I started to say, but the sound of my name being called made me stop and look around. I spotted Lonnie waving at me, and then I remembered the other time stamps on the map and slapped my forehead. This little thing would have to wait, but I was going to convince her that there had to be another way. Come, we can talk about this later, or when we were alone, like you said, I said to Callie, and she let out a relieved-sounding sigh. I think Callie thought I would make her say it out loud, but I wouldn't do that to her. What I would do was find another way to deepen our connection without pushing things too far. I turned back to Lonnie and then reached my hand out to the side to offer it to Callie to hold. I didn't really think much of it, but Callie gasped, and I looked down at her with a raised eyebrow, and now she was blushing furiously. W what? Why you? W want to be with me in now? Callie asked in a cute and stuttering voice, and a mountain slid off my back. I smiled down at her and then took her small green hand that was shaking like a leaf into my own. Then, without a word, I turned and started to walk to where Lonnie was waiting. Callie followed along, and soon I felt her hand grip my own more firmly. This was good, and I felt 1,000,000 times better because my misconception was now gone. If this is what it took to deepen my bond with Callie, I will do it whenever she wanted. All that is well ends well, but now it was time to deal with the next problem on today's Asses to Kick list. Chapter 129A, Ranch. I guess I walked back to Lana's house, and she was waiting for us at the door, tapping her foot. That meant that something must be coming soon. I picked up my pace, and so did Callie, and we followed Lonnie back into the house. There is an attack coming from the beach in about 15 minutes. But there will be another attack from the knolls to the west where you came in, Lonnie explained as we walked into the room that had the table. I don't think they will be as likely to attack after I just killed the 10 that were chasing me, I said with a chuckle, but Lonnie shook her head. No, they are stupid creatures that survive from raiding other people rather than finding their own food. They don't care how many die because they reproduce like that god girl you had with you, Lonnie said in frustration as she ran her hands through her hair. Well, this was going to make a bit of a pickle, but with Callie, I might not have that much trouble. The question was what was coming from the sea, what was going to attack the beach. I asked. Mutalisks, they are strange and crazy shellfish monsters, but they're all different combinations of shelled creatures. They don't have reason or thoughts as far as we can tell. But they're the only thing that comes from the sea, Lonnie explained, and I rubbed my chin, feeling some stubble as I thought. I would have to let Callie copy me in my large form, and then she could take on the knolls without a problem, but the Mutalisks had me thinking. Something that was mindlessly doing the same thing over and over had all the signs of another person controlling them. When did the Mutalisks start attacking? I asked as I looked at the map. There was another timestamp on the east side, but all I could make out was number 1, which was written the same as our number. This would be considered strange since the writing was different, but this was not the time to go over that. Only a couple days ago, Lonnie told me, and I nodded my head knowingly. I wonder if this had something to do with either of the 2 bastards I saw underwater. Both of them seemed to already know I was here, and I probably would have gone to the village first if I hadn't met the girls. Okay, since we have a couple minutes, what is the last thing that will be attacking? I asked as I looked at the last timestamp on the map. That one isn't really an attack. There is a large creature called a mammoth, and it is the only one on this island, but it doesn't attack us. Instead, I need to warn the people that it's coming by so they can put their breakables into safe places, Lonnie explained, and I raised an eyebrow. Mammoths were prehistoric creatures from Earth, but I had a hard time believing they would cause that much disturbance. The creatures were no more than 15 feet tall, so it was hard to imagine their steps making that much of an impact, but who knew how big they were here? Well, I will see what I can do about that, but Callie, I need you to take care of the knolls. Are you okay with that? I asked, turning to Callie while still holding her hand, and she nodded with a cute smile. I can take care of them. I know the way they fight, and my massive body might even scare them away, Callie said to me. During that time, Lonnie was studying her hands, and I noticed it out of the corner of my eye. Though, when I turned to look at her, Lonnie looked away from me. Curious, but again, this was not the time for my mind to go off on a tangent. I will go and deal with the Mutalisks, since I think that them coming is my fault, along with the behemoths. But that will end tomorrow. I don't know if I can get to who is controlling the Mutalisks, yet if they are controlled, but I will work on something to prevent them from attacking you, I explained. Okay, thank you, Lonnie said, but still wouldn't look at me. Looks like I might be taking another girl into my care. But I was going to start having trouble keeping track of all these girls soon. I needed to get off this island and get to Gardania soon, so I could set up a ranch, I guess. There wasn't really anything that I could think of to call it that would make sense, and, my system's name. The problem would be finding the perfect place that I would be able to meet everyone's needs. The girls would be able to help me shape the place, and then I could take on caring for anyone that needed it. This world was a hard place, and I was sure there were many people and entire villages just like this one that went under constant attacks. By the end of it all, I was going to have the largest ranch that any world had ever seen, but the real question was whether or not I was doing what was right. I had a purpose for being here, and in order to move on, I would need to prove the weight of my soul. What I was doing in my mind was good, but I also was having fun with each of the girls, so I was concerned with how that would affect it. It was hard to imagine, but somewhere in my head was all the information that I needed. But I had placed a block on my mind. It was the only way I could make another attempt at getting into the final fight and take the center of everything back from the Demon King at the place where worlds collided. Chapter 130, Feeling Things Out. Stop counting, okay? We have about 7 minutes, but I think we should get going. Once you are done, I want you to come back here and wait for me with Lonnie. Lonnie, if you don't mind, I would like you to go with Callie and watch her back. I'm sure that you're more than strong enough to deal with a knoll or two, but don't take any risks. I explained to the girls after we got back outside. Yes, I can go with her, but are you sure that you don't want any help from us? The Mutalisks are vicious creatures, and we almost always lose a person when they attack. Lonnie told me with a worried expression on her face, but I smiled. I had gotten robbed with the behemoths, so now I was excited for a chance to do some real no-holds-barred fighting. If these were mindless creatures with only one goal, then I would have no trouble cracking down on them. Don't worry about him. Kazz might not look like much, but he is a vicious fighter. You and I will deal with these, but Kazz will probably be waiting for us when we get back, Callie said with a smile, and then she closed her eyes and crossed her legs as she started to float in the air. I thought that I was going to have to change, so she could mirror me. But Callie seemed to retain the memory of the form in her mind. I nodded to the girls and then turned to the beach, setting off in a dash. I still have the wind force packed and Veronica's totem active, so it took me very little time to get to the beach in the south. Once I got there, the beach was empty, but I could see gouges in the sand now that I was studying the beach. These creatures were significant if the holes in the sand were any indication, but not like the behemoths. The tracks were deep stabs, but that could be from their shell weight, so I also had that to consider. I looked around and looked at all the tracks and got a visual of the previous attack. It looked like there were about 15 or 20 of the creatures, and that might become a problem. If I was their target, I might be able to lure them away from the beach, but it would be risky. Whoever was sending them could catch wind of what I was going and then send more to attack the village once I got the first group away. I activated my water force pact, but kept the totem water as well. Water against water might not be the best idea, but this would allow me to be aware of everything, giving my body more fluid motions. I waited, but nothing came. I assumed that everything would happen on cue, but the timestamps were probably just generalized times. The idea that all the attacks would always come at the exact time listed was silly anyway, but this was a bit ridiculous. By my estimation, they were already 10 minutes late, and I was starting to wear a grooved path in the sand from my pacing. I was concerned about the girls, but I couldn't leave this place. They might be waiting in the water right now, waiting for me to do just that. I decided to sit down for a moment, and I closed my eyes. Since I was able to track down the ogre, I had started to be able to feel other creatures around me that were just above my strength and below, so I tried it now. I pushed thoughts from my head like I was preparing to meditate. Then I pushed my senses out. It was much easier to do than I was on Earth. But that was probably because of the water sphinx totem. At first, I didn't really feel anything other than the demons in the village, but then I was able to sense Callie and Lonnie. Since I had been in contact with both of them, I knew what their presence felt like in my mind, and then I felt the gnolls. Even as I probed, the number of gnolls was rapidly decreasing, and there were now only 5 left. I guess that the girls are going to be done much sooner than me, but why? I pushed my senses out farther and started to feel other monsters, but they were all on land. I was getting nothing from the ocean, and that frustrated me. I could have been helping the girls, but they seemed to be doing all right, so that wasn't really a problem. I opened my eyes and then stood back up, whipping the sand off my bottom. I glared at the ocean and started to walk towards it. I was going to check if I could even see anything from the water, since there was really nothing else I could do. The beach area was only about 50 feet wide, and there were cliffs that started up on either side, running down the coast. I didn't think they could sneak around me if I went and took a peek, and I was getting tired of waiting. I was also tempted to get the girls to come to the beach, but I had a feeling that this was going to be another letdown for me, so I really didn't see the point. Then I started to feel something coming from the ocean, but it was a lot of something. I started to feel creatures nearly as strong as me, but I stopped counting after I got to 50, and that wasn't even half of what I felt, but they weren't moving. I started to get a terrible feeling about this, but I needed to go look now. Those things could not be allowed to get past me. But I wasn't sure if I could handle this many on my own. Chapter 131. There was good and bad. I stood at the water, just back for where the waves touched, and racked my mind. What could I do to keep this horde of monsters from just running over this entire village? Going into the water was an absolute no-go now. But the path was far too broad, even on the beach. I was going to have to figure out quickly, but I wasn't really sure what I could do. Some of the primals that you are not using right now. They can help you create some kind of funnel and help you kill them. I hadn't even thought about summoning them. While I could only tap into certain parts right now, the other three could use their elemental powers to help. Thanks, Hero. That was a great suggestion. I have to remember to ask you when I get stuck. I mean, that is literally what I am here for. And what I've been telling you this entire time. Don't get your panties in a knot. I'm slowly getting it. No, a tree grows slowly. Don't insult the tree by comparing your rate of yearning to it. I ignored Hero and closed my eyes, and then found Windorf, Grogville, and Wataluga. I would keep Fired In with me, and I could use him to gather energy from the monsters as I killed them. I found each of the 4 primals within me, and then changed packs. After Fired In's Fire Force Pact was set in place, I summoned the other 3 primal elementals. Water, earth, and wind elemental energy poured from my primal totem arcs in blue, brown, and white streams out of me to form my partners. Both Grogville and Wataluga started to stretch, but Windorf rounded on me, and I rolled my eyes. Why is it only now that you think to summon us? We could have helped you when you were in the water. Use your head. If you die, then we will go with you. And then who will look after my daughter? Windorf shouted at me, blowing hot air in my face. Part of me wanted to tell him that his daughter was not a child anymore, but I understand what he meant. I really did need to start looking at the bigger picture and using the help I was given. Save you wind bagging for later. Right now, we have bigger fish to fry. The kid has a lot going on, and we need to do something about the wall of monsters waiting there. I will create a choke, and Windorf will stab them from the sides. Wataluga, you will have to whip them into a freezy so they don't stop coming. You will also need to create a barrier to make it hard for them to see in. Nothing tough, and I will collect the dead that Windorf kills and spit them somewhere out of sight, Grovel explained, surprising me, but I wasn't too sure about wiping them into a frenzy. Are you sure about making the mindless creatures angrier? I asked, and Grovel nodded, causing some small rocks to fall off his face. Yes, and it will be a hard fight, but those things out there are not mindless, and they are not fully controlled. We don't want only half of them to come and attack, or the other half will just wait until we leave. These are demon mutalisks, and they are ruled by the Sea Demon King, Yiro, a rank D demon, and not to be messed with. There is good and bad to this, though, Grogville said, but then sunk into the ground. I was still finding it hard to believe that Grogville was the one ordering everyone around, but he made some solid points. I had to hope that his plan was going to work, but what did I do to this Yiro guy, and why am I getting hungry thinking about his name? Normally, you would be able to fight someone that is D by now, but you decided not to take the offered gift. Stronger monsters are going to start gravitating towards you as a summon hero, but for now, they're blocked out by the barrier. Nothing stronger than a minor ranky demon is allowed on this island, so he can't get you for now, but that won't stop his army from trying. This could be a chance for you to level up, so I suggest that you hold nothing back in this fight. People are counting on you to win and survive. I held no regrets about not taking the first system, and I had planned to go all out from the start, but Hero's last words got to me, and I closed my eyes. As I did, the world started to shake, grind, and rumble around me, but I focused. I centered my thoughts like I would before any fight, given a chance, and then rolled my shoulders. I tipped my head from side to side, and then opened and closed my hands. I could feel the muscles in my arms like cords, and I could feel them differently than I had before. The control of my body and muscle was greatly improved now, but I would need so much more to leave this island. That is going to become a problem for you, but there's a way around it, and this might work better for you anyways. The island restricts class levels to 10, but not even DOA will have reached 10. After you reach level 10, you'll have to take another class, or all experience gain will be lost. The shaking stopped, and I opened my eyes to a long corridor and Grovel's face in front of me on my right. The pad's walls must have been at least 20 feet tall, and after a quick glance behind me, I estimated that it was about 50 feet long. As I was saying before, the good news is that Yiro can't come ashore. The bad news is that his 350-odd rank 2F demon mutalisks can, Grovel informed. And I grinned. Looks like I was getting a new class if I survived. Chapter 132. Wait for it. I couldn't lose. I stepped out of the corridor and looked to either side at the massive tan stone walls Grovel had raised. Now they would be forced to only attack me and not get to the village. Still, there was something that was bothering me. What a luga! Do you know why they aren't attacking yet? I asked one of the many copies of him on the beach. There wasn't much to him because there were about 20 of him spread across the beach. Soon, Wataluga would make a barrier to block the view of the oncoming mutalisks. But not until I fell back. I wanted to try and hold the beach area for as long as I could before falling back. While it was more dangerous out in the open, I would be able to expand and attack them with all of my abilities. He is waiting for you to signal that you are ready, Wataluga said with a soft voice. And I turned to focus on him. Signal? Why would he be waiting for a signal? I asked because I was perplexed by this. Was this like some kind of game or something? I had never heard of something so ridiculous in my entire life. Is this the way of demon kings, who always want to see a good fight? Win or lose. Even when you die, they just go back to someplace and wait for their turns to rise again. So most of them don't care what happens. They just thirst for the lust of battle, Windorf said as his windswept body formed in front of me. What do you mean by a thirst for it? Are you using that as an expression? Or is there something I don't know? I asked Windorf curiously. I was interested in knowing about this, and if they were going to wait for my signal, I could learn something. This might be valuable information about the one at the center of everything, and anything I could glean I would need. Demons that are kings of D rank or higher become stronger by taking in raw hatred, anger, anguish, and pain. They drink these emotions in the greatest battle and are constantly fighting. Demons on this island are children compared to that monster out there, and he's a child compared to the one from the depths or on Gardania, Windorf explained, and that made sense. I had never gotten to see the Demon King, but it made sense why he would have constant fighting around him with his tournament. That also meant that Zero, the Demon King, would be getting constantly stronger. This was the one thing that made me question if not taking the hero system was the best choice. I had made my bed, and now I had to lie in it. There was no going back now. So, then what do I do to get this party started? I asked as I put my arms up and stretched, leaning to both slides. Suddenly, the water about 300 feet off the shore started to churn and froth as a deformed green lobster 5-armed crab rose up. The thing was huge. There must be 50 feet of it sticking out of the water, and just the ugliest thing that I had ever seen. My excitement drained away for this fight as I looked and the abomination that floated with a clearly visible hideous grin on its misshapen face. So, you're the Hera IERD bout? You don't look like much? All dem prudy blue demon gals, not feeding you right? A loud pirate-sounding voice called out across the water to me. Is this a contest? I didn't know that I was supposed to dress up all funny like you. I wish someone would have let me know because I feel like you're going to win the ugliest creature to grace this world. I called out, and the Demon King chuckled, making a loud and rumbling sound. Oh, ye be a talker with ye fancy words. Let's see the jokes ye make as the boys are ripping ye arms off. I gave ye a chance to get your walls up, but now it be time for a fight, Pink Man. All right, get Tim, and come back with him in chunks. The Demon Sea King roared and sunk back into the water. As he did, the waves started to get stronger, then the water started to churn, and I stepped back. Disfigured forms started to rise out of the water 6 to 8 feet tall, and every one of them looked different. It was almost like some had been playing with different shellfish parts, and then just stuck them together. I closed my eyes one more time as the creatures started to howl at the sight of me and charging up the beach to me. This was going to be one of the most challenging fights I had ever been in, and the odds were stacked against me. But I had my friends here to help me. Like Hero had told me, people were relying on me to win and continue surviving. I had to make it to the end and finish this all for the last time and bring balance back. That meant that no matter what, I had to win every time. There were no more do-overs, and I have already given everything up once for this. I opened my eyes as red lines of power blazed up my arms like spider veins, and these mutalisks were leaking out energy in droves. The Fire 4-pact absorbed it, and my sense started to peak as the world around me slowed. I heard a beat in the back of my mind, and that turned into a song that got louder as the creatures got closer. I smiled, thinking back briefly in my room right before a fight, and this song would come one, a blood-pumping track by Rage Against the Machine. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Killing in the name of. Chapter 133. Loose Fire Witch, Big-Headed Cowbug. Back at the keep 10 minutes before the monsters reach, Kazz, you just left him there with her? Are you that stupid? Nishi roared and expanded, snatching the cowering Mex up off the ground with one hand. Lonnie won't hurt him. Mex yelped. I'm not worried about her. She's a far better demon than you, and she actually does the job she was given. Has it been so long since Hammond, the Bearman hero killed, was here? He went to the village after getting strong fast to try and leave? Don't you remember who was waiting for him? Nishi growled, squeezing Mex harder, making his eyes bulge. Then it hit Mex almost like a hammer to the head, realizing what the power was he was feeling. Nishi was forced to drop, and Mex glared at her, now almost as big. Pour me there now. I am an idiot, but I need to get there now, so take my left wing for it. That will grow back. I need to get back there before there is nothing left of everything. But I should have known that the kings would be starting to come for him. Mex roared in a fury at himself for being so thoughtless. Nishi reached down without a thought and tore his wing off, causing him to scream out in pain. Nishi needed something of his body to send him this far away with her necromantic blood magic. And then, just to be sure, and then ate them both. Pink runes started to appear all over Nyx's body as black blood poured down Mex's back as he gritted his teeth. With her sharp teeth that had devoured the wings, Nishi bit off her right thumb, but the blood that came out was the same color as the glow-pink runes. The price has been paid, but you have no wings, so prepare yourself for the drop. Do not let that boy die, or I will kill you. Nishi growled and drew a glowing circle and then reached through it and pulled Mex's massive body that was sucked until he disappeared into a single point. Are you sure that your son can handle this? There's a huge force out there waiting. I know you can feel it. I can feel the Demon King as well. While he is only AD rank, there are hundreds of creatures the same rank as your son and granddaughter. Klesh said to Nishi as she was shrinking down. But once she was back to her diminutive old lady size, she waved Klesh off. I sent 5 of the girls to help. This is what he has been collecting them for and giving them strange abilities. It's about time they got some actual battle experience, or we will never make it across the ocean. You remember how many ships we had when we left Gardania, and how many we arrived with? This time we will be alone on the open water, so all of the ones that he is collecting will need to get stronger, and we shall serve them, Nishi said with a tired voice like she was explaining to a child for the 4th time. Serve? So then you are fine with submitting to him? You, of all people, would be the one to resist this, but you aren't. Why was changed? Klesh asked with an oblivious tone that made Nishi angry, but she held herself back and looked out through the castle when Liddy kicked Kazz. The apartment was there, and it was getting bigger and full each day, but it was more than that. That man drove Nishi wild because he stood up for the other demons, and he had felt back after having killed some. In Nyx's mind, this was the stupidest thing that she had ever heard of. Even a higher-ranked demon only acted civilly. But they were all the same kind of monsters. Nishi knew she was a monster, consuming her kin to use magic and herself. Even though the limbs grew back, that didn't make her any less of a monster. Somehow, this man was doing something to everyone. It was like everyone was changing by just being around him, and it was even happening to Nishi. It is because of him. That man keeps breaking the rules, and then writing his own before you even have time to blink. Suddenly, everyone is moving around more and talking. Even that jackass of a guard, Trig, is standing up straight. Who is this Kazz? Why is he so much different than every other hero that has come through that portal? How many have we killed for treating us the way we see ourselves? Nishi asked, and Klesh nodded. Quite different. Look at how the grandmothers are acting. They have everything packed and ready to go, but they also watch him from the ball you gave him whenever you let them. Even Liddy is starting to change. She stopped and let the energy go. She lost it at first, but then she was able to stop herself. Have you ever seen that? Klesh asked as they turned back to Nyx's tower and went inside. Closing in on the village was 4 tall monster girls and one little one that was squealing in excitement on the back of Victoria. The Sphinx flew above the road with her sister. Candace and the other 2 women ran at top speed, arguing since they laid eyes on each other. Why didn't you stay with him? You lose Fire Witch. Jilly shouted as she weaved to help her move faster. Shut up, you big-headed cowbug. He told me to go with Mex, and he is the master. Or do you just not ever listen to him? Lizzie screeched as she galloped on her spider legs. You have better hope that he is okay. Jilly shouted, but then Veronica swooped down to their heights. Stop it, you two. Use the energy to get there. The attack is already starting. They're rushing up to the beach. So get a move on it. We will fly ahead, so hurry up and don't complain. Veronica ordered them, and then lifted them back into the air with Carrie. The 2 glanced at each other, but then faced forward and redoubled their efforts. Somewhere about a quarter mile down the coast, Mex was spat out of a pinhole 50 feet about the tree line and started to fall. He was not having a good day, and this was about the time that Kazz started to tap his foot to the song in his head, and the Mutalisk boys were closing in. Chapter 134. Incoming on the open water. My eyes snapped open, burning bright, steam pouring out of my mouth. The Mutalisks closed on me, but they were so slow and wasted so much energy, so I drank it all in. My hands snapped close, and the veins of power crawling my arms and hands bled, covering them in red elemental energy. I punched into the first shrimp-headed blue crab, and flames exploded at the moment of contact with the disgusting creature. They blasted forward like there was a landmine strapped to my fist on a steel plate, and I turned to blast the next one, but had to backstep. The Mutalisk had moved faster and almost hit me. I felt a lot of energy go with that punch, and now everything was moving faster and getting too close. I slapped my hands together, but at the last moment, I ignited the Fire God totem. The explosion incinerated everything within 10 feet, and the rest of the Mutalisks were squealing or hissing in pain. Most were still being cooked inside their own shell or in pieces, barely holding on for the next 20. 2 notifications popped up, but I ignored them. I had no time for distractions. There was only a few of them gone, and the horde of boys was crushing the dead or dying to get at me without stopping. I was about to change to my Earth Totem form, but then I heard a sickening series of crunches come from the left. I turned to see Callie kicking and crushing the creatures, but she was already getting surrounded. I was about to help her, but Veronica swooped in with Carrie on her back, screaming in joy. Little Flame fell down like Ember, but when they touched a creature, they started to expand and cover the Mutalisks. The creatures started to scream, and the ones that didn't hit a target started to form into a snake. I blasted about 10 more, but the wave kept coming, but it was good to have some of the girls help. Candace landed down beside me, but she looked worried, looking around for something. Where's the master? Candace asked me after I smashed a Mutalisk that got close to her. Mex? I haven't seen him, but you need to get back into the air. You aren't built for this type of fighting, so go find him so he can help. I told Candace, and she used her powerful legs to spring back into the air without a word. I changed to my Earth Tsunali totem and expanded to be huge, kicking the monsters from my path. Without grovel, I didn't want to try to step on them. The idea was about as inviting as walking down a hall filled with Lego in bare feet. Go on your own side, you boiled six-eyed freak. I heard Jilly scream, and then a hail of black spikes came raining down around me. Quit being such an irritating bitch all the time. Big mouth. I bet you haven't even tasted him yet. Lizzie's voice sneered back, and then streams of glowing liquid started to spray all the way out to the water. The moment the strands cooled, anything that touched was sliced, and the spiked creatures were now screaming in pain. I looked around, and the rate of the monster's attack had slowed dramatically, but we hadn't even got pushed back. "Is that the best you got?" I boomed out to the open ocean, and suddenly the creatures coming up the beach turned to run away, but the girls were going to let them go. Hails of black spikes and long streams of steel silk pounded into and sliced to piece the retreating foes. The girls didn't stop there, and the spikes continued and started to grow out of the water like brambles coated with razor wire. And he played with me. I bet he just used you like a doormat to relieve himself. He also cleaned me. Did you get that as well?" Jilly challenged Lizzie as I shrunk down, and all the girls, except for Candace in Mexico. That had me worried, but I need to deal with these two multi-legged cats before they get into a fight. "Thank you both for coming, but now Mex is missing, so we need to," I started to say, but was interrupted by a roar from the sea. "Yas, think you funny? I will remember this, Pink Man. Watch your arse on the open sea." The demon Sea King roared, and then smashed back down into the water dramatically. "I'm also mostly fine," called Mex from the air as he and Candace flew down. Veronica also landed with Carrie, and she hopped down and then ran to me with open arms. I bent down and hugged her, and then picked her up when she didn't let go. "What happened to you?" I asked, turning to Mex after kissing Carrie's cheek and loosening her grip on my neck. "Well, I was coming to help you, but Nyx's porting blood magic was off, and I landed in some trees, broke a few bones. I am fine now. Even my wings are growing back, but I think I might need another day to heal," Mex said, and that was when I noticed that his wings were little stubs, and I raised my eyebrow at him. "Did your wings get ripped off before the fall?" I asked curiously. "No, Nishi ate them. It was the only way to get me fast enough. But the old bat must be getting rusty. She has sent me across the island a couple of times before with no problem, but maybe she was worried. Magic like that requires a lot of concentration, so I can see why it might have been off," Mex explained, but I was shocked about what Nishi had done. I had thought that it was just a joke at first, but I guess that Nishi really could have eaten the women. I guess that was what had made it so believable, but now I had more questions, and I would have to go to Nishi to get the answers. Chapter 135, Relaxing. Pillow soft, it was over, and now I had time to check my class. But I had forgotten about what Hero had told me about having to pick another class. Though, I had seen 2 other flashes beside the first 2, so I didn't T-kill quite enough, but I did feel much stronger. Name: Kazz. Level 9 class. Shaman Strength 15 Dexterity, 12 Fortitude, 20 Wisdom, 16 Intellect, 14 Spirit, 13 Energy, 536 Class Skills. Totem Sync Rank 3. When 50 feet from a bonded partner, the totem mark's power increases 60. Plants peak Rank 4. Target a plant to speak to it. 70 chance of success. 7 chance of irritation. Summon Totem. Plant Rank 3. Summon 2 bonded plants to fight as your ally. Totem Bond Rank 5. Auto Trigger. Totem Bond is triggered when a totem mark can be acquired. The target must express gratitude to you in some form in order to trigger Totem Bond. Chromatic Bond Rank 2. Activate more than 1 bond at a time. Only 1 primal bond can be active. Total bonds activatable, 3. There was nothing new, but I did gain higher ranks in the stuff that I had. The beach was slowly cleaned by the elementals as I sat down with my girls all around me. Windorf and Wadaluga were pulling the bodies, and Grogville was collecting them and throwing them back into the water from one of the cliff walls to the south. I kept Jilly and Lizzie at either side of me and threatened that neither was going to get anything from me if they kept acting like this. I had imagined that they would be at each other, but the name-calling was getting a bit ridiculous. Carrie was resting in my lap with Callie, and then 2 of them had their heads on my chest. It had been a long day for them, but I wanted to relax for a bit before I headed back. Veronica was letting me rest against her, but Mex had already headed back. There was no way for anything to come up the beach now, so the village would be safe for now, but there was still the Knolls, Neft, and Tiga left to deal with. Then I needed to kill Dow and then get off this damn island. Getting off this island is only going to make your life harder, but the girls are improving, so I think you should be all right. but you should get off here sooner than later. You need to get stronger, or you'll get pressed into service when you get to the shores of Gardania. But this is a starting island. You're not the first hero to get off this island. But they're all slaves now with no way of getting free. How? Don't they all have the hero system? Not if you're defeated and the heroes never took the time on the way back to train. Most use some kind of trick or bargained with one of the creatures of the depths for passage. Even after you leave, there is a passage that you will be able to follow to keep your ship from getting swallowed, but not from all attacks. So, then what you were saying is that I need to get off this island fast, but then make some detours at sea to get stronger? But what about the things that will try to eat us if we do? That is why you will need to get stronger, but maybe try and think of a different way across, but don't try flying. There are extremely strong monsters that live up there on floating islands. And most of the strongest demons won't even go up there. Focus on something that goes under the water and can either defend itself or move fast. This was a fair idea, but I wasn't sure how I was going to build something like a battle submarine. I decided to shelf the plan, for now. I would think of something in the future, I was sure. I relaxed back into Victoria and gazed over the girls' systems. Each of the 3 girls had gotten levels and had some new abilities, but I closed them after scanning them over and relaxed. Veronica was incredibly soft and so great to relax against. And thoughts of her brought me back to when we were in the maze. I could now take her on, and she would change into a more compatible form, but no sooner had I thought it than did I fall back in a flash of light. Hey! Carrie cried as we fell back, and Callie squeaked. I was slapped in the face and nearly smothered by a pair of massive breasts that were soft as pillows. I pulled my face from under them, but I could have probably stayed that way for a bit longer, but I want to see the rest of her. The girls got off me, and I turned around to help Veronica up, but froze when I saw the cute, power blue cat girl with angel wings. Wow, her hand changed a lot, but she was beautiful now, but not that she wasn't before, but those were some huge pillow-soft tatas. Are you okay? I asked as I finally unfroze. And Veronica nodded shyly to me, and then apologized quickly. Sorry, I shouldn't be looking you over like that before asking if you were okay. Or, Veronica blushed at first, but then started to giggle as everyone started to get up. I offered her my hand as I did, and together we stood up. No, I like that you were. That means that I might have a chance with you now. I am confused, though, but not complaining. Why didn't I get one of the things like the girls? Veronica asked me after we were standing, but I really wasn't sure. There are no more systems to give. Instead, the girls will start receiving enhancement now. The first ones will be important, but the rest will still help you. Fresh out of systems, but you got the body enhancements instead, not a loss in my body. In fact, I see them as big gains. I joked, but Veronica smiled at me so seductively that I had to look away before I started to get handsy. Nice comeback before. I guess I'm still ahead on some things. Jilly whispered, but I could clearly hear it, and the real world I was in came back to me as Lizzie screamed. Chapter 136, PFT, PFT, PFT. Stop that. I had to increase my size and get between the 2 women as Lizzie dove for Jilly, who was laughing but was looking ready to fight. I didn't want to be holding these 2 apart right now. I wanted to be holding those new pillows. I should have just killed you instead of forcing you to leave. Lizzie screamed, but then I grabbed a nipple on each of the women and pinched hard. Both women squealed as I pulled them together by their tits. Then I brought both of their faces close to mine on either side of me. I was going to have to start dealing out some punishment if this kept up. I wanted to see how Veronica was doing after the considerable change. The 2 of you had better get your shit together, or so help me. I will tie you both up and toss you in a dark room to bitch at each other. The 2 of you were friends or something like that at one point, and the pair of you will get back there. I like both of you, but I will not have you ruining everyone else's time just because you 2 are acting like children. Understand me? I asked the girls as I looked into their eyes, and both gulped. I didn't start, oh whoa. Jilly started to say, but then squealed as I clamped down harder, making her lean into me as the wave of pain hit her. No, I don't want to hear your excuses. What I want is for you to act civil and stop fighting so I can check on Victoria. There is no reason for you to fight anymore, and I think that you 2 should get used to spending time together. I'm going to get you two to start working together on something for us to get off this island. I explained to them, and then the girls gasped as I let their nipples go. Neither girl complained, but they both turned away from me and each other. This was fine, but they would have to work together. If this was the end of the systems, then that meant that I would have to use the things that the girls had now. I felt a little better about taking other girls on. It was starting to get a bit hectic trying to keep track of them all. I turned back to Veronica, and she was running her hands over her new body as Carrie, Lonnie, and Callie were standing around her talking with her. The moment Veronica saw me, she smiled, and I couldn't help but smile back. She was strange, new, and absolutely gorgeous. Her hands and feet were still paw-like, but a human mix similar to the Cerberus girls, but not as fluffy as them. Veronica also has a thin lion-like tail that had a lighter blue fluff at the end of it. Her face was cat-like, but not extended out, and she had cute ears that I wanted to pet fiercely. Is this what happens every time you take a girl on? They change to be more compatible with you? Lonnie asked as she was looking over Veronica. Now, yes. Before, not as much. Why are you looking for a place on my boat? You don't have to become part of my little group, but you will have to swear to me when I kill Dow. I explained to her as I walked up to Veronica. Swear to you? Like to become your servant? Why would I want to take care of you if you're going to take care of me? Lonnie asked while looking at her hands. I chuckled and then pushed some hair out of Veronica's face and kissed her forehead before stroking her head and ears. It was just as soft as I had imagined, and Veronica leaned her head on my chest and hugged me as I did. Thank you for this, Veronica said into my chest, and I smiled, petting her head and ears more as I looked at Lonnie. If you would prefer that I take care of you, I will. I am just giving you the only two options that I know to get off this island with me, and everyone else, I said, and Lonnie put her hand to her chin thoughtfully, but then looked up at me. Are you coming back tomorrow? Lonnie asked me, and then added, we don't need help in the mornings. But if you could come again at lunch, it would help. Can you handle Knowles if I send help? I will deal with your behemoth problem tomorrow, but I also have one more girl to get to safety. So, I have a busy day, but I will stop by after and walk back with the girls if I am late, I explained to Lonnie. And she nodded. Yes, I'm sure if you send help, we will be fine if you are dealing with the biggest problem and the mutalisks can't attack. Thank you, and I'm sorry about how we met. I will see you tomorrow, Lonnie told me, and then turned to walk back down the corridor Graville had created. I smiled and then stroked the soft powder blue wings on Veronica's back for a moment before pulling back from her. I bent down and picked up Carrie, who was waiting with arms up, and then put her behind my neck on my shoulders, getting a warm feeling as I did. All right, everyone, let's get going back now. It's past midday now, and I want to see everyone back at the keep, I said to the others, and then called back to the primals. Boys, let's get out of here. Listen here, you ignorant child. I'm not you, boy, you. PFT, PFT, PFT. Stop that. PFT, PFT, PFT. Windorf had tried to be himself, but Wadaluga sprayed him in the face as he did. The other three laughed at me, but all four fused into me. Time to go home. Chapter 137, Lurking Behind Me. Too soon for cannibal jokes? I turned back to the girl and motioned for the corridor, and we headed back through and out of the village with absolutely no fighting. That was nice, but the girls weren't talking at all, and it was kind of getting awkward. Everyone is tired. Just focus on getting back and what you're going to do about the Manticore. That was right, and I hadn't really given it much thought other than kicking the shit out of him. The guy seemed like trash the way he talked about his daughter, according to Mex, but he also did save his daughter. There might be more to the story than Mex first let on. Talk to him when you get back and see if he will tell you the reason why he is acting this way. Manticores are intense creatures, and having one on your side wouldn't be such a bad thing. I would do that then, and I would also talk to him about the other demon lord, Neft. I needed to know what I would be up against, and I had to decide what class I would switch into. I had planned just to take fighter for the physical boost, but now I thought a ranger might be better. If I was going to have two classes, they should complement each other, and I was missing things like traps and diversion. The problem was that I could make traps and diversions, but what I couldn't do was use the elemental power freely. If I became a mage like Nushi, I could learn to control all the elements and freely use my powers. I think being a mage is a much better idea, The classes together will make you an elementalist of sorts. I blinked and realized that I could see the walls of the keep coming up and the bridge. I hadn't even felt the turn or paid attention to anything on the way back. Time had slipped away. I must be getting tired, but I still had things to do. The girls split off and headed back to the house after I let Carrie down to go with them. But Veronica stayed with me. Do you mind if I stay with you for a bit? This is still really new for me, and I kind of feel awkward with the other girls, Veronica told me, and I nodded. Sure, but we're going to talk to Mex, and then Nishi, I said, and after she nodded, I linked my arm in hers and headed inside. The door was open, and I was surprised that the place still looked like a mess. After some brief door knocking, I realized that there was no one here. Not even after pounding on Nix's door 5 times did I get a response. Do you think something happened? Veronica asked me as we headed back outside. No, I think there would be more of a fuss if there was. I think that the place probably got a lot bigger on the inside, I said as we walked around to the apartment that had somehow not gotten taller, but it had 2 more floors. I was curious to see what kind of changes had gone on and where Liddy was. I hadn't forgotten about her, and I wanted to see her as well, but I should get to the kitchen first. Mex and Nishi could come and find me there, and maybe I could make some good eggs to wake Liddy up. Veronica and I walked into the apartment, but it had somehow not changed, and there was an elevator. I think I had read something about basic mechanisms in Jilly's stats, but the thing was wild, and it was big enough to fit her in it. No one was on this floor, so I led Veronica to the kitchen and then to the table in the corner. Do you mind sitting here? I will get food ready for you and everyone else. Then, once I have a meat on, I will cut you up some veggies and take a dip for it. Okay? I asked her, and she smiled broadly and sat down. I had to catch her because she almost missed the chair, only catching it with one of her cheeks. After she was properly seated, I turned from a blushing Veronica and headed over to the stoves to turn them on. I wasn't sure how they worked, but they were similar to a typical gas stove. The only difference was when you turn the knobs and flames appeared, no need to light them. I got the stoves on and started to warm up a cast iron pan with some oil from a glass bottle that looked like olive oil. It had no label and a slight fragrance like thyme, but seemed to do the job. I turned around, looking for the walk-in freezer to get the meat, but there was no door. Then I noticed a mini fridge. Opened it, and there was my meat. I took the meat out on a platter, closed the door, and, just out of curiosity, I opened the door again. It was full of meat again. I closed the door, ignored my sense of what the fuck, and organized the trays. I found some bacon slices in the pile that I cut up small and put off to the side for Liddy's meal as well. Once the meat was in the oven and the skillet was hot, I tossed in the bacon to cook first. While the chunks were cooking, I cracked 10 eggs into a bowl and mixed them, throwing in random spices without labels. I was making it, so the food would be great, and I'd found some cloth-wrapped cheese and a grater. After the cheese was found, I cracked another 10 eggs in for myself and tossed the meat in the oven. Suddenly, I could feel 2 people lurking behind me, and I groaned inwardly. What are you making there? I can only smell the bits of meat you were cooking, but getting this close, even those uncooked and abused eggs smell wonderful. Mex told me, and then Nishi piped up, "You're going to have to make at least that many for me, since we have a lot to talk about. I'm getting hungry again," Nishi said as she walked over to join Veronica, who was almost drooling. I wonder if it was too soon for cannibal jokes, and had me adding Veronica as one of my girls turned her into an omnivore. Chapter 138 Change. And lead by example, I poured 30 whisked eggs into 2 skillets that had warmed up and showed Nishi how to constantly scrape them off the pan. Carrie was helping cut up some vegetables with Callie, and Veronica was standing behind them both, waiting patiently. Some of the girls had wandered into the kitchen and asked if they could help, and I was more than excited to have them. Since I was going for the entire house, it seemed I was going to need more hands, and the girls were more than willing and excited to help. After Nishi was good, I went through the 3 ovens and flipped the meat, and then stood back up, looking over everyone. Then when I was satisfied that everyone was busy, I turned to Mex and Nishi and then walked over to join them at the table. I'm always surprised to see you in the kitchen. Not a lot of men I know would be caught dead in here. Yet, you were the one telling the girls how to cook? Fascinating stuff, Mex said with intrigue, and I resisted rolling my eyes because I could see that he meant what he said. Yes, but we aren't here to talk about his cooking skills. Kazz, you have something that you want to ask of me, but I will save you the trouble. My daughters, and I will serve you once you have defeated Dao, Nishi explained, and mine and Mex's eyebrows crawled up our foreheads. Daughters? What are you talking about? Since when did you start calling Klesh and Nushi your daughters? Mex asked with great confusion, and I was alarmed. There's no point in trying to hide it. If you were to fight Dao, then he might as well know. The women are getting tired of hiding, and your mother wants to slap you around, Nishi said, but then right on cue, the 5 other grandmothers walk into the kitchen, with the red-headed Parita in the lead. Slap? No, slapping is for people that need a snap out of it. My son, Mex, is a broken demon, but in his case, is that really such a bad thing? If I have learned one thing from this man in the short interactions that we have had, it is that we are the ones acting strange. Why is being mean and cruel right? Because that's all we have ever known. Parita asked as she and the other women moved into the kitchen and started to help with the meal. I had just been about to get up and check on the meat and to see how Nushi was doing with the eggs, but the women took control of things. I relaxed and looked over at Mex, who was grinning like a schoolboy as he stood up. I was surprised to see him go over and hug each one of the women, his mother last, and the 2 of them held on to each other for longer. Once the 2 of them pulled apart, and Mex had wiped his eyes, he looked over at me with a big smile. Sure, I might be the broken demon, but Kazz isn't broken. We have all had a chance to know Kazz and be treated by him the way that I believe is right. Each one of us knows that Kazz looks at us and treats us like we're no different than him. Even if we still don't fully agree, Mex said as he shifted his gaze to Nishi. Even Lonnie warmed up to him a bit. I saw it. Kazz forgave her right away, even after she tricked him. Then he apologized for killing the villagers. Nishi whirled on me and glared at me with only a single-worded question. Why? The automatic reaction that wanted to come out was because they were people just like me, but that wasn't how they saw themselves. They viewed themselves as monsters, and in most cases, they weren't wrong, but I knew that it couldn't be so black and white. The girls were monsters too, and they were far scarier for the most part than the demons, but I still treated them the same. Do you ever stop to think when you are getting angry? I asked plainly. What? Of course not. Why would I? Nishi asked, in frustration. What if the roles were reversed? I asked, and Nishi narrowed her eyes on me. So you were the one yelling at me? She asked, but I shook my head. No, more than just that. You can see what effect your anger has on others. Now, what if you were the one on the receiving end of this? I know you know what it feels like. You came for Gardania, so there would have been much stronger demons than you that probably treated you poorly. Didn't you ever think that the amount of force they used was too much? Maybe that you would have gotten the point if they would have just talked normally to you? I asked, boring my own stare into Nishi, and I watched her eyes lose focus. I could tell that she was slipping in and out of what I was sure were countless injustices during her long life. I wanted her to remember them, so that my point might sink in farther when I made it. What of it? What will wishing do? It won't change anything. I wish those things every time. Nishi said with rising heat. That is exactly the problem and the answer. My father used to have a saying, wish in one hand and shit in the other. Which one will get fuller faster? I asked with a grin. Of course. The shit will fill up fasters. That is a stupid saying. I already know that. Nishi railed, pounding her fist to the table. Then why wish for the change if you know it's not going to do anything? If wishing won't do it, then what will? Change. And then you will ask me, how do you change everyone else? You don't. You can only change yourself and lead by example, no matter what the rest of them do. I treat you guys this way because I want you all to treat me the same way, I explained, and the room went silent. Chapter 139 Makeup. Treat me better, only the sounds of cooking could be heard in the kitchen. Everyone was silent after my explanation. I could see all of them thinking about what I said, and Nishi was the first one to speak up. So, what you're saying is all we have to do is change how we act. And that will change everyone over to acting like that. You have to be nuts to think that I would believe something like this could be so easy. Nishi said to me, and I shook my head again. I never once said that changing everyone else would be easy. That part never is easy, but it always takes one person to start it. This is all you have ever known, but I have seen a dramatic improvement in everyone in the keep over the last 4 days. If this was just from me being around and acting normally, what kind of effect will it have if you all start doing it? I asked, and Nishi went quiet again. The change was always met with resistance. But that doesn't mean that it will stop the change. If the idea is strong enough, nothing will ever be able to stop the change from happening, but there would be some large walls to overcome in the future. Still, if I could get the world to start changing here, with these demons and monster girls, I would slowly start creating a trend. It won't catch on at first, and others will treat us the same way you have been treating Mexico. People will think we're jokes or that we were just trying to trick them, but in time, we will change that view, just like I did for you all. All it takes is one push to get the ball rolling, and as long as we all keep rolling with it together. At first, our ball will be small, and it will take a while before we start getting traction and pulling people in. The more we do, the more momentum we will gather, and it will start becoming easier, I explained. I can see where you're going with this, and you know that I am more than willing to keep on being myself. But what about the rest of you? Mex asked as he looked around the room that was starting to make my stomach growl from all the smells permeating up from the cooked food. The women had been taking it all out, and now hungry faces were starting to poke into the room. While I think your idea is never going to work, I really can't find a reason other than it not being right to not try. But if I do, then the rest of you had better follow suit. I don't know how well I will do, but I'll try to treat the rest of you with a bit more respect. Though, the first one to test me will end up inside of me. Nishi threatened the room, and I scrubbed my hand over my face wanting to drop a chop on the top of Nix's head, but I had to take what I could get from her. If she was willing to try it out, then it might not be as hard to do with the rest of the demons. But I also thought that Nix's anger and bravado were a bit showy sometimes. The real demons at sea and one Gardania would be a different story. Before we got started on the next set of glaring issues, I let the grandmothers plate the food and pass it out. While they did that, I went back to their stove and cooked the scrambled eggs, bacon chunks, and some cube hash, tossing them back into the pan. I grated some cheese over it and tossed it a bit more in the pan to melt it. I then dropped it out onto a plate, and then told the other that I would be back in a bit. I headed out of the kitchen with my giant plate of food, 2 forks, and into the living room area filled with monster girls. 2 that were down here were Mary and Missy, and it had felt like ages since I'd seen her. Going to make up? I hope that you are ready for round 2 with her, right? Jilly asked after she finished chewing an ant's section as I passed her. I smiled and kept walking. Jilly was just trying to get under my skin to bug me, but I really hoped that this didn't turn into another fight. I walked up the stairs, and the sounds of the girls talking faded, and I looked over the 4 doors on this level. One of the doors said Lizzie's room, and beside it was Carrie's. On the other side, it said Missy and Mary, with their doors beside each other. I would have to stop on my way back to see how they were doing, and if Mary was done treating me like some wild animal encroaching on her food. I missed her hisses and her being wrapped around me, but maybe now Mary would treat me a bit better with her sister around. I turned to head up the next set of stairs, and then stopped as I looked up at what seemed to be a never-ending staircase that went up on an angle. There was no way that that could be right, or it would lead outside of the building, and the building wasn't this tall. One of the women must be able to use some kind of special magic. No point in trying to wrap your head around it. If you try, you are more than likely to hurt yourself in the process. Also, your food is getting cold, so I suggest you focus on what is essential right now. You and your logic, but Hero was right, and I hurried up to the next floor where I could see Liddy's room beside the Cerberus girl's room. I walked up to the door and reached for the handle, but froze. What was I going to say? Probably something to explain why the food is cold. I heard Liddy's tired-sounding voice say from the other side of the door, and I almost dropped the plate. Chapter 140 overreacted. You can't help it, I didn't open the door right away. Out of force of habit, I took a deep breath and let it back out. Even though I didn't need air anymore, it still made me feel better and more relaxed to do so. I closed my hand around the door handle, pressed the lever, and pushed it open. Liddy was sitting up in her bed with her back against the simple wooden headboard. She had an even expression on her face, but Liddy didn't look mad, but she did look tired. I could only imagine what it must be like for her right now, but she looked to be uninjured. "How are you feeling?" I asked as I walked over to the bed with my plate for her. I was hoping to share some of what I had brought, but I would be fine if I had to scrounge up something after. Tired, but that was my own fault for losing control like that. But I was irritated with how I had just asked such a simple thing that you had promised me. I know it was a simple thing, but I don't take things simply, and people don't treat me nice like you do. When you try to kiss me, I was scared that if I let you and liked it like I knew I would, you would just ignore me. After you had forgotten about your promise, it felt like everything I had been feeling slammed into me all at once. Lydia explained as I sat down on the side of the bed beside her, handing her a fork and then setting the plate on her lap. I really understood where she was coming from, and I was sorry that I made her feel that way. The thing was that I wasn't fully aware of what it meant when Lydia was explained as a passion demon, and there was more than just her around here. But I had made a promise, and I broke it. I hadn't made a promise to anyone else other than Nushi, so I really had no excuse. This was my fault. You were right to feel that way, and to say that I didn't understand the culture of all the different things would just be an admission of ignorance anyways. I made a promise to you, and I broke it. I am very sorry for that, and I will try to do better in the future, but I can't promise to make eggs or any food every day. There are times when we will be apart once I find us a place to set up a ranch on Gardania. I explained as Lydia ate, and she nodded, and I waited for her to finish chewing. I know that, and I know that you're trying to help everyone, and I was unreasonable, but Lydia started to say, but I took her hands in mine and finished her sentence. You can't help it. I know. Or at least now I do, and I understand the implications my words have on you. I'm still trying to learn all of this, but I'm slowly getting it, and I will work harder to be more conscious of those things, I said to Lydia and let go of one of her hands so she could still eat. I was still surprised that I was able to stop myself. And I was even more surprised when I saw you take it all in after getting huge. When did you learn to do that? I feel like you were advancing far faster than a master ever had, and you're getting much stronger, maybe more than the master. Lydia asked me curiously as she started to eat again. It was true that I was starting to get stronger, but I guess that she didn't know about me and Mex's slight role reversal. I didn't need to mention it right now, so I let her finish eating all the food, just as I had expected, but she looked even more tired than when I had entered. But now she was wearing a smile on her face. I leaned in and brushed her cheek, and then moved in to kiss her. Lydia didn't pull away, but I still moved slowly until our lips touched. Once the connection was made, I moved my hand behind her head, pulling Lydia gently into my kiss. She was tired, so I didn't want to start any fire just yet, but I might sneak in later after she rested more, and I went out and saw the girls. There was also finishing my talk with Nishi, and Mex then got information about Dao. A couple things that needed to be done, and then I could come back for more. But I would have to go plant another seed before I got into this bed. So many women to do, and only one of me, but I also wouldn't want to miss any of the action by getting someone else to do the work for me. No, I would take my time with the girls and spend time when I could, but I wasn't about to go messing up two promises. We slowly pulled apart, and Lydia was smiling warmly at me as we did, and I was feeling good now that this had been sorted out. I took the plate from Lydia and stood up, but I held eye contact with her. I will try to stop by later tonight after you have rested. And we can talk more if you want, I said, and Lydia rolled her eyes at me and scoffed. Yes, because that's what you were coming to do. Talking, right? Lydia asked, and I grinned, leaning down to kiss her one more time before turning to leave the room. I closed the door and smiled to myself, and then looked up at the pair of doors that had the sisters' names on them. Mary and Missy. Chapter 141, the Nauticus, and the Skyra. I was curious to know how Missy was doing now, and I still hadn't taken her one as one of my girls. I was sure that the girls were still eating, so I headed over to the doors, but was unsure of which one to go see first. I reached for Mary's door, but then stopped and knocked instead of walking in. Last time Mary had been a little witch to me even after I kissed her, and that kind of miffed me. I hoped that this time we might have a better talk, or even words. Those would be nice too. Not like I didn't love and miss her cute hissing. Knock, knock. Whose is it? I heard Mary hiss, but then I heard Missy speak up. Who is it? I don't knows. I used osket. Mary hissed in a more muffled voice, and I assumed she turned to scold her sister. It's just me, Kazz. I came to check up on you too and see how you were both doing. I called, trying not to be too loud since I just left Liddy to let her rest. Yes, you can come in, Mary said, deciding better to try my name out again. I grinned and opened the door and was surprised to find that what looked like 2 rooms from the outside was actually just one. I mean, half the room was a very deep-looking pool that I couldn't see the bottom of. Mary was lying along the edge of the pool, and Missy was hanging by her head on the edge of the pool. Even the snakes were being lazy, and Mary looked like she was suntanning. Why didn't you say Kazz's name? Missy asked in a cute and airy voice, and Mary growled at her. Because his can't says his name right, Mary hissed and turned away and back towards me. But why can't you say his name, right? Missy asked before I could stop her, and that made Mary whip around to attack her, but completely missed. Now, I'm not sure if it was the blindness, lazy snakes, or what, but there was no way Mary should have missed. It was like some freak roll of the dice things. But then that got me thinking too back in the ocean. What are you doing, Mary? I thought you said you didn't want to swim. Maybe you can say Kazz's name, but you don't want to? Missy asked after she wiped the splashed water from her face. Mary looked furious and dove for Missy again, but missed again and headed directly into the side of the pool. Then things started to get really weird as Mary was flung into Missy, not reaching her, then tossed into the pool with her mermaid tail flopping as she screamed through the air. My head was starting to hurt with the mind-boggling display that I had just seen, like some poltergeist was flinging her around. Missy was splashed with water during all of this, and now she looked mad, but like a cute mad. I decided that I would just sit this one out. There were forces at work here that I had no control over, and I did not want to get in the middle of. Whatever force kept Mary from danger also seemed to surround her sister, and that made me more curious than ever. I was about to ask Hero, but then girls started back at it, and I really didn't want to miss a moment of the action. Missy dove for Mary, but a pocket of water opened up around her, and Missy fell about 10 feet down before the water collapsed. Mary tried to dive into the water after her, but when she dove out, Mary slapped down onto the surface of the water. As Mary flailed on the surface of the water, her body changed back to a snake from the fishtail. I could see Missy pounding and scratching at the water to get at Mary while she was doing the same, but whatever forces were protecting them seemed to have had enough. I decided that this would be an excellent time to check in with a local expert of the world on my shelved matter of the mysterious force. There are old and ancient things in the depths of the ocean that were here since life crawled on the lands and before demons ever got here. I don't think that they are gods or anything like that, but I don't actually know what they are. Anything as old as the Nauticus has to have some kind of supernatural abilities or magic to keep them alive. So what do they have to do with the forces around the girls then? Are you telling me that there are worse things than demons on this planet? If you look hard enough, you will always find something better and or worse. That is just the status quo of life, my boy. Now, this is just my assumption, but I think that they must have something to do with it. As far as I can tell, there is not happening right now that registers as magic or any kind of energy at all. This can only mean that it has something to do with them or the Skyra. They are flying islands that never landed and have been around just as long as the Nauticus. Still, the Skyra aren't likely to interfere with water or landbound creatures, so the Nauticus have to be the answer. That was a very good point about a bunch of things that I had no clue about. So I had really gained nothing. Well, I did learn that there were more things that I didn't understand, and that there were some things that Hero didn't even know, so not a complete loss. I turned my focus back to the girls and sighed as the two were still scratching at each other. What was I going to do about these girls now? Chapter 142, Paying More Attention. Really meanest this? I sighed again as I walked to the edge of the pool where the girls were being kept apart. I activated my Fire Force Pact and the Water Undine Totem, concentrated on projecting my energy out to the girls that were full of rage. The intense feelings I was getting from the two of them were animalistic, but I shouldn't be surprised. I kept on trying to treat these women like ordinary girls, but before I arrived, most of them were constantly trying to kill each other or avoid being killed. Still, things were different for these girls now and the rest of them. I would have to start working on this more with them and maybe play referee a little better. Maybe this was another case, the same as Liddy, and I really just needed to look at what the problem was and deal with it. For Liddy, That problem had been my lack of understanding of how her abilities worked, so maybe Mary was something of the same thing. I have known since she first bit me that she doesn't like being teased for anything. Now I can understand why Mary had no tolerance if she had spent any time with Missy in the past. There were times that I want to stuff a sock in her mouth, and if I ever messed around with Missy, I might just have to fill it to keep her quiet hee. Mary, come here, please. I want to talk to you, I told Mary, and she looked over at me with a wild look in her sightless eyes. I was always amazed when she looked directly at me, but this time, she looked hostile, but I wasn't worried. I was curious if I could walk on water. Even if I could, whatever unseen force kept the girls apart would probably stop and put me in the drink when I was there to get between the girls. Mary was about to turn away, but I frowned as she started. I began to concentrate harder, making a face like I was trying to squeeze out one of them micro-rabbit turds the size of a dime that you had to fight to get out. Mary's turn started to slow, and the veins on my forehead started to pop out, and I redoubled my effort. The fire force pact activated, and my body started to become covered in the glowing veins of power I had been absorbing from around me. Please, I asked through gritted teeth, and Mary started to turn back to me. Stop that. You're going to either pull something, pop a hernia, or shit your pants. Maybe even a combo of two, or all three. And really fuck yourself. You don't need to flex your body to concentrate your brain. Huh. I slowly unclenched my body as I concentrated on keeping Mary calm, and I guess it did make sense. I had just thought that it was one of those things that you would have to give your all for, not just the mind, but body-focused. No, you're just making things harder on your body when you do that and restrict the flow of energies. It is better to stay as calm and relaxed as possible when you're trying to concentrate, and you will find that you have much better results. Learn something new every 5 minutes around here, but I guess that a baby feels the same way after being born into a new world. Both girls had stopped, and now Mary was making her way over to me across the water. Once Mary was in front of me and gently patted her snakes and then bent my face down to hers. I probably should have done this the first time that I met her, and I would have to start sticking up for her, or all I was ever going to get from her were growls. I have missed you, do you know that? I missed having you wrapped around me, hissing and drooling, I said, and Mary started to get a dangerous look on her face, but I continued. But I like those things, and they're the things that I like the most about you. I think it is so adorable when you say my name, and I love when you do it. I will try to stand up for you more when others like your sister are trying to tease or insult you. The violent look on Mary's face started to disappear and was replaced with a thoughtful expression as she looked down for a moment with her sightless eyes. I wasn't really sure what was going on inside of her head, but I wasn't going to move away if she wasn't. I was concerned that Missy was going to come over and start asking a bunch more questions that would throw Mary into another fit. That was the last thing I wanted after getting her calmed down, but it looked like Missy was keeping her distance wisely. Part of me wondered if part or all of Missy's personality were an act, but at the same time, I was pretty sure they were genuine. I had a hard time believing that someone would go out of their way to act like they barely had a thought in their heads. Do you really mean this? Mary probed, and I nodded and leaned down to gently kiss her forehead. Yeah, I think you are adorable, and I love all the parts of you. Now, have Missy and you eaten? I asked Mary, and she nodded her head. Yes, when the demon latest came. But the chunks were hard for the snakist to eat. I'm still hungry too, Mary hissed excitedly, and I scooped her up and looked over to where Missy was resting. Are you still hungry, Missy? I asked, but Missy shook her head and then dove under the water. I guess I was a no. Chapter 143, for your sake. I would have preferred to be wrong. Maybe it was my pointing out her teasing, or maybe she had decided to get nervous. I had no idea, but now wasn't the time to be diving into another problem. I would have to talk with her more on the boat if we were leaving in a few days. But Missy wasn't as important right now as Tiga and Jessable. I was still trying to figure out what I was going to do about the omniphobic Menashin. There was Tiga, the mannequin, and her father to deal with, who might or might not be an idiot. All more things to add to the stack, but I was making progress, and soon I would be off this island, and I could relax for a bit once we were on the open sea. Relax? Good luck, but you were right about having some less violent excitement for a while, at least. At some point, you will have to move off the beaten path, and you'll be back in the thick of it again. Trouble and people with problems seem to gravitate towards you, and even on the open sea with no land in sight, I'm sure you will find that type of thing. That was more than likely going to be the case, but that didn't mean I looked forward to not running around. Though, I understood what hero meant. There were the girls to take care of, and some would be more difficult than others on the open water. Mary got herself comfortably settled around my waist and hanging off my back, but she felt bigger now. Not from the pregnancy. No, it was too soon for that, but an overall sense of her size. Maybe it wasn't her, but me that had changed, and I couldn't remember the last time that I'd looked at myself in the mirror. The two of us left the girls' room and then headed downstairs, leaving Missy in the pool. It wasn't like she would do very well out of the water, and I was sure that Mary needed a break. I was hoping that when I could confirm her as one of my girls, she might go through some changes. Missy should get help over this problem like Lizzie, Carrie, and Veronica when it happens, but there is no guarantee that it would work. I wondered how the girls were when I wasn't around. I never really heard anyone complaining about the others, so they must get along when I am gone. They must wait for me to get back to start acting up and getting wild, but there were worse things. I would far sooner have them act up around me, so I could meditate rather than when I wasn't around to prevent any accidents. Did you get lost up there? Jilly asked as I came down the stairs, but Mary spoke up before I could. SBLF, came to see me and told me That's eye is cute. Mary said beside my ear, and I twitched as one of her snakes stuck their tongue into my ear. Really? Well, I suppose that is a lot nicer than what I would have called you. Where's your sister? Dead? I don't know how the two of you can stand each other without killing each other, Jilly said with a grin, and I agreed, but kept my mouth shut. I will tell you how. The two girls have the same forces protecting them, so when the two fight, I think it is more dangerous for anyone who isn't them. You weren't there in the water. When that happened, everything went crazy or something like that. It was more like they had finally realized that they were a group of creatures that considered things smaller than it to be lunch. I explained, getting a bit into it with my hand waving in the air as I described everything. That is bothersome. But I am curious to know if the rest of her sisters have the same thing. You do know that there are at least 3 more that I know of, right? Jilly asked, and as she did, knew she closed her book and dropped it as she stood up. The book disappeared as soon as it left her hand, and Nushi came over to see us. Something in the conversation must have piqued her interest and drew her over. Since I can talk to my grandmothers, and I know that Grandmother Nishi is no longer trying to eat me, I've been asking questions while you were gone. From what I have learned about Mary and her sisters is that every one of their mothers has gone missing, Nushi explained. Missing? Didn't your father say that Mary was abandoned by her mother? I asked curiously as I remembered back to Mex and me talking about it. But strangely, Nushi nodded in agreement, confusing me, until she explained herself. Yes, that is what we were told when we found Mary and Missy and the other 3, but all of them had the same story. Mother had abandoned them, and then the mermaid had dropped them off, but no one had ever put them all together because we didn't meet the girls all at once, Nushi explained, and my eyes went big. Wait. You found Mary? And her sisters? On this island, right? I asked, but already knew that I was wrong. No, we found each of the girls on different islands and very spread out. Some of the girls didn't find out that they were the girls' sisters until we left the island. I think that there are some large forces at play here, and I don't think that these mothers left their daughters, Nushi explained, and I thumbed my chin as I mulled this information over. Does that mean that it might have something to do with the Nauticus? I asked, and Nushi let out a cute gasp. I could feel the air start to charge and crackle. How do you know a name that is older than any demon on the planet? Nushi squeaked out. Looks like I hit the nail on the head, and Hero was right. For your sake, I would have preferred to be wrong. Chapter 144 Brutish Creatures. With plenty of the night left heard people talking about it in the village, I lied, not want to talk about Hero. It wasn't like I hadn't talked about him before, but now I thought that it might be better to keep quiet about him. I would have to do something about the ones that did know, but I'm sure we will figure it out. It is probably a good idea to keep quiet about me rather than let the rest of them know. As for getting rid of the memories, there are demons that can, or the Sphinx can remove some things on request, but I don't advise it, even with Veronica. The Sphinx takes everything about whatever the memory was, meaning that you would be gone as well. That was fair, and I was glad for the advice. Looks like I would be looking for some kind of memory-altering demon of sorts. Nushi's horns still crackled, and Mary was starting to growl from behind me. But Nushi wasn't talking. I concentrated without flexing and then looked at Nushi with a stern expression. Her horns stopped cracking as I did, and then laid back on Nushi's head as Nushi moaned a bit. The long, rigid, 2-inch thick horns pointed behind her as my presence that I was emitting dominated her. What I couldn't see was that it was also affecting everyone else in the room, but I didn't hold long. A room full of gasps, and then, strangely, titters of laughter was what tipped me off. I turned around to see Mex, Nishi, Klesh, and the other 5 grandmothers laughing. On closer inspection, I noticed that they were all sweating quite a bit and hot and bothered. Skill upgrade. Monster domination. You now have the ability to exert dominance over monsters that will influence them in compelling ways if your will is more significant than its own. Oh, this is just really cute. Now, I was going to be rendering people unable to walk due to over-arousal. I would be the ultimate pervert, but only when I got really serious and mad. Just freaking hilarious. I'm sure someone is laughing out there right now. I know I got a couple good chuckles when I saw you get the new skill upgrade. Is everyone all right? Sorry about that. I didn't mean to, I started to say, but paused, tried to think of how to properly word it, but Klesh was the one that spoke up. You can get mad at me anytime you want. That was more than interesting. Klesh said with a smile that said, I was looking tasty and eyes that were constantly trying to take my shorts off. Mother, father is standing right there. Nushi squeaked as she poked her head around the side of me. No, I agree with your mother. I feel like trying to get under your skin just to stir things up again. Although we'll probably need to change clothes after this. I already made a mess of what I'm wearing. Meg said with a look that made me very uncomfortable. I could feel Mary behind me, and she, out of all of them, was the only one that was acting normal. I wasn't really sure what that was since she was behind me, but I told Mary the first was going to feed her and the snakes. I looked at Nushi with a smile, and then she blushed and went to sit at the table. I turned from her, ignoring the other ones in the kitchen, and went over to the stove where there was still some meat. The group stared at more for a bit, but then Klesh and the grandmother, who were all still joking, left the room. That left just the 4 of us. There were none of the other monster girls in the room besides Nushi, but she was a demon. So, I want to ask you all about Dao. I need to know everything you know about him, his farms, base castle, or wherever he is staying. Before you start with him, I also need a quick rundown of Neft, I said after I finished cutting up a huge pile of the remaining meat. I walked with it, and Mary, who was quietly drooling on my shoulder and down the front of my chest like she did when I first met her. The 2 of us sat down, and she moved around to sit in my lap, laying on my chest like she did each time. Neft is a pompous fool that always thinks he is smarter than everyone else and likes to rub it in their faces when he is wrong. The minor demon lord is a necromancer, and a fan of using big and brutish dead creatures. He animates using drained energy from other living things. Nishi explained as I held the plate for Mary as she casually popped pieces of meat into her mouth. I gleaned that much from the interaction that I had with some creatures that he was controlling, behemoths. What about where he is staying? Are there traps or other things like innocence that I should be worried about? I asked as I used my other hand to grab a bunch of the small pieces that I had cut up. I was moving my hand around her head, letting all of the snakes get some since it was too hard to keep track if I fed them one at a time. It must have looked like a strange sight for most, but it didn't seem to bother the others. Nushi had her head in her hands with her elbows on the table, peeking out when I wasn't looking at her, but I could still sense when she did. It was endearing, and I found myself looking forward to what was ahead once the day was done. I wiped my hands on my shorts and got up. It seemed that Mex and Nishi were waiting for me to finish. There was more I needed to know, but the sun was only just starting to set. There was plenty of night left to plan now. And then games after. Chapter 145 bonding type. Getting off track, I nodded for either of them to explain, and Mex was the one that answered, and Nishi gave an eye roll that said, just watch, this is going to be rich. While Nishi was stronger and older, she was not a demon lord. And Mex was, but I understood why she was rolling her eyes. There are other demons there, but they are all beholden to Neft using his powers as a demon lord. I had them before, but never used them, and once you kill Dao, you will have access to them. They aren't really a demon thing, more like your ranching ability, but far more limited in most ways. What you can do is assert control once you are bound with the people, Mex explained, but I was confused. Sorry, but you all don't really seem like the bonding type. I joked with a grin, and Mex laughed back. You aren't wrong. And I say this for you because you aren't the only person I have trusted, but you're the first person that Nishi has. The heroes come, take power, make a mess, and then leave without fulfilling the bargain. And my demon lord powers come back to me, Mex said as he shook his head. That's because you're a pushover, and you let them walk over you. Nishi complained, but I was starting to get a feeling for this world, and I knew that it wasn't that easy. This had to be something like a starting area, but were there any other places like this? No, this place is a unique entrance to this world. I don't think that it is just that Mex is friendly, good-natured, and for the most part a weird but respectable person. I don't think that is any place that we so-called heroes come out from in any other spot in this world. Let him finish, I told Nishi, and she muttered but left it alone and crossed her arms. For demons, we force the control by using our mind-piercing stares to see weaker thoughts, and we can plan allegiance in there. But I choose not to, Mex said once she quieted, but then threw up his hands as Nishi burst out in a cackle. I looked over at Nishi, and when she noticed I was giving her a pointed look, she stopped and collected herself. I couldn't be too hard on her. She was trying, and she could be a lot meaner instead of just rude. Sorry, it's just funny, that's all. I know we were trying to change, but you were right when you said that others would laugh at us when we talked about it. I am laughing about it, as you two talk about not using people or the mighty powers of domination. We were born with this power to be able to become great if we could push hard enough. Nishi almost shouted as her body started to swell in her excitement. This is what I was trying to get through to them, but it wasn't going to be easy. You don't need to control people to get them to follow you. You need to give them a reason to want to. I must have let my face give off some of my determination because Nix's smile fell into a scowl. Look, I get it, but what is the point about going back and forth with what we already know? What if I constantly complain about how much I don? T like hearing you complain whenever you talk about the rest of the demons laughing at us? And then Mex will ask you the same thing. What then? Let's all get in on the wine and cheese party, I said, rolling my eyes and waving my free hand that was now empty of meat in the air. And Nishi grabbed her black hair in her hands. I understand what we are trying to do, but the others will. None of the demons from the mainland will listen to a man that arrives in a single vessel. We are going to be lucky if we can even make it out of the port without being picked up by a demon lord. Nishi growled as she explained herself, and I grabbed another handful of small meat chunks. This was getting off topic, but I was not going to be some lackey or follow anyone. I was my own person, and if others wanted to follow me, they could. Don't worry about me or us. I'll be taking care of us, and we will all get a lot stronger before we ever step foot on Gardania. Now, what kind of keep or castle does Neft have, and what do I need to watch out for? I asked, trying to get us back on track. His keep is in the center of a walled town, and there are a lot of demons there, but you can just exert your presence. Yeah, that should keep them from bothering you. Neft will have lots of guards patrolling, but he has to control them all. While he is actually quite skilled at it, he can't see through all eyes, Mex told me, and I nodded with a sigh. This is going to be one hell of a shit show. I was going to have to wade through the demon orgy, but Mex was right about it being a good distraction, so I motioned for him to continue. The disruption that you will cause should make it easy enough to slip through the town. The inside of the keep is much bigger and more like a castle than mine, but it will be filled with female demons. Do not mess around with them. They are not normal demons. They are succubus, and if you become intimate with one of them, they will drain your life force away. The rest of the demon women are fine if you get too frisky, because it is going to be one wild show there. Mex explained with a chuckle, and I roll my eyes. Chapter 146 the night wasn't over, my best feature fine, but what about where I find Neft? Isn't he going to hide when I storm into the place? I asked. After the little chat I had with Neft, I was sure that he would be the type to run at the first sign of battle. You won't have to go looking for him once he knows that you are inside the keep. That one is a proper demon and didn't get the title of Demon Lord for nothing. Don't worry about that part. Nishi explained to me, and I nodded, reaching forward to put the plate on the table. Mary was curled into my chest now, and her snake was barely making any noise now. I had stuffed a lot of them and even got some of the meat for myself. I decided to change topics and leave Dao for tomorrow. But there was still Tiga that I needed to learn about and her father. What can you tell me about Tiga and her father? You said he was an idiot and hated his daughter, but he saved her and had to know then what she looked like. What am I missing here, or what aren't you telling me? I asked, probing Mex. While I didn't think that he was lying, there was something definitely being left out, and Nishi started to make a ho-ho-ho sound. I wasn't sure what it meant, but the frustrated look on Mex's face said that something had happened between the two of them. I was not lying when I said that he said those things. Well, at least not completely. We were both very, very drunk when he said that, and he had said some mean things about my mother, Perdita. I had taken it very personally when he did since she was still dead at the time, and the two of us got into a fight. Mex explained, and Nishi started to laugh. Yeah, and Gregory kicked your ass. You came back half-eaten and dragged the left half side of your body. You should really learn to hold your liquor better if you're going to be so sensitive. Nishi teased, and she wasn't wrong. The whole know your role wasn't always an insult. And drinking your limit never turned out good for anyone but the people watching from afar. Still, I was trying to picture something like Candace, but male and Mex drinking. The idea flummoxed me and was causing my head to hurt, making me wish I had my own drink. But regardless, this wasn't really helping me unless I went and tried to outdrink Gregory the Manticore. Anyways, Mex said to push that under the rug. I have a bit of a jaded view of Gregory, and he isn't a complete waste of skin and did save his daughter. Still, Tiga wants nothing to do with him and thinks he is a pig that will fuck anything that moves. Isn't that the teapot calling the kettle black? Nishi shot at Mex, and I even had a laugh out loud, but then Nishi directed her gaze at me and scoffed. Mister, take me to circus with no pants on wouldn't really be laughing. You're really, really not better. I might almost say that you're worse. No, you're definitely worse. I shrugged my shoulders and then gave Nishi the middle finger, and she looked up, and I slapped my hand over my face. Couldn't even get away with a fundamental insult around here. What are you pointing at? Nishi asked in confusion, but I was already standing up, slipping one arm under Mary and the other around her to hold her into my chest. Don't worry about it, but start getting things ready. If everything goes right, I hope to be off this island in no more than 2 days. So, make sure that everyone is ready while I get the last things sorted out, okay? I asked, looking at the two of them. Mex nodded and stood up with a smile. Nishi did the same, but with a sigh and no smile, but that was Nishi. I was glad that I was starting to make some headway with her, rather than being at each other's throats all the time. I was also a bit moved by the effect that I was having on these people by just treating them like ordinary people for the most part. Nishi stood with me, and we headed out of the kitchen with the now softly snoring Mary. The living room was empty, and I could see the sun starting to go down behind the wall that surrounded the yard around the keep. The night was finally upon us, and tomorrow would be a new day, but my night was far from over. I motioned for Nishi to follow me up the stairs, and the two of us headed up to the second flight of stairs and then to Mary's room. Nishi opened the door for me, and I was surprised to find that there was a wall up dividing the rooms now. This must be how the girls can keep from causing all sorts of mayhem with the supernatural forces surrounding them. I took Mary over to her massive round bed that looked like a giant cushion and laid her down. After I did, I kissed her on the forehead. And then Mary tried to say my name while she was still mostly asleep, but ended up doing a raspberry with her tongue out. I smiled warmly down at her, kissed her forehead again, and turned to head to the door where Nishi was waiting for me. She had her own bright and warm smile that beamed at me with a warm radiance that I could almost feel. You were really good with all of us, even if you were a bit rough around the edge, Nishi said as we left the room, but the moment I had the door closed, I scooped her off her feet. Personally, I think that's the best feature. I want you to come with me and explain about Mary and They who must not be named, I said with a deep dramatic voice. Nushi laughed, but it was so forced, it almost hurt my soul to hear. I was going to have to learn some of this world's references, but did this world really have a pop culture to pull from? Or was I going to have to start collecting stories? Chapter 147, Gods of the Deep. Tying me up, I walked up the next flight of stairs with Nushi in my arms, and she pointed me over to a door that had her name on it. I walked over to the room and entered, closing the door behind me. But I was amazed at how much like her other room this was. I walked into the room with Nushi, around the table that we had all sat and eaten the first time I had given the girls eggs and cooked for them. Just a couple days felt like months with the speed that everything had been happening at. I walked around to the side of Nushi's four-poster bed and laid her down on it, but gave her a hand up to sit back up with me. As much as I wanted to tear the little bit of clothing she had on, I wanted to get some more information about the Nauticus. Whatever force was surrounding the mermaid girls, it must be something essential and maybe something I might use in the future. So, can you tell me a bit about the Nauticus and why you got so worried when I mentioned their names? I asked, but knew she had gotten quite a bit more than worried when I brought it up. You don't want to mess with them. They're the oldest things in this world and some of the worst things. They offer deals to people, but they always come with huge penalties. If Mary's father has something to do with the Nauticus, you want to stay as far away from him as possible. The gods of the deep are not something that you want to deal with, Nushi explained, but she was giving me a worried look. That was probably because she knew that all of her warnings were going through one ear and out the other, and I felt terrible about that. Still, the Nauticus couldn't be all bad, right? What about the forces that surround the girls and prevent them from getting in danger or hurt? That isn't what I would call a malicious action, in my opinion, so I think that we need to keep an open mind when judging them. Have you ever met one? Or met someone that has legitimately met one? Or is this all just hearsay? I asked Nushi, probing to get all the information I could. While I was sure that whatever these things were, the Nauticus would not be all good if they were handing out gifts. Creatures like that were far more likely to be the type to offer the gift and then add a "but after," yet the gift was given to the girls. No, I have never talked to one or met someone that has, but I have heard stories of demons going down and never returning. There are more stories of others coming back changed. And almost like shells, nothing left inside. Nushi explained, and I nodded. That was a bit of a worry, but without any confirmation. These were all just old wives' tales and held no value other than to worry me. It might be about time to shelve work talk for now and switch to a more personal conversation. I had been periodically checking up on the girls and their charts and stats, and knew she had got a level 4 already. I had noticed that she had also gotten a new skill that allowed her to control the flow of a conversation, and her abilities to predict by reading ahead were getting stronger. Okay, thanks for telling me what you know. How are things going with the book? I asked Nushi, switching subjects. Oh yes, I have been working with Kita, and she has been making some progress with her creations with my help. I am able to see where she makes mistakes now. I can target the item she is working on and learn about what it is, and also what it could be if it isn't complete. Nushi said with excitement, grabbing my hands in hers and all but jumping on the bed. I smiled warmly at her and leaned in to kiss Nushi, startling her, but she didn't resist. Her blue lips were soft, and I felt myself being pulled into her like a gravitational force. I moved to press her back onto the bed, but Nushi stopped me and pushed me back with a smile. I was confused at first, but then I could see that she had something she wanted to say, so I pulled all the way back and waited. Do you think that you could be angry at me like before? Maybe treat me like I have been bad. And you are punishing me? I, like to be tied up, but I have never tried it with anyone but Mary before, and she isn't very good at tying the knots, Nushi explained, and the hairs all over my body started to stand on end in my Boda's carnal response to her words. I could feel the blood and her magic that was pumping harder through my body as the excitement started to well up. I kept a relaxed and calm expression that I let slip into a warm smile on the outside, and I began to concentrate. Nushi eyes started to get a distant look, and then she had hands on her breast. And I stood up from the bed and looked around, finding what I was looking for. Rope or something of the sorts, but what I found was a pile of pink silk 2-inch wide ribbons. Maybe not the best thing for the job, but they would work and not leave the same kinds of marks that rope or cord would. Nushi was reaching one of her hands toward the ribbons as I grabbed them. I reached up and grabbed her hand and pulled it away, dropping the pile of ribbons beside her. Chapter 148 Nushi .1 Not until I say you can, I said as I moved my hands gently and then placed them above her head, beginning to fasten them loosely. Please be gentle with me. I don't enjoy any of the harsh treatment I had witnessed happening between my parents. I simply enjoy the feeling of being held securely, but I can't manage it on my own. It's not the same, Nushi explained to me as I held her hands together, and I nodded to her. This wouldn't be like with Lizzie, but there is no reason we couldn't have some fun together. Sure, I will be gentle with you, but I'm still going to have some fun with you, I said with a grin as I leaned over Nushi's small body to hold her hands against the headboard. Nushi squirmed beneath me as I finished, and then I moved my face down to hers and softly kissed her blue lips. Nushi tried to kiss me more passionately, but I pulled away from her and climbed off her in the bed. What are you doing? Where are you going? Nushi asked in a bit of a panic as I walked to the end of the bed. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. I just need to grab something from across the room, I explained as I leaned over the end of the bed and began to help Nushi get settled. As I did, Nushi relaxed as much as she could. I wasn't sure exactly what it was doing, but it was effectively working whatever it was. I was focused just to watch and listen to her soft responses. But then I realized that I had forgotten something. I'm going to have to remove your clothes, but they're going to be wrecked after this. I hope that's okay, I asked as I finished the knot around the post at the foot of her bed. Nushi nodded the best she could, but as she did, Nushi's body started to shake, and I pulled back. She gasped and then looked over at me in confusion as she caught her breath. Not yet, my little demon. Why did you stop? I was almost there, Nushi complained, but I came around the side of the bed and cut her off with a kiss and held it before pulling it back, activating my fire god totem as I did. I know, but it will just feel that much better when you do, right? Plus, you are in no position to complain, so just let me take care of your body now, okay? I asked, putting my hand to her cheek, kissing Nushi before she could reply. Fine. I just never been this close to anyone, and I don't want to hurt you, Nushi said as I pulled back and looked into her blue eyes, and I grinned. I knew that she wasn't kidding, but I was sure that I would be able to handle her. Still, I understood what she was trying to say to me. You'll be careful, but I want to surprise you, and a little playful tension makes it even more fun, I said, and then grabbing the thin straps of her halter top, I cut them with fire. Maybe next time, we'll have to try taking them off first, Nushi joked as I stepped back to admire my handiwork. I smiled as the back of my hand grazed her shoulder as I dragged my finger from my other hand across the fabric to slice her shirt open. I didn't want to burn Nushi, and once it was done, the torn fabric fell to the side. I concentrated and pressed my presence out again. I held her close, my hands resting on her. I squeezed gently, and Nushi's back arched as she let out a breathy sound. This isn't fair. Don't tease me. Nushi complained, but I turned up the intensity of my presence. And her words were lost as her body started to tremble with a sudden, overwhelming rush of sensation. Several loud bangs and other sounds were coming from around the house, but I didn't hear any of them. Nushi's body and voice, overcome by the intensity of the moment, was the only thing on my mind. I let the pressure ease off and let go of Nushi's wrists. I unbound her hands and held them gently as I helped her sit up beside me on the bed. I didn't need to wait to prompt her. Nushi leaned in close to me with an eager look. I turned the presence up again as I reached down to brush the side of Nushi's face and then the soaking wet things off her. I grabbed the hair on the back of Nushi's head between her horns, and Nushi took all of me each time. I used it to hold her head so I could move her mouth against me as she worked her lips. While that happened, I was pressing my fingers against her, feeling the warmth and wetness. It was starting to tighten again, and I could feel her body respond again with minimal prompting. There was more commotion around us, with other sounds in the background, but I was entirely focused on Nushi and the moment between us. I didn't notice right away that I was gradually drawing closer to her. Chapter 149, Nushi let out a small gasp as I pulled back from her, her lips still wet. That was when I noticed that Nushi's eyes were rolled in the back of her head, and her back was still arching without me even moving my fingers. And then I remembered. Suddenly, I became very aware of the sounds coming from every direction. I immediately stepped back, and Nushi's body fell still on the bed, her chest rising and falling heavily. Most of the noise in the house stopped, but there were a few, Lizzie for sure, that kept going until they were done. This might not be the best thing to be used when around other people or when I wasn't fully concentrating. Just swinging by to say that with your experience, there's no concentrating your presence. When you activate it, everyone in the area will feel it. The more you concentrate, the greater the effect and reach. You will also increase its power if you concentrate on it with another thing. I'll let you get back to what you were doing, but I thought I might add it since I heard the question. I shook my head and walked around to the end of the bed. I untied Nushi's feet from the bedposts, and she finally started to move again after just laying there limp and panting. I walked back around the bed to sit down beside Nushi to see how she was feeling, but the exhausted Nushi pushed me back with a foot. She struggled with her hands still tied, but sat up on the bed, her face stained purple from blush. I gave her a raised eyebrow, but Nushi rolled and got up on her hands and knees, turning away from me. No more feeling or hands. I only want you right here with me before the whole house comes to try and take you from me. Don't let go of me until morning. I need you close. I'm right here waiting for you. Nushi told me as she pressed herself against me. The tone that she was using was much different than what I was used to from her, but it was absolutely thrilling. I didn't mind getting a bit of instruction, and it wasn't like I was going to say no. I grinned and grabbed her hips, stepped forward, pulling her closer to me. I moved closer to Nushi, feeling the warmth between us as she pressed her hips toward me. I pulled back gently, and Nushi let out a soft sound. I leaned in close to her, holding her tightly, and she responded with a quiet moan. And then the rest of me in one motion. Nushi screamed into the bed as I held her close, making her shiver, but she started to push into me within seconds. I grabbed her hips and pulled her against me as she screamed in pleasure into the bed, clawing at the sheets. I reached forward and grabbed both of her arms and pulled them behind her back. I took them in one hand and her hair in the other, and Nushi's pleasure-filled screams echoed through the room. I didn't care as I forced her body to float in the air, and I could also feel my presence start to leak out again. Nushi, and it seemed every person in the house called out their cries of joy and excitement as I kept going. I let Nushi back down and then rolled her body over to her back to reveal a grinding and sweaty, adorable girl. The smile on her face turned to a moan and then back to her cries as I moved closer to her. I held her hands above her head with one hand and Nushi's throat in my other, and I pressed against her body. I leaned down and kissed her passionately, and then held her tightly, lightly pushing on her jugulars on the side of Nushi's neck as I did. I pulled back from the kiss and let go of her neck. I could feel myself starting to build up. My emotions were starting to get away from me. Nushi's eyes were rolling into the back of her head as I started to feel the pressure building inside of me. Ready to leave. As Nushi's back arched, she went silent and her body shook. The house was loud from the other women and the periodic shouts from Mexico. I was able to close my presence off again, but in time I was going to have to learn to control it, or I was going to have very awkward breakfasts. I held Nushi close, ensuring that I didn't spill any, but then the option to stay with her appeared. I was almost positive that she wanted me to stay, but I figured it was always best to ask in this situation. You do want to have a child, right? I asked. Yes, please, Nushi said to me with a cute smile, and I grinned back as I confirmed the option, but then something happened. Right above her lower body, a bright, glowing pink mark appeared and started to grow. I watched in shock as a pink tribal-like, glowing tattoo appeared and was confused and concerned by what it meant. Then I made a gurgling noise as Nushi pulled back quickly, separating us from the close embrace we were sharing. That was fun while it lasted, but what was this all about? Had I done something wrong? Chapter 150. My judge controlling this big cosmic game, what's wrong? I asked, still surprised by the fast pullback from Nushi. Why is the mark pink? I know you're not a demon, but why is it pink and glowing? Nushi asked, but I had no idea. When a demoness is impregnated by a demon, they receive a black marking similar to that one. This is not a child, unfortunately, but it is something that you might need. I don't know if you have any secrets locked away that will help you inside of your head, but this will unlock a few of them. Secrets in my head? Are you telling me that they will give me some of my lost memories back if I bond with demons? Yes, but I don't know what they will do to help you. Nushi will carry some of your memories in 2 days, so you need to make sure that she stays safe. Think of her still being pregnant with your actual child. If she is hurt, the memories could be damaged. If drugged or poisoned, they could be altered. I don't think I need to tell you what will happen to them if she dies. Then I was impregnating her with my memories to unlock for me. But that meant that I was giving away my memories. I think what Hiro was trying to say is that if Nushi dies, so does the memory. Exactly, but so will she. When Nushi births your memory, she will change from being a demon, transformed into her original form. But then the ranching system will change here to be compatible with you in this environment. Oh boy, what is this about? Alien monster girls from another world. And they're transformed into monster girls? All demon women who birth memories are returned to their original forms from being first turned into demons. These creatures will be like nothing that you have ever seen on this planet or Earth. The girls were created from life forms from other worlds and realities and will be much different than what you're used to. I needed to get the memories that I had given up back sooner than later. Changing the girls back to their original forms sounded good, but there were many other things to consider. Like, what about the male demons? Were they all bad? And was there some way I could get them back to their normal forms? While I liked helping the girls in my own way, I wasn't about to start swinging the other way, but there had to be an alternative. Thankfully, Nushi was still fingering the glowing markings and not really paying that much attention to me. I grinned as I watched her. It was almost fitting that me fucking the demons was going to help me get close to really fucking them. The demon men cannot be changed the same, but each time you defeat a demon lord, you will absorb him and all the souls of his people. This does not strengthen you in the physical sense, but instead, it will start converting the elemental energies in your body to the basic form. Once you have gathered enough, time will revisit you, and you'll be judged. So, Ryan was going to be my judge, but something told me that I wouldn't get a free pass just because I knew him. The king at the center of it all wouldn't make it so easy for us if he was the one controlling this big cosmic game of a sort. I looked back at Nushi, who had a cute little smile on her face as she traced the glowing marks with her fingers. I was disappointed that I would have to tell Nushi that she wouldn't have an actual child, but the positive was that maybe after she might be able to. So, I don't really know too much about demons or your childbirth. Do you think you could explain it to me? I asked, rather than go into detail about what Hiro and I just discussed. Birth? It's not like how other creatures do it, if that's what you're asking. We don't have eggs or even babies, and when we get pregnant, that is usually the one and only time that it happens, Nushi explained, and I nodded. Yes, your father told me about how the male demons. They sterilize anything that they mate with. But what about how they are born? You said it's different, and you don't have children, but then where are the demons coming from then? I asked in confusion, but I also reached out my hands to Nushi. I was getting tired, and I would have to make some eggs in the morning for Liddy because I didn't feel like leaving this bed. Nushi took my hands, and I pulled her over to me as I laid back. The feeling of her naked body and her soft skin gliding over mine felt great as Nushi came to lay in my arms, cuddling into my side. Tonight was an excellent night to have some much-needed alone time with Nushi that didn't involve nervous or sexually charged conversations. When a demon gives birth, a large pile of black ink is expelled from the female's womb, and then it forms into a fully formed demon. One thing you might have noticed is the lack of males here, and that is because Trig and Spell and my father's other 2 children and my grandmother's came from Gardania. All other male demons that are born are required to serve the strongest demon in the area. Nushi explained as she got comfortable, and I nodded, scratching my chin as I thought. So, this is the reason why DOA moved everyone from the main continent, right? The woman must have been having children and then leaving him with only the female. All the males would be good to almost anyone, but him, if what I understand about Gardania is true, and all the demons are much stronger, I said as I continued to thumb my chin in deep thought. Chapter 151, Birds and Bees. The demonic edition. What do you know about the demon farms, then? Do you know the locations on the island, and how many there are? I asked Nushi as she laid beside me, cuddled into my chest. The house had gone silent around us, but I could still hear some heavy breathing. Now the two of us were discussing the birds and bees of demons. So far, I had learned that demons were more pissed out than birthed, and then came out fully formed assholes. After that, they left home to go to the strongest person in the area, but not by choice. I don't know where he has them because Father has raided them a few times, but in the end, it doesn't matter. The only way to stop the farm is to kill the demon lord and become the strongest to rule them, Nushi explained to me, and I nodded. Yes, well, it will work a bit differently when I take over, and they will have a choice if they want to join me. If not, then they will be absorbed by me. I also think I know something about that, Mark, and I think that you're the only person that I can safely tell this without someone digging in your head. I explained to Nushi, and you pulled away from me a bit and raised an eyebrow cutely at me. You sound like you know a lot more than you were telling me. What are you talking about? Nushi asked with a curious look on her face. I can tell her, right? She was able to block Nishi from reading her mind, so that should keep the others from digging into her mind, right? This is true, and when the reading system is at a high enough level, she will be able to rewrite others' memories. Good. It wasn't like there were many that knew about Hero, but the less that knew, the better. I already had a demon tracking system on me to notify every strong demon around that I was supposed to be much stronger than I was. That would also mean that I would need to help Nushi get to that level soon, but for now, I could share my thoughts with her. Have you talked to other heroes before this? I asked Nushi, who shook her head no and pulled away from me more, sitting up in the bed. No, Father never even told any of the other heroes about me, but I think that he was worried about grandmother eating me. Mother is the only female that is allowed to stay barren because they had me before the island, but if I had a child, Nushi explained, her voice trailing off at the end, but I already knew the rest of the sentence. Well, I have a voice in my head, and his name is Hero, the god of this world, or something like that. More of a watcher than someone that can physically interact with us. Anyways, he is the one that gave me the system that gives you yours, and he has been helping me. Well, he's been trying to, but I was being difficult at the start, I explained, reaching up to pull Nushi back down to me, but I had piqued her interest, and it looked like I was about to get drilled with questions. It is to be expected with this one. Nushi is a keen and perceptive girl. I am curious to see what she changes into after this. A voice? A god? What does he say about my glowing birthmark then? Nushi asked, but nothing else, and that made me pull myself up. That's it. Are you worried about anything else? This is all you want to ask about? I asked in disbelief, and Nushi raised an eyebrow at me. We're talking about the mark on my stomach, not about the voice in your head. I will have plenty of questions for you after. Don't you worry. Right now, all I want to know is about what is going to happen when I give birth, and if I will be able to try again after, Nushi told me, in a flat tone, dropping the eyebrow to squint at me. Well, she doesn't beat around the bush. Tell the woman what she wants to know, and that she will be able to try again after. So I did and explained everything that Hero and I talked about, how my memories were being birthed, and what would happen to her after. Nushi was very calm and nodded along without interrupting me. After about 30 seconds of me talking, she extended her arm to the side, and her book appeared. Once I was done talking, I waited for Nushi to finish taking notes, and then waited for her to respond. She was obviously collecting her thoughts about everything that I had just said, and she had been nice enough to let me talk and get it all out. So, you'll need to have more memories birthed, right? Nushi asked me finally, and I groaned inwardly. This was the takeaway of a woman after the last something like 40 minutes of me talking and pausing for her to talk notes. Yes, but I don't know how many for sure yet. I just learned about this all, I said, trying not to sound hesitant. But Nushi gave me a determined nod that confused the hell out of me. Good. I hope that you will be able to do it for my mother, my grandmothers, Liddy, and Lonnie. If you can get at least them, that would be really nice. But I'm sure it would be a lot better if you could help more. Imagine a world where we wouldn't be the laughingstock of demons because we didn't want to be mean. If you can make us not demons, then none of us ever have to worry about becoming some play toy for others. Nushi said hopefully as she moved closer and leaned into me as she explained. Chapter 152 Nushi Point 3. I could see the fire in her eyes, but it was not what I was expecting at all, and I was so glad that it wasn't. Then there was the part where I had just been asked to sleep my way down the family tree to the roots. While I understood what she intended, I guess I still was just a stranger in this world with ideas that needed to go out the window. Not like this was bad. I was just not used to being offered things like this. They were more of the things you see or read in fantasy-based stories. Okay, so I need to spend time with all the demon women in the house? I asked just to make sure, and Nushi nodded to me with a big smile. Yes, and any others you can give your memories to as well. Think of it as you helping us, so we can help you, right? Nushi explained to me, and I kept my head shaking to myself. I was doing them a favor and helping them so they could help me. Yes, I'm almost positive that's what I heard. Maybe I'm having a stroke. Did I fall asleep at some point? This world has been as crazy as all hell and filled with things that I have barely understood and can hardly comprehend. This was some fucking over-the-top anime nonsense. I had to be in a dream or something. Okay, I will do my best. But I don't know what the limit will be, I said, but the hero spoke up. No limit, even if you get all your memories back. Your essence is de-demonizing. You can just cleanse the demon right out of them. Just purge them till the demonic forces go home. Cleanse them till... I get it. God, what do you like 5? Age is just a number. Well, it looks like I will be busy in my spare time since there is no limit to the number of demonesses I can convert, even after I get all my memories back, I said, trying to sigh, but Nushi pushed me back down to the bed and kissed me. You don't need to make a job out of it. Just the ones that look like they really need your help. I think if it wasn't for Father, you could just screw us women and then leave the island with us, Nushi told me as she cuddled back into my arms and chest. I want to take the ones that want to come from the villages and the gods as well, so there is no point in doing half the job. I still have to defeat DOA and Neft, then we will leave this island, I explained to Nushi, and she nodded. I know, but I mean it would just be easier. Tomorrow you need to go get Tiga and get rid of Neft, so you should get to bed and get some sleep, Nushi told me, and I agreed with her. The two of us got under the sheets to go to bed, but I had to tickle Nushi to get her horns to stand up straight, so I didn't lose an eye. They were still laid back and pointed at my face as I tried to spoon her, and the tickling made them stand up. Though, while I was tickling her, Nushi pressed her hips back against mine, making my heart race all over again. Now, my hand moved up from Nushi's waist and rested against her chest as my excitement grew like her horns. I thought that I just said you needed to go to sleep. We're going, Nushi said, but the words trailed off and became soft sounds as I held her close, pulling her in against me. I can sleep when I am dead, and as for the others, I will deal with that in the morning. I will just go slow, I said as I let go of her with my hand that wasn't under Nushi. Nushi didn't bother to complain as I pulled my hips back and adjusted myself. She lifted her leg, and I leaned in closer to her. I moved forward, and they embraced closely, the moment tender and charged. Nushi let out a long, low sigh that made my heart race as we held each other. I tried to steady my breathing, but the feeling was overwhelming as we moved together. The moans started coming through the walls, but they only served to turn me on even more. It was all really just a vicious circle, but it didn't bother the two of us as I kissed Nushi's neck. Right now, the world could go crazy around us, and it wouldn't matter. Only this closeness between us mattered. And how good it felt. Nushi turned her face back to me, and I moved my kisses up her neck, then chin as I held her close. I reached her lips, and Nushi kissed me passionately, and I let go of her other breast and moved my hand up to her neck. I used my other free hand and held her close as I pulled her in. I adjusted my grip as we continued, and Nushi pulled back from my kiss to turn her head back as I picked up speed. Her soft sounds grew louder, joining the echoing cries of the other women in the house, and a low, rumbling growl. I held her closer, moving in a steady, passionate rhythm, and Nushi writhed against me as her body began to tremble. My grip tightened just enough to cut the air off as intense memories overwhelmed me. I let go of her neck as those around me cried out, and knew she joined them as I pushed myself as deep as I could. Chapter 153, Spatial Magic. Mouth hanging open, I had a fantastic sleep with Nushi cuddled into my chest, and when I woke up, I felt refreshed. The sun was just barely coming up, and I felt filled with vigor and energy. Then I remembered the sounds I had caused last night outside our room. I was filled with a sense of dread, and part of me just wanted to pull the covers over our heads and go back to what we did last night. That wasn't going to work or help me. Plus, it would just make the situation worse. I had a hope that they weren't that mad, but I had a hard time believing that. If my estimation of the noise was correct, every person in the house felt my presence. While some of them would have liked it, I don't think old grandmother Nishi was going to appreciate it. How long do you plan on fidgeting behind me? Nushi asked me with a smile as she turned in my arms. I sighed and grinned. I know, just enjoying my time with you, I joked, but it wasn't a complete lie. I really did enjoy holding Nushi in my arms. Are you sure you're not trying to avoid going out and talking to everyone? Why don't you try and sneak out the window? Nushi joked back. I raised an eyebrow. Do you think it would work? I asked, but only half joking, but the answer I got was not the one I thought I was going to get. You could, but I highly suggest against it. There is no air out there, and the things out there would cause you nightmares for the rest of your life. My great-great-grandmother Fairlease has a special type of ability that allows her to manipulate special pockets that can distort things to be much larger than they appear. Nushi explained to me, and I looked at her with a bit of shock and then got up. I put on my shorts and then walked over to the single window in the cylinder room, and my eyes peeled back as I looked out it. Nushi also got out of the bed and came over to stand beside me as I looked out the window into an endless, nebulous space vista. Then I saw something that defied all reason and logic, a monster to give monsters nightmares. Yet, I felt nothing but curiosity towards the disgusting-looking planet-sized mass. What is that thing? And what does it do? I asked curiously as I looked at a massive ball of undulating tentacles that would stretch out randomly and then start to change into a creature. That is the Nevermore Akitchit. It is one of the many denizens of that dimension. It creates creatures from its own body to go and infect others and force them to come back and feed themselves to it. Nushi explained, and I turned to her in shock. That isn't the worst one? I asked, and Nushi gave me a cute smile and shook her head. I forgot that Father told me about you not being scared of anything. Instead of being terrified, you're curious. No, there are much larger and evil creatures out there. Fairlease has been telling me about all the different types of creatures that she has met in her travels there. Nushi explained to me as we both turned away. I watched her go over and get changed, and Nushi actually put on a skirt, but without underwear, and her ass cheeks were hanging out. I couldn't complain as I watched her put a bikini top on. It was not like there was anyone else to check her out other than the gay guards. After she was finished cloistering her blue bubble bump in her top, we shared a kiss and then headed out of the room. The house was pretty quiet for the most part, but I could hear murmurs coming from below. I took my customary unneeded deep breath in and then let it out as the two of us headed downstairs. I really wasn't sure what I was expecting, but I assumed that there would be at least one or two people upset or angry with me. The reality, as everything had been since I got to this world, was far stranger than any fiction my brain had been able to make up. Anger, dirty looks, yelling shit, throw, or even just silence was what I had expected when I walked down the stairs. The room was full of grandmothers and most of the girls, but the atmosphere and attitudes were bright, excited, and filled with energy. There was a feeling of happiness and contentment that was almost palpable. I could almost taste the feelings in the air, but the women only smiled at me. Then I was summarily dismissed them as they went back to talking with one another. I looked over at Nushi, but she was already walking over to join the rest of the women. I was left standing like somewhat of an idiot, and I shook my head as I walked over to the kitchen. Liddy was there preparing food with Fairlease and Parita, and all three of them also looked pleased as they looked over at me with a knowing expression. I smiled, not really knowing what else to do, and then turned to the table in the corner. Mex and Nishi were sitting and drinking something that looked like coffee, so I walked over to join them. I could see Nyx's face, but she didn't look angry, but only the back of Mex's head. If anyone was going to complain, it was more than likely going to be the two of these people. Poor Mex hadn't even made a noise during the last wave I had pushed out, but when I sat down, I could see that he had the biggest smile of them all. This was uncomfortably weird, and the two of them both looked at me, smiled, and then went back to talking with each other. They were talking about what temperature of water they liked when bathed, and I just stared openly in confusion with my mouth hanging open. Chapter 154 Painting. Dragging a finger, what is wrong with all of you? I finally asked after getting tired of watching the way to happy demons gossip about nothing important. Mex looked at me with a grin, and I widened my eyes at him with a what? Expression plastered on my face. Don't you have something to do right now? We are all just having a great day, and you have things to do, so we don't want to take up your time. You know, since you're so good to all of us, Mex explained, and I narrowed my eyes at him and then stood up from my chair, shifting my gaze over to Nishi. And you? Are you the same brand of bright eyes and bushy tails as the others? I asked as I stared at Nishi, and she shrugged at me. Not quite as much as this idiot. But I want to say that I didn't enjoy the feelings last night, but I'm still trying to figure out this thing, Nishi said, and then lifted up the black dress that she was wearing, and I held back my cringe. Then I saw what she was talking about, and my eyes almost fell out of my head. Just above her hairy and wrinkled groin was the bright pink glowing mark, twin to the one that Nushi had. Just what the hell was going on? I turned without saying a word and then looked over to the other demon women that were cooking. Both grandmothers wore long, sexy dresses that exposed more than covered their cleavage, but Liddy was only wearing her traditional apron. I walked up to her, and Liddy smiled at me as I pulled her apron back and revealed the glowing pink birthmark. Is this the same for all of you? I asked as I looked up to the other women, but I already knew the answer. Both gave me a knowing smile, nodded at me, and then lifted up their skirts together to reveal a pair of bare patches with the same glowing marks above them. What had I done? Wait, what about my other girls? This had better not be universal. If my monster girls were all pregnant, this would open up a giant disaster waiting to drop at open sea on me. I dashed from the demon women and into the living room, but relaxed as I looked at my girls. But they were back on edge as realization hit. The girls had no marks, and my mind had briefly reasoned that this was good and everything was fine, but then the rest of my brain caught up with the initial thought. These weren't demons, so why would they have any kind of marks? Panic washed over me as I looked over my monster girls. My mind went over just how much trouble this was going to cause in the next unforeseeable future and on. Then I almost jumped out of my skin as I was startled by hands wrapping around me from behind me. I don't think it affected the other girls, or I would be able to tell. Liddy said from behind me, and I relaxed, turning to face her. I was so wrapped up in my panic that I hadn't even noticed Liddy, but now I was curious how she would know these things. Are you sure? I asked, and Liddy nodded. Yes. I had a special menu for Mary, and now I have one for all the demon women, including myself, but nothing for the other girls. Looks like you will have to do those ones by hand, but it's probably for the best. Don't think that this will work for me every time, though. I want to see you in my bed when we get on the boat, Liddy said with a sexy smile as she used her eyes to follow her finger as she dragged it down my chest. Watching her filled me with a feeling of warmth, but that also let some of my presence leak out. I sucked it back in, but I heard gasps and soft moans started. Mex grunted, coughed, and then cleared his throat. Maybe you might want to give us a break until we are at least closer to a change of shorts, Mex said with a grin as he stood up, then said, I need to go change. And you have a date with that showboat her, Neft. So, I suggest that you get a move on it. I will go with some of the girls later to help in the village and then get working on some kind of vessel. I nodded and then grabbed Liddy's hand that was tracing a line down my chest, pulling her to me, using my other arm to pull her into a kiss. There was brief resistance, but with the happy and almost laughing expression she wore, I didn't bother to stop bringing her lips to mine. While I had decided that I couldn't really get attached to any one of the girls, Liddy was different. After what happened between us, and then the talk, I was feeling closer to her, knowing that she was always going to be one of those people there to help me. After we pulled apart, there was a tingle of purple in her cheeks, and Liddy quickly turned around and headed back into the kitchen. I grinned fiercely as she danced through the doorway to avoid running into the frame of the doorway. I turned and then said goodbye to everyone as I walked to the door. I got waves and wished to have a great day. All of it felt weird, and I was almost missing the random outbursts and the general feeling of hostility in the air that kept me on my toes. This was just plain strange and unusual, but I shouldn't be complaining. Everyone was happy and content, and when we left this island, all the demon women would be exorcised, for lack of a better word. Chapter 155. Do you remember when, Sphinxland Smith? Once outside of the apartment, I gave a brief stretch and was about to turn when a vaguely familiar voice spoke up beside me, startling me. What was with these people today? Or was my brain just that fogged and filled up? Do you remember when I asked you about becoming one of your? Kita, the Sphinxland, started to say to me, but then exploded with light brighter than I had seen yet. I had screamed yes in my head, only in frustration at being startled again, but it seemed to have some kind of effect on the change and intensity of it. The light was so fierce that the reflection from off the wood made it impossible to even turn to look until it was over. The moment it started to fade, I turned quickly to see the older woman because I was worried about how her body would handle the change. I was glad I did and grabbed Kita out of the air as her body ragdolled. The half-sphinx, half-goblin woman fell into my arms, but she now looked much younger. I stood up with her in my arms, but I was unsure about what I was supposed to do next. Kata's chest was rising and falling, and after a moment, she started to shift in my arms. Her eyes opened, making my own peel back as I stared into a series of moving cogs like I was staring at the gears inside of a watch. Is there something near my eye? And why are you holding? What are these? Kata asked as she groped her breasts inside her shabby lab coat that was covered in stains. To begin with, Kata didn't have any chest, and the improvement seemed to help barely at all. I guess when you're used to not having anything, every little bit counts. While she was not the same kind of beauty as Veronica, Kata had her own sexy nerd appeal with light powder green skin and platinum blonde hair with a hint of blue. I could also feel that what Kata might lack in the chest was made up of a thick pair of lower assets. Sorry, you passed out on your feet, and those are your breasts, I said with a grin, bending over to set the woman back on the ground. Oh, thank you. I need to go, but thank you. I will make you things that will help you. Too many things in my head right now, gotta run. Sorry, Kata said as she tried to walk backward and talk to me simultaneously, nearly tripping twice. I nodded to her with a smile, and then Kata grinned back and ran off the back corner of the courtyard. There was a door open that was level with the ground, and Kata ran into it, slamming it closed behind her. I chuckled to myself, but then turned and activated my Fire Force Pact, and then Water Sphinx, Undine, and Earth Simile totems. I hadn't been using my abilities to the max, and I tried to shrink down, and I was surprised when I was able to reduce my size 5 times from what I was usually. This would help me sneak into the city past the patrolling guards, but it would take me forever to get anywhere at this size. I would have to think of some way to move faster, because I was sure that there were bugs that could run faster than me at this size. I was below a 1/4 inch in height from my estimation, and after seeing some nasty-looking bugs that I had never seen before, I returned to my standard size. Yeah, not as easy as I had thought, but I would just have to think about it. I could summon Grogville or Windorf to provide me with some type of distraction, and then I shouldn't have too much trouble. Out of the primals, they were the best suited to help in this environment and would have no trouble getting back to me after we separated. The other two would have trouble, and I would need their packs. While Windorf might allow me to move faster, I was too vulnerable in that state, and I needed Fired In to keep myself charged. The combination of all the totems was taxing, and I could feel them burning through my energy almost as fast as I could absorb it from the world around me. I needed to get moving and get to where there was more elemental energy, or I would need to drop a totem. While my class let me use more totems now, they were also more potent and used more of my energy to maintain. Before, I was able to keep up with a single totem and make it work much better using the Fire Force Pact, but now I was just barely getting the extra effects. I started to run, waving to Spell and Trig, who greeted me warmly and were both smiling. Though Trig's smile was filled with sharp teeth, and was likely to make a baby cry at the sight. It was nice to see him happy. Turned out that the whole keep needed to blow off some steam, and now everyone wore smiles that made them all look happier than a pig in shit. Maybe this perverted aura of mine might not be such a bad thing after all, and maybe I could use it to do some good? Yes, that's the spirit. Oh, great sage of the perverted path. Huh, I like it. It has a good ring to it. Oh yeah, that's what I want to put on my tombstone when I leave this world. Here lies the pervy sage, Kazz. May he and all our privates finally rest in peace. Yeah, I will write it down, and make sure that Mary gives them the spelling for your name. I think that will leave a good mark on this world. Yeah, about as good as a mark on the inside of the seat of your pants when you forget to whip. That too. I shook my head as I jogged off the bridge and headed east. Chapter 156, Can I Get a Ride, Little Sister? Hey there, hero, I have 2 questions for you. Why are there so many goddamn gnolls? And why are they not demons? I leaned to the left as I ran at the sound of a blade cutting the air from behind me, and a battle axe flew by me. There were 30 of the yipping bastards chasing me now, and I had been tempted to just turn and deal with them, but I decided to let them come with me. The gnolls hate demons more than anything after DOA. Try to do what you were asking. The gnoll population was taken down by other beasts, but the demons had tried to take some of them during this time. Dow had figured out what was going on by this time, and had sent out demons and demon orc raiding parties all over the island. Sure, but then why are there still so many of them? If the demons couldn't capture them, I'm sure they would have just hunted them down. What did they do to avoid all of this? I jumped and spun at the humming noise of a spike ball on a chain that came at me from a wired angle. I grabbed the flail at the wooden stake handle and continued my spin back with the weapon's momentum around a land. I didn't miss a beat and kept on running, Veronica's totem allowing me to react and land with precious and no missteps. I had to shrink down a few times, but even with the Sphinx totem, that was like pulling the ground from underneath yourself at high speeds. Heidi's totem was allowing me to feel when the creatures were going to throw something at me, so I could react adequately. Now, I spun the spike ball and the chain up to speed as I continued forward, ready to deflect the thrown projectiles. How they survived, I do not know, or even where they went. The demons did just as you said and killed them off because the gnolls would kill all the women and fight until they were dead. Sounds like it would be a gruesome thing to watch. It was a savage time on the island, but they started to come back after it was all over, and the island's monsters stopped trying to kill them. The other creatures didn't bother them after, but DOA has wiped them out more than 5 times, but they keep coming back. That was interesting, and I wished I had more time to look into this. Even though the gnoll had refused to talk to me when I had caught it outside of the demon village, I could feel more than just hunger or anger from them now. Complex emotions were coming from each of them. I could even sense their fears, which told me I must be getting close to Neft. Now that there were so many for me to leech elemental energy from, I could even hear them talking to each other in some kind of bark. Whatever these creatures might seem like, don't get too carried away with them. You have more than enough to do before we leave the island. Neft's walls are only about half a mile from here, so watch out for the guards and don't get seen yet. Yeah, I know, but I have a plan for getting into the city, but it's not foolproof. But first I need to get within range and then lose my groupies. That's when I started to smell the pungent odor of pine sol and slowed, deflecting 2 rocks with the flail. I turned back, changing the Undine for Gog Totem, and hucked it back into the group, ignited with fire. I shrunk down just as 15 massive purple bear bull men came into sight. The flail only killed 2 of them, but it exploded in a shower of sparks that served to get the guard attention, aka Neft. I was 4 times as small and about 3/4 of an inch tall. Legs were less than half of that, but I had a plan. I summoned Callie, and she appeared the same size as me with a smile. The 2 of us had been talking before Hero, and I discussed the gnolls. Can I get a ride, little sister? I asked and vowed to never phrase it like that again. Callie gave me a cute smile and turned her back to me, putting her arms out to the side. Sure, big brother. You can ride me any time that you want. You just have to ask, and you can mount me, but you don't have to worry about being too big for me. I can handle all of you, so don't be afraid to ask to climb on top of me. Callie said in the exact friendly tone that she had meant it. but I was trying to imagine what it was like to shave with a cheese grater. Thanks was about all that I could muster after hearing that. Once I had made sure that I was decent and not going to be causing any questions to rise, I mounted Callie. This was my own damn fault for even trying to be funny. And even though it had gone over her head, she had unknowingly played alone. Once I was on Callie's back, and she coiled some vines around my legs, we started to move forward at a swift pace. Callie didn't really walk or run, but more like riding a surfboard on a wave, but in a partial lunge. The ride was rough, but top speed, and even at this size, we almost traveled as fast as I ran full-sized, which made me wonder if I really shouldn't ask her for more rides. If Callie could get me around the island faster, I would be able to get more done in the short bit of time I'd left here. Yeah, I bet you like riding your little sister any chance you get. Wahaha. If I could reach you, I would hit you. Imagine how many times I have said that since you got here. Chapter 157. Yeah, so we can do it again. Ignored the pervert in my head and focused on my surroundings. The undead behemoths had already chased the gnolls off, but I kept moving us away from the area that they were moving. The problem was two other groups were also in the area, the complete lack of trees, and something like a 50-foot wall to get over to even get into the town. This was not going to be as easy as I thought, but it was still far from impossible. The two of us managed to get to an area that was out of sight from the patrols, and I summoned Grogville and Windorf. Once they were out of me, I started to explain the plan to them, and Windorf actually laughed when I was finished. You're going to get the girl to throw you over the wall? And then what are you going to do when you get to the other side? Paint the side of a couple buildings before you land in a battered pile of meat paste? Windorf asked while trying to keep a severe expression that even he was having trouble holding on to. I mean, it does sound like a good idea, but without my primal force active, I'm going to have to agree with Windorf on this one, Grogville said while giving me a look over like I had changed since the last time I'd seen him. It will be fine, and I actually have a plan for this one, so don't worry. What you two need to worry about is keeping this little girl safe while I am in there. The last thing I need is to have Neft have some kind of bargaining tool against me. So keep her safe, I said, and then Callie spoke up. Yeah, this was the first time my big brother got to ride me, and I was amazed I could manage so much of him given how large he was. I could feel our connection growing deeper and deeper within me when he got on top of me like that. I will make sure to stay safe for you, so we can try it some more later, Callie said as she danced around. Both Windorf and Grogville were staring at me intensely, and I put my hands up in the air as I shook my head. This was so wrong, but I would be a fucking liar if I said that it didn't affect me, just a tiny wee bit. No, don't even go there or say anything about it. She is still a child, and that brain of hers will stay that way, I declared with a huff. Both the men started to laugh at me. What's so funny? Did I say something weird or wrong? Callie asked with the innocence of a baby lamb, and I sighed, looking down, shaking my head. All right, enough laughs and games. We can save that for later, I said, but Callie piped up again. Yeah, so we can hang out again. Maybe we can just keep going until I'm so tired that I can't even stand anymore. I've only spent time with you, so I don't know how long I can keep up or how much I can handle. I think if it's you leading the activity, I could keep up, Callie said in a bright voice as she did a pirouette. There were so many things wrong with this. Why did Callie have to sound so frigging cute when she gave this exceptionally erotic and taboo description of me getting a piggyback ride? I was going to hell for even entertaining the thoughts. But I was sure that the so-called pit of eternal damnation was a fairy tale that didn't exist. If it did, I would have been sent there instead. I definitely would not be placed on an island in the tropics. On top of that, it was filled with beautiful monster girls and gave me superpowers. I had been given so many opportunities to make it worse, and I think I took almost every one since I got here. I had to hope that these kinds of things weren't lightening or overburdening my soul, but I hardly knew up from down when it came to that stuff. I was running circles in my head now and putting off the inevitable, so I reached out and stopped Callie from spinning. As I did, Callie looked up at me with a cute smile and wrapped her arms around mine, hugging into her chest. I was curious why she was acting like this now, when before she had been to the point and almost crabby at times. Though I was talking to her more now, she was spending time with the other girls, so that might be part of it. Are you ready? I need you to throw me over the wall, but I need you to do it fast and then shrink back down, so no one sees you, okay? I asked, and Callie nodded. MH, I will, Callie said, and I nodded for her to start her transformation. The patrols would be out of sight for about 5 more minutes, then we would have to wait. Callie's transformation didn't take long, but the burst of green light had me on edge, but no one in the area noticed it. If you're doing distractions, try to stay out of sight. I don't want F to know I am coming, so he can't see that it is you guys doing it, or he will know it's me. I explained to the primals as Callie reached down to pick me up. The elementals nodded at me, and I was lifted into the air. I would be lying if I said that I wasn't a little bit nervous about this plan, but I had watched squirrels fall out of trees, hit the ground, and get back up fine. I should be fine was my last thought as Callie reached back. I just need to think weightless thoughts, and I would be wait. I think it should have explained how high ARD. Chapter 158. Shuriken cartwheels. Karen would be back well. The good news is that you're going to make it over the wall. The bad news is that I think you might be going just a little bit past the target. Callie had thrown me like a Hail Mary football pass and at a breakneck speed. All my plans and thoughts were lost as I was sent spinning into the sky. You're going to have to get big and then small, or you will completely miss the town. I knew this, but I had difficulty grasping the earth, Sunalili totem, as I cartwheeled through the air at subsonic speeds. I spun through the air like a ninja, star-facing, and I could somewhat make out the village, an impressive-looking keep whirling around below. Got it. I clamped onto the power that had really been just at the tips of my fingers. The problem lies in that there is no training to prepare you for flying an airplane without the airplane. Hurry up and make the change only long enough for you to slow down. Then get small. I did as Hero instructed and expanded my body to a full 5 times bigger, and my spinning stopped, but I was casting a massive shadow over the city. I pulled myself in and shrunk down to 4 times as small, and then started to fall. Getting big had stopped my momentum mostly, and now I was back on course to fall to what the others thought was my most certain doom. I started to let my presence pour out of me, using the Undine totem to ramp up the range and strength, not really knowing what else to do. I changed packs, still pouring out my aura, hoping that it was going to be enough to distract from the big ass cloud in the sky that had vanished. My speed had significantly slowed, and now I could get a better look at the town inside the mammoth walls. View of Neft, just before Kazz's throne. Neft walked laps around a massive blood moon, orb he used to control the bodies that he animated. 5 patrols of behemoths were patrolling outside of the walls, and nether knights all over, guarding the gates and walking the streets. Neft knew that he had no reason to worry, but worry hardly ever needs a reason. He would be fine, and even if the pink goon got past the guards, the women would take his soul before he ever even got near. Neft was also far stronger than that creature, or so he assumed in his mind. The demon lord had jumped the gun and blown up his minions before the hero was close enough. It doesn't matter. The booster isn't likely to show up anyways. It was probably just a bluff and the type of thing that mechs would do. That excuse of a demon was always a useless coward. A snake had more backbone than him. Neft growled as he paced. I think that you should be a little more mindful of this new one. You idiot. He isn't like the other ones, and I have seen his big sexy eyes and that stupid red ball of yours. Don't think that you're going to walk out of this alive if you just walk around in circles all day, you useless sack waste. Puffed, calling mechs out, the kettle to the pot. A big-tit succubus with short horns said in a rude voice to Neft, and he stopped his pacing from turning and glaring at her. Karen, shut the fuck up. I'm trying to think here, God. What is wrong with you? Aren't you supposed to be paying attention here? Neft barked as he pointed down toward himself, and Karen rolled her eyes around her head horizontally as she silently mocked him. Neft growled, and the moment arrived, and Karen's eyes snapped forward in excitement as she prepared for what was about to happen. Karen moved forward, but that was about the time that Kazz expanded into the air. Neft grabbed the back of the succubus head to force his blue steel down the miserable wench's throat, but Karen didn't resist. They were standing near a window when Neft noticed that there was a massive cloud that magically appeared in the sky. Unfortunately for Karen, he let go before turning. Karen was flung out the window off the tip of his massive 2.5-foot-long flesh bat as Neff turned to see what was in the sky. Nothing. Maybe there hadn't been anything there at all. It really does matter. I got rid of that annoying bitch, Neff said as he turned back to Blood Moon Orb. Unfortunately for Neff, and he knew this, just like the cat, Karen would be back. And even by some miracle, Karen didn't survive. There was another Karen to take her place. Neff suffered from a condition where he couldn't perform unless he was angry, so all the succubi had been handpicked before they left Gardania. The worst, most vulgar, annoying, mean, rude bitches they could find from him. That's what he needed, but it didn't mean he had to like the cunts. He wasn't back at sex. He just had to be and have it. Besides that, he was 9 feet tall, built like a brick shit house, semi-intelligent, capable. Total catch with a bulge the size of kid's foam bat. Neff also thought that pants don't even look good on women and never wore them. That way, people would really understand when he was angry. Though suddenly, Neff started to feel a bit frisky, and he looked down to see that he was visibly aroused. But he wasn't even angry. Neff dashed from the room to find Karen and see what this was all about. Whatever the women were going, it was precisely what he needed to take his mind off things. Chapter 159. Harold, save us all, this really isn't that bad. The looking down to my doom is not the greatest, but it's kind of relaxing at the same time. Yes, I have to give it to you, not a bad idea to grab a leaf to glide down on. I was almost getting concerned when you hadn't said anything about them, but then I noticed you grabbed the leaf and figured out what you had planned. I was floating down as I used the leaf I had grabbed like a glider of sorts. The village was much better built than either of the two that Mex watched, and most of the buildings were around at least 2, some even 3 stories tall. Mex had enough trouble taking care of himself most of the time, so I could see why it was better for him to have the villages separate. If they were like this, they would expect things from Mex, and he could hardly live up to his own expectations. There were orangish-brown, clay-tiled roofs below me, and the village was very well organized, which surprised me. Considering what I had learned about demons, I would have assumed the place would be a bit more violent and hectic. Though now that I had started to blast out my Crimson Demon, yes, I had named the damn thing, the place wasn't starting to get a bit wild. Women were slowly dropping things and then sinking to the ground, overcome with an intense, frenzied state. The men were sad sights, and the further I zigzagged down, the worse it became for them. Almost every male demon was on the ground, twitching, disheveled, and struggling. Goats of black ink pouring out of their barato. Well, this thing is scary and effective on lower-level creatures, but it won't be very effective on someone like Dao with the same power level as you. Demons on Gardania will be barely affected if you were to use it unless you got incredibly more powerful by that point. That wasn't a bad thing, but that meant it would also always be effective on my people. Watching the demons letting out roars that were getting weaker as I floated down made me feel bad for Mex last night, and I wouldn't want to be the one to clean up his room today. Once you reach level 10, you will gain more control over it and be able to direct your aura to Orgasmura. Don't start changing it now. I know you can hear all my thoughts, and you're always here. What? No. I go to play chess with the other gods and things. No. I use your name with Nushi. And you never made a big deal about it, because you forgot your lie to me, but it's fine. I know who time is, but I don't know who you are, and now I'm curious. I have time to talk this out for a bit. I estimate about 5 minutes as long as the wind doesn't start. I gave Time his name and asked him a question. Can you tell me what question I asked him? Zero wouldn't know the answer to this, or Mark's real name, Matthew. So, I was pretty confident the hero person either knew me or was under the Demon King's control. Marcus Grimes, your idiot sidekick that always hid behind you. Fine, my name is Harold, and I detested you. But I have started to understand you a bit better now that I am stuck in your head. I will say that the fact that you actually think about things before you make most of your choices is refreshing, but I won't deny that I was more than willing to let you die. That surprised me, and the increasing sounds of female cries of pleasure were getting closer, but they became background noise. I didn't expect that answer, and now I was curious to hear more, but there wasn't much time. You have always had this ability to do anything anyone else could, but better, and most people were okay with that and just tagged along. I devoted my entire life to the energy kaleidoscope theory, Then you walk into the lab, ask me one question, then solve the equations in less than 30 seconds. I looked up your file before you got the call to come and take a look. Nothing in physics, chemistry, or anything related to the studies of energy. I had floated down from the sky and into an alley off what seemed to be the main road. I settled down next to a beautiful demon woman who appeared to be in a private moment of intense self-pleasure. It sounds like I couldn't really control that I was good at things, and that obviously is not the case anymore. So you're one of the people that was working on the project then? Or whatever started all of this? All of this? Yes, I guess that you could say that we definitely helped. But it wasn't any of us that started this. It was Zero. He flipped the switch, but you don't have time for this right now, and we can talk about it later. Zero did this. The Demon King? I needed to know the rest of this, but... Harold. But you used to call me Hero because you thought that my work was going to save us all. Funny just how wrong you actually were about it. But I used the name just to spite myself now. Harold, I didn't really ring any bells in my head, but neither did Mark's name until I got the flashback, and I still didn't really know who he was. Now, I knew that he was my supposed best friend, but I found it hard to believe I could be friends with someone who didn't want to try and hide from responsibility. I used to ask myself the same things, but this is not the time, nor place to be bringing this all up. You have a demon lord to kill. Chapter 160, Hannah and the Pink Shaman Harold. No, if I called him Hero, I must have meant it, and I was slowly getting the shape of the person I once was, or still was underneath it all. Doesn't really matter. But what is your plan from here? I am sure you understand what you have to do, but how do you plan on doing it? I don't know if you have noticed them, but strange animated dead things are in armor walking the streets. They look like some kind of patrol, and your Oscar Mora is having no effect on them. I didn't see what Hero was talking about, but I was deciding if I should put away the Orgasmura for now. They'll make it a bit easier to hide in the crowd, but I needed to get moving, and I was already inside. This wasn't meant to take an extended amount of time, so I needed to get moving. Can I take them? I don't see why not. And I would keep Orgasmura turned all the way up because it will keep Neff distracted until we get there, or it should. I started to grow back into my standard size, and at first the demon beside me didn't notice me, but she did notice the bulge pushing out of my shorts I couldn't hide. Like me, it was growing, and I was now becoming more aware of the sounds and sights around me. I thought the woman might call out to the guards, but she didn't. Instead, the demoness shifted to the side as she looked up at me with pleading eyes. Please, stranger, I don't know what has come over me, but I can't stop the need for more pleasure. Put that strange object inside of me. Use every one of them. The woman pleaded in a husky voice with me. I almost felt bad, but this would be a chance to test if I needed to activate the impregnating skill or not. What I was doing right now was to help them all and break them from these shells to help them. I smiled gently down at the woman as she panted and lowered myself down. I paused at the threshold, feeling the tension in the air, but I stopped as I reached the edge. The woman called out, but the cries were coming from everywhere, and I wanted to check something. I reached forward and lifted the woman's dress up higher, and there was a black tattoo. The woman, even in her pleasure-filled, blissful moans, the demoness realized what I had just seen and froze. Her eyes were wide and filled with fear and then confusion as she finally looked me in the eye, realizing I wasn't a demon. Before she could say anything, I pressed forward. As she gasped, her voice quieted, and I reached down behind her neck in the same motion. I pulled the demon woman to my lips to quiet her sounds and slowly began to move as she returned my kiss. I could feel her desperation, and I wanted to reassure her that it would be okay, but I couldn't let my focus waver. Instead, I gently moved with her as we kissed, the sounds of orgasmic chaos raging around us. Finally, the intensity of the kiss started to ebb, and I was able to pull back just a bit from her lips, and the demon woman pulled her leg between us. She brought it over, turning her body, so we were facing each other. Who are you? Blue-eyed shaman? Why are you pink? You couldn't be one of the C-class demons who finally has come from Gardania? And are you going to kill me now that you can see I have been used? The woman asked slowly as she was able to start breathing through the pleasures. Kill? No, nor am I a demon. My name is Kazz, and you couples say that I am here to help. What is your name? I asked, holding her close. The feeling was amazing, but I was still aware of everything around me. This was not the place to lose myself in the pleasure with possible dangers all around us. "Hannah, but what are you?" I mumbled. Hannah cried out in her husky voice, urging the pink shaman on with passionate intensity, and I did as I was told, focusing my energy through my earth totem, which began to surge with power. Hannah's words filled me with fire as her eyes got huge, and I surged toward her with reckless force, like a battering ram pounding through a door. Hannah screamed as my power surged and overwhelmed her. "You, pink mun! I should have known this was too good to be true," roared a hollow voice from up the alley. And I froze. How did neither of us not notice them? They aren't alive, but they are more than that. There's nothing inside of them. They must be some kind of golems and are going to be hard to kill. I suggest you, postpone your activities and run at the keep. The gig is up, and now you need to finish this before he gets wise. I looked back, and two strange guards were standing where the sound was coming from, but I had to react instantly when I saw the arm pulled back. I grabbed Hannah and rolled as a spear smashed into the stone where we just were, sending rocks spraying. I rolled, and Hannah let out a sound as we did, because I was still holding her close. I kept an arm around her, sprung up, and bolted, barely avoiding another spear. Now I was on the run, racing down the road as fast as I could, holding Hannah tight, all the way to Neff's front door. Chapter 161, A New Threat. My birth sister, 5 metalheads, trailed behind me as Hannah bounced on my stiff steel shaft, holding on to me with legs and arms for dear life as I sprinted forward. I stepped to the side, narrowly dodging a spear that trimmed some of my shaggy hair, almost slicing my cheek. I had already destroyed each of the 5 by returning the spears to them, but each one had reformed at a blinding speed. My hand was still healing from the last spear I grabbed, and the first one I tried to grab near took my fingers off. There were blades all up the shafts of each spear that had slicked them up. The metalheads were able to summon them from holes in the air like Mex did to get his sword and was constantly dodging them. There was barely any pause between each one, and my water sphinx totem was running on overdrive. I focused on making turns and moving faster than the metalheads, but I was starting to get lost. The alleys and streets were not linking up where I assumed they should be, and Hero was no help when I was turned up like this. Everything moved around me in slow motions, but there was so much going on that I could hardly keep track of it all. The erotic moaning into my neck was not helping me, and more than once, I had almost slipped on a demon mess. I turned another corner and then turned into a doorway, stitching to my fire gog totem, and blasted the thing off its hinges and burst inside. I ran in and hopped over a twitching demon that was crying as his body spasmed, and a weak stream of black ink squirted out of him. I watched it in slow motion for only an instant and then focused on blowing another hole in the wall in front of me. If I couldn't find the way to the castle, I would make my own, and I could feel the excitement building up inside of me. Hannah bit down on my neck, letting out a loud moan as I moved my free hand and hip forward. Fire burst from my hand as I drove deep, and the wall exploded, but I wasn't ready to finish yet. Burning ciders and boards flew around us as I burst through wall after wall, cutting a path like a snake through the village. The metalheads were having trouble keeping up because I was making sure that I was doing enough damage to make it hard to follow. I burst through the next wall and then sprinted to a door, opened it, got inside, closed it behind me carefully, and then sprinted to the stairs at the back of the house. I searched and had picked an empty house, and I sprinted up the stairs 3 times, trying to be as quiet as possible. I dropped my orgasmura on my way up the stairs, and I felt Hannah's body start to relax. She even was able to keep quiet as I carried her up the stairs. Once on the 2nd level, I headed for the first open door and slipped inside a room with a single bed but nothing else. That was one thing that I noticed about almost every house I had blown through. Everyone was Spartan and only had what was needed. I closed the door and then crept over to the bed, crawling onto it with Hannah still under me. I had only been running for another 10 minutes, but with Veronica's totem so turned up, the time had seemed much longer. Hannah loosened her grip but stayed wrapped around me. She knew that we might have to move in an instant. The sounds of pleasure had stopped, but now they were replaced by demons screaming for water and help. Thanks to yours truly. Then I heard the sound that I was waiting for and locked eyes with Hannah as we listened to the light clicking of armor. That was the only thing that I had been able to pick up to sense the metalheads. I pushed some of Hannah's red hair that was covering one of her red eyes that glowed slightly. As I pulled the hair back, two small cute horns were revealed at the same time, and I smiled despite the situation. Hannah quickly turned her head away, and her cheeks were stained with purple. I was surprised at first, but then I thought about how big the other women's horns were and how self-conscious Nushi had been about hers. The sounds of the metalheads were starting to fade, and I relaxed a bit, reaching down to take Hannah's chin in my hand. I turned her blushing face to me and then kissed her softly and pulled away. I think they are cute, and big horns are overrated, but don't tell Liddy I said that. I joked, and Hannah relaxed for about the entire blink of an eye, and then her eyes went big. Like Mex's maid Liddy? How do you know her? Hannah asked in a confused whisper, and I was just as surprised by the question. Yes, I replaced Mex as a demon lord, but just not the demon part. Liddy is one of my... Well, she is more than just one of the girls, but how do you know her? I asked, lifting my own eyebrow, but Hannah just smiled at me and then started to move her hips. Sure, we can talk more after. If you know Liddy and are a demon lord, then I want you to finish what you started. I still don't know what you are, Pink Shaman, but if you know my birth sister, Liddy, please be with me. You can see that I am already unable to have children, so it doesn't matter anymore, Hannah whispered to me, her voice sounding heavy at the end. But I smiled down to her and then kissed her blue lips again, pulling back slightly after. I'm going to fill you with my memories, and I will break the chains that bind you to this existence, I whispered as I drew her close and pressed my lips into hers. Chapter 162, Wrong Side of Bed. Crying mess view of monster and demon girls at the beach, while Kazz was filling the red-headed demon, Hannah with his memories. Among other things, the women were working. Or, that was the plan when Jilly, a complaining Kita, Veronica, and Carrie announced that they were going to the beach to start building a boat. Well, Carrie told everyone else where they were going, starting a chain of everyone wanting to follow along. In the end, only Mex, Jessable, and Candace stayed behind because Jessable refused to come. She was content in the small room with only a bed, pillow, and blanket, but even then, it had to be the special blanket that relaxed her. The girls were now all on the beach, even Nishi, who was dragged along by the other grandmothers. She was sitting in a chair that Lonnie had got one of the villagers to bring over for her, so Nishi could watching the argument unfold. Don't you think you should step in? If they keep it like this, nothing is going to get done. The two are also going to tear each other apart if no one stops them. Nushi complained as she scanned over the conversation of the two girls that would continue getting worse. And does your book say it will change anything if I step between these two? Nishi asked as she looked out at the bramble barricade of black chitin weaved like vines draped with steel silk. Jilly and Lizzie had created the wall to keep out the demon Mutilus King's army that wanted to seek out Kazz. While they might now have created it together on purpose, it had caused all attempts by any monsters to attack the village since yesterday. You stupid piece Knoll excrement, you can't expect up to be able to survive underwater. I don't know if you haven't noticed, but neither of us breathes water. Lizzie screeched in a tirade, and Jilly put her face in her hands, growling in frustration. Things were not going well between the two giant women, but the rest weren't getting involved. None of them knew anything about shipbuilding, on top of lack of understanding. Most didn't even understand what the women were arguing about. What each proposed was nothing like any of the women had heard of before. Do you really think a boat made out of steel thread is going to hold water or float on it? What I am proposing is to build something that can go under the water. Why are you still being such a behemoth about this? Why can't we do as Kazz asked and work on it together? Jill asked in an exasperated voice. She wasn't trying to antagonize Lizzie, but Jilly was still angry from this morning. Keeping her replies civil with how rude Lizzie was constantly acting was starting to push Jilly. Lizzie had been challenging from the moment her eyes had opened. Then once she found out that Jilly and the others were going to work on the boat, all hell had broken loose. The girls didn't know that Lizzie was partially angry and hurt because Jilly had left her out. Kazz had said for both girls to work on it together. In her mind, Lizzie saw this as a direct slap in the face after Kazz had told them. The Spider-Woman was also lousy mood because of last night and was still jealous of Jilly. But that wasn't new. It was the reason why Lizzie had tricked Jilly the first time. Still, even after all that had happened, Jilly seemed happier and more mature than ever. That had just added to Lizzie's self-righteous anger that she couldn't seem to let go of. Now, no matter how patient Jilly was, Lizzie refused to give in. And Jilly knew that she wouldn't be able to do this job alone. Still, Jilly was furious at Lizzie for what she had done this morning before most had even woken up. Situations like this could cause or mend significant rifts, but all stories had a beginning. In this case, Jilly had, like the others in the house last night, had experienced a blissful night together. In the morning, Jilly awoke in a great mood, but that soon changed when Carrie had come bursting into her room, crying long before Kazz and knew she had awoken. Carrie was the one to suggest the idea to make a boat that could go under the water, but had tried to talk to Lizzie about the idea first. Lizzie, despite the exhausting, pleasure-filled night, woke up in a foul mood. This was partly because Lizzie had been forced to sleep in a bed. After all the excitement of the day, she had been too tired to spin her own cradle, but the main reason was Kazz's aura. The strange aura would leave her trembling and spent before it faded. Lizzie had decided to be lazy when it had first started, letting the aura do the work, but lost her build-up the first time Kazz let off. Not wanting to lose the sensation, Lizzie tried to hold on to the feeling, but then the intensifier started up again. Just as the rush was returning, the intensifier hit her even harder than before. The overwhelming surge contorted Lizzie's body and twisted her mind, forcing her to continue as she experienced overwhelming waves of intense sensation. Held in the savage grip of her own severely overstimulated state, Lizzie had thought that she was going to lose her mind. Her mind was numbing as Lizzie's overwhelmed body trembled all over her bed until the device stopped again. But then it started all over. Needless to say, when Carrie burst into her room in the morning screaming about the great idea that she had, Lizzie was not impressed. Carrie was sent out of the room bawling after Lizzie had picked her up and slammed her into the wall, screaming at her. "The master only used you as a tool to get to me. He doesn't care about you and your weak little child body." Lizzie had screamed at Carrie, causing Carrie to wet herself. This had just made Lizzie even angrier, and Lizzie then took it upon herself to belittle Carrie for that. When Carrie was finally put down, she ran from her room in a crying mess. Chapter 163, Skin Will Fall Off. Ruin My Reputation. Carrie had run from Lizzie's room in tears, running into Jilly's room as the massive Umyacade was getting dressed. Jilly was still trying to get used to wearing clothes, since that was something that Kazz seemed to like. Jilly still didn't understand why the man didn't prefer them to go without clothes. It would save a lot of time. While extremely strange, Kazz meant a lot to Jilly, but she was sure that the other girls could say the same. Still, Kazz had accepted her after trying to eat and kill him on numerous occasions. Jilly was used to all forms of men being sex-hungry beasts that never wanted anything more, but Kazz wanted more than that from her. Men had come to her, and she had given them what they wanted and then killed them because she knew that was all she was to them. Now, for once, Jilly belonged somewhere, and that was thanks to Kazz, so she was willing to entertain him and wear the cloth coverings. Jilly had to admit, though, having her breasts tied down made moving faster, more comfortable, and more manageable. The sound of Carrie's bawling voice had tipped her off that Lizzie might have done something. It had been a while since she had seen her little Kiki, and Jilly was ready to end Lizzie if she heard her. The smell of urine had instantly set Jilly on edge as Carrie came bawling. Going over to her, Jilly scooped the tiny, crying woman up into her arms. While Carrie was to be considered an adult for Agog, Jilly had known her from birth. She was one of the few creatures that Jilly secretly cared about, along with Mary, Nushi, and now the Cerberus girls. Knowing that Carrie only wet herself when she was scared for her life, Jilly had been about to go and tear Lizzie's head off, but Carrie had begged her not to. Something is bothering her, and I don't think she meant it. Carrie had partially lied, knowing that Lizzie had meant every word she had said. But she also didn't want to see the girls get hurt. Why did you go see her? What was the reason that you went into that bear's cave in the first place? You should know better than that, Kiki. Lizzie is a vile abortion, and talking to her is about as effective as trying to look through a stone wall. Jilly had complained as she carried Carrie out of her room and down to the bathroom to get her cleaned up. Ani, don't call me that anymore. I'm not a child anymore. Carrie complained as Jilly grinned, cradling Carrie in her arms like child. I will call you whatever I please, little girl. I can remember the first time that I tried to eat you and then decided that you were more bones than meat, letting you live. Jilly said fondly as they entered the bathroom, where the girls found Veronica sitting on the edge of the large 15-foot square bathing pool, having been cleaning her new body and getting used to it. The girls coming in had startled her, and she quickly removed her hands to stop touching herself. Noticing Veronica's embarrassment, but understanding what this must be like for her, Jilly set Carrie down. Moving into the water, Jilly made her way over to the blushing, blue-skinned woman. During this time, while she thought Jilly was distracted, Carrie climbed into one of the laundry baskets, only now realizing where she had been taken. With all the things Carrie loved about the changes she had gone through, the idea of going in water just wasn't one of them. Testing out things after last night? Jilly asked in a warm and almost motherly voice. The sound of it seemed to make Veronica relax a bit, but she still looked very unsure of herself. Veronica knew what she was doing wasn't wrong, but that didn't make it any less embarrassing for her to be caught in the act like she had. That was a lot last night, but I really enjoyed it. Some parts were so intense that my body reacted on its own, and I felt a strong physical sensation. I really liked the feeling, but now when I try, it's not the same, Veronica said quietly, blushing and then turning her head from Jilly. Jilly knew where Carrie was hiding and kept an eye on her as she took Veronica's face in her hand and turned it back to her own. Jilly might not have experienced what Veronica had, but she more than understood the thoughts and feelings. Bruce. Jilly thought this was a great chance to blow off some steam while giving a bit of a lesson at the same time. That was when Jilly also started to smell smoke and had to turn from Veronica, letting go of her face as she did. Get out of that basket before you burn the place down, Jilly shouted, and the smoking wicker hamper fell over on command, and a coughing Carrie rolled out. Fast as a whip, Jilly struck forward, grabbing Carrie before she could scurry away, hauling the squealing little woman into the air. Ani, stop it. I take baths in lava. Mother always told me water will make my skin fall off. This isn't right. Carrie squealed, but Jilly ignored her for the most part, pulling her into her chest and holding her there. Jilly made sure that she never acted this way around Kazz. She didn't want to ruin the image of a wild, angry bitch and have the man think she was friendly or something foolish like that. Jilly waited until the little dark red-skinned girl stopped fighting her. Knowing that this must be scary for her, Jilly spoke to Carrie calmly and softly. You are not like you were before, but we will take it slow, together. If it hurts, tell me, and I will stop, but you need to get clean, or Kazz isn't going to want to come anywhere near you selling like this, okay? Jilly asked, and Carrie slowly nodded, still looking unsure and scared. Chapter 164 sounded kind of silly. A man we grew to love as Carrie and Jilly were talking. Veronica was watching them with interest. Coming to the keep with Kazz had been a split-second decision she had made out of loneliness and pure jealousy of her sister's relationship with the master, Mexico. That part was still hard for her to remember. Candace and Veronica had known Mex as their master since he came to this island. The two of the women, still girls at the time, had been running from a large group of gnolls. Their mother had just been killed by the same group. Both girls thought that they were going to die when they were chased into a corner. As the mangy creatures closed on the girls, that was when they had met their master for the first time. Mex had been in his massive demon form and had come out of nowhere. A monster the same color as the sky and like nothing either of the girls had ever seen before. As Mex had finished slicing the gnolls into small pieces, the girls had both crouched back in fear. The massive light blue creature that was covered in gnoll blood with burning eyes had turned on them. Veronica remembered this part like it had just happened, and seeing Carrie urinate in fear had reminded her of Candace's reaction to seeing Mexico. The terror of seeing a demon for the first time had frozen Veronica in fear, but then he had tossed the big black sword to the side, and it had disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Mex then shrunk back down. That night, the man standing there had saved those girls. Beautiful creatures such as Sphinx being chased down by ugly perversions such as these? Not while I am around to do something about it, Mex had announced in a dramatic voice, and then his expression had changed to one mixed with pain as he looked down at the girls. His dramatic words seemed silly to Veronica now. At the time, that man had saved their lives and was a hero to them then, and still was. The scared girls had barely come up to his hips, even when he was shrunk down. He walked over to the girls and bent down with a sad look in his eyes. "I think I found your mother back there. She was the only one, but she is gone. I know this is hard for you girls to hear, but I need you both to listen very carefully to me if you want to live," Mex had told them, and then explained about demons and the others that had come with him but weren't like him. Later on, the girls would learn that Mex was the only demon like himself. In time, the girls found out that the other demons were worse than the monsters. Still, Mex had kept Candace and Veronica safe from that day forward, even finding and cleaning out the maze for them to live in, away from the demons. Then he found Jessable and asked them to watch her. All the time, Mex would come to visit and telling them stories of his home on Gardania. Over that time, Mex and Candace had started messing around because Candace had turned out to be unable to have a child. It hadn't bothered Veronica at first, but she finally approached Mex about it as the year went by. "I understand how you feel, and I think you are just as beautiful as your sister, but I refuse to take the chance of you having a child with you. One day, we will leave this island, and we will return to where I came from. I don't know when exactly, but when we do, I will find you a proper man perfect for you, even if I have to put a collar around him." Mex had joked, and Veronica had waited for 5 years. Then something had happened, and Candace had come home in a rage that day. It was after Mex had come for one of his visits to make her scream his name loud enough for the entire island to hear. That pink creature that Mex asked me to test is beyond frustrating and strange, and I am going to strip his mind of every thought that he has ever had. Candace raged, and she pranced up to the maze's entrance that Veronica was sitting and enjoying the sun. Veronica had been confused because Mex hadn't mentioned anything to her about this pink man. Candace hadn't been in the mood to talk when she got back, so Veronica was perplexed about what was going on. Mex always told both of them about everything, as far as she knew, but maybe her sister and Mex were closer than she had thought. Veronica remembered that the thought had bothered her quite a bit, but Mex had come again to see Candace that night, but stopped to talk to Veronica first. "Hello, my dear Veronica. You are looking the wrong shade of blue today, my beautiful feline goddess. What has made you so upset, my little blueberry?" Mex asked while trying to sweeten Veronica up. "Who is the pink man, and why did you tell Candace about him and not me?" Veronica had asked. Now, Veronica could see how childish she had been, but it was always easier to look at the past than see the future. Mex had grinned and then laughed, but then got very serious with her, surprising Veronica. "The pink man is Kazz. What his race is, I am not really sure, but what he is a hero," Mex said, and Veronica had given him a confused look. All the so-called heroes went to the village and hardly ever left because monsters were constantly attacking it, and Mex wouldn't have sent Candace near the demons. On top of that, the heroes were worse than most of the demons, and Mex never talked about them unless it was to mention one dying. "I know what you're thinking, but this one is different. So much so that I have even trusted my little Nushi in his care. I'm sure you're wondering why I told your sister, and not you, and why I am here right now." Mex had told her, and then smiled warmly as he continued. "I love you more than the world, but you know that I can't treat you the same as I do your sister. I can't promise you that it will work out, but I think I might have found someone for you." Now Veronica was sitting on the edge of a pool in a new body, friends, and she was closer to getting what she desired than she had ever been in her life. Closing her eyes, Veronica thanked whoever was out there watching over her and gilding her to this point in her life. Chapter 165, A Childish Expression of Wonder. Determined to kill Veronica, was no longer embarrassed as she watched Jilly with Carrie, but it was strange to watch. Considering the way Jilly acted so aggressively when Kazz was around, this was always a more interesting side for Veronica to see. Together, Jilly and Carrie touched down into the water, but Carrie didn't seem to notice at all as her shaking toes pierced the water. She was visibly shaking, and a thin line of yellow ran down the front of Jilly, but was washed off as they both entered the water. Jilly made no complaint about it, so as to not embarrass her further. Within moments, the two women were up to their chests in the water, but Carrie was still shaking and was clenching her burning eyes closed. Jilly had to hold back her laugh, and then leaned down to kiss Carrie's forehead. "How much farther do we have to go, and why did you do?" Carrie started to ask, but then stopped talking as she tried to grab onto Jilly more and splashed. Carrie froze, and then slowly opened her blazing sockets, and then looked around her, and then down at the water she was submerged in. Carrie looked back up with a childish expression of wonder. "Does it hurt?" Jilly asked with a smirk on her face, and Carrie started to smile brightly as she moved her arms around in the water. "This is nice. Is all water like this? I thought it was going to be colder, but it's not like the stuff you drink, Dash," Carrie said as she wriggled in Jilly's arms, but then slipped out, disappearing into the water that was almost 6 feet deep. "Carrie!" Jilly cried. About to go down and get her, Jilly started to sink her body down, but then Carrie popped her head out. She turned her head back and forth, but kept her eyes closed. Veronica had also been about to dive in, but stopped when Carrie popped back up. Then the little red-skinned woman opened her eyes, and both Veronica and Jilly reared back in shock and revulsion as Carrie opened to black fireless pits. "Hey, did you guys turn out the lights?" Carrie asked as she looked around while treading water. Both of the other women's words were stuck as the shock started to turn into fear. Jilly was starting to tear up, but then the fire in Carrie's eye poofed to life, and both of the women let out clearly audible sighs. "Oops, looks like I turned the lights out. I was wondering why I could only see for a second." "Oh well," Carrie said, and then dove back under the water like a redfish. It stood to reason that Carrie would be a good swimmer, since she has been swinging in lava her entire life. Jilly shook her head, and then turned back to Veronica, who had a big smile, and Jilly went over to instructed her on the ways of her new body. This was about the time that Kazz had started to get up, but Lizzie was still in her room, in her closet with the door closed. She wasn't in typical form. Instead, she was holding a blanket wrapped around herself, even though she wasn't cold. Everything was becoming too much for her, and Lizzie didn't understand why she was even here. She wasn't like these other girls. They only had the name. Lizzie knew she was the real monster. What did it matter? It had always been like this for her. It was stupid that she had to be forced into this situation. It would end the same. It always did, and that's why Lizzie acted the way she did. This wasn't her first time meeting friendly people. Lizzie had been born on a different island and carried across the sea. With hopes of making it to Gardania, Lizzie had floated like her other siblings. Each magma spiderling and Lizzie had been forced to create unique gliders. They had used them to catch the wind, to flee from their mother. Determined to eat and kill as many as she could, Arcania, the ancient magma Arcania queen, slaughtered her child in droves. Lizzie could remember this time clearly, and how horrifying it was as she shook in the closet. Lizzie had been excited to get out, finally meet the one that created her, and then go out into the open world. All her siblings had felt the same way, but when the steel cocoon opened, a massive, beautiful creature was much like them, but 100 times bigger. "Welcome to life, all my beautiful children. I know that you are all excited to see me, your mother, and to explore the world, but I must teach you one lesson first," Arcania said in a sweet and motherly voice as she reached into the magenta steel silk cocoon filled with her children. Lizzie remembered just being missed by the hand and being so sad that she had not been picked. Looking back now, Lizzie knew better as she remembered watching her mother bring her siblings up to her face. "The one single lesson that I must teach you is that nothing in this life is ever free or fair, so you should never trust the words of anyone. This world is being filled with creatures that live off lies and deceit and will trick you into a false sense of trust, Fiarcania said with a slow and lilting voice as she looked lovingly at the children in her giant hand that was all looking up at her expectantly. Lizzie's trembles started to get worse as she remembered just how enthralled she had been, but those words had stuck with her. Fiarcania had let her words hang in the air before she had spoken again, but her tone and expression turned violent as she did. "I'll only want to draw you in, so they can crush you." Fiarcania had screamed as she slammed her fist closed with a sickly crunch. "Those that survive this shall remember my words well, and heed my warnings if you want to survive in this world." Chapter 166 Escape. The Platinum Touch fleeing for her life, while Fiarcania slaughtered her siblings. Lizzie had frantically spun a sail as she ran and dodged. Strangely, Lizzie had remembered that she had felt stronger each time more children were killed around her. It had almost been like she was receiving part of each of their lives as they died. It helped to strengthen and give her the energy to move faster. Lizzie scrambled with the others as she frantically created the sail her body was telling her to. The only thoughts at the time had been to get to the edge of the crater she was in. The magenta steel silk cocoon was at the top of a volcano in the middle of the hydrous ocean known as Death Summit Island. It was a single massive island that was all volcanoes that stretched up into the clouds. This would be seen as cruel and unfair to the outside watcher and her children. Yet the ancient queen didn't do this because she wanted to. Fiarcania knew that this was the only way for the surviving children to have a chance to grow. In the new, dangerous world that she was sending them, the strength she had given them was shared among all her children. Fiarcania knew that she would have to kill as many could so the others would be strong enough for the journey across the sea. She knew that many would not make it and drown in the ocean, while others would be consumed as they drifted to reach Gardania, Fiarcania's home. Their fight wouldn't be over then because the demons would never let them live in peace, the reason why Fiarcania was forced from her home. Or it had been, but then the demon King Scourge and a flood of other demons had appeared almost 5 centuries ago. The king and his wave poured out over the land, and the creatures of this world had tried to destroy them, but they came back as fast as they were killed, forcing most of the ancients to flee the continent. The demons continued to spread across the lands. Fiarcania was one of the last to leave because she wanted to learn as much as she could so she might return one day. There was a limit to the demons, and once they hit it, their reproduction had almost completely stopped. They also burned out their women after the first child, but then the demons captured other races. They changed them into demonic shadows of their past selves, but it destroyed the soul that was inside of them. The Spider Queen had been forced to kill her own children after they had drunk the blood of demons, figuring out how they were doing it. Over time, Fiarcania had watched them spread out and even forced her children to stay with her as she gathered an army of hundreds and thousands. She had planned to assault all the new demon settlements, but had failed and almost lost her life. Almost a century ago, the queen had mounted an attack against the demons. She had attacked from all over the continent of Gardania at the same time, spreading them across Gardania over 10 years. Fiarcania had planned the assault to be flawless, with orders for her children to attack at the first full moon of autumn, and everything had gone to plan. Then he appeared, the demon King Scourge, and the flow of the assault reversed. 10 years of plans fell apart in a matter of hours. Scourge, a rank A platinum demon that could turn anything he touched into platinum, this was this third entry. Demon Kings with the rank of A or higher were Conqueror-class demons, and Zero, one of 2 inferior-ranked demons, sent them across the multiverse. Each Conqueror-class Demon King was responsible for removing the old life and replacing them with his demonic ones. Scourge had already purged the life from 2, and not even the champions of those worlds could stop him. And now it was time for the next. Entering from a tear in reality with massive, spiraling horns, a humanoid no more than 6 feet tall, the Demon King, Scourge, appeared on the battlefield. To this day, platinum bodies littered the plains of Gardania. Scourge was able to split himself, and every spiderling he touched was turned to solid platinum. Fiarcania was chased from the continent, barely escaping with her life, losing one of her long 8 legs. Now it served as a reminder to the queen that these otherworldly abominations couldn't be beaten, and Fiarcania wasn't over 3,000 years old because she was stupid. Culling her children was the best thing that she could do for them. Yet, it was likely that even if she could give all of her strength to one, it would still be killed. All the Spider Queen could do was hide at the top of the mountain. Fiarcania waited for a hero to come and save her, but even she was losing faith in the Old One's words. Lizzie knew none of this and still didn't. At the time, and even now, she had known that fleeing was the only chance she had to survive. Tossing herself off the edge of the volcano, and then the sail that was partially completely caught the air draft, and Lizzie was pulled into the sky with her other siblings. The sounds of squeals and death slowly had gotten quiet, and then were replaced with new squeals of the same thing. From Death's Summit Island, the spiderlings had floated up and into the clouds that touched the peak. Though above the clouds, a new death awaited them in the form of small dragon-like creatures that snatched the fleeing spiderling. Lizzie and her siblings were no bigger than hand-sized, and they had no way to avoid the creatures as they were picked out of the air. Some tried to use their steel silk to shoot at the creatures, but the thin threads of the freshly hatched magma spiders had no effect. Nothing short of a miracle had allowed her and a group of 50 others to escape the slaughter. Together they floated for 3 days. Lizzie had gotten to know some of them at that time, and she had started to think things were looking up. Then the storm came, and more than half of them were killed or lost. Chapter 167. Her word rang down to the core of her soul during the storm. Lizzie and the surviving spiderling found the island she lived on now and had decided that landing on it was better than dying in the storm. The group of 15 spiderlings landed on the island, and this was before the demons had arrived. Lizzie and her group had thought that they had finally reached safety, and in a way, they had. The creatures of the island left them alone. They found a lava lake that is controlled by the demon Lord Tao, but Lizzie soon learned the value of her mother's words. Things had been good for the first 2 weeks, and Lizzie had even gotten close to one of her sisters, McKenna. The two hunted together and even would share their meals before eating them or trading before eating. Then one of Lizzie's brothers disappeared, but no one knew where he had gone. McKenna and I, like the others, had just assumed that he must have left to go to explore. One day later, another one disappeared, and all the spiderlings started to get worried because none of them had any idea where they were going. Then the disappearances stopped once we started to keep track of each other. Things were normal for about a month for the remaining 10, and everyone started to relax. Then 6 of the spiderlings went missing, and McKenna was one of them, but Lizzie and the others were too scared to leave the crater. Then McKenna returned covered in cuts and burns, and the others had rushed to help her, but Lizzie hadn't. She created a spear as the last 3 others had their upper bodies cut to small pieces as McKenna whipped her steel silk at them. Lizzie hadn't waited to ask her why, because in her heart and ringing in her head were her mother's words as the steel silk-spun spear left her hand. Trust no one. They will all betray you in the end. The spear had struck her, and McKenna was surprised as she saw who had thrown it and had called out to Lizzie, saying that she did this for them. Lizzie had waited an entire day just to make sure that her sister was dead, and then went and tossed her body into the fire lake. For years, Lizzie lived alone, having her way with the creatures of the lake, and then would devour them, but always felt like something was missing. No matter how much she took her pleasures, no man or even woman could satisfy her need, and that was most of the reason why she killed them after. Then the demons arrived on the island, and Lizzie was chased out of the East Fire Lake, and she was forced to find a new home. The North and South Fire Lake's creatures had heard of her and refused to have her stay with them. After killing many monsters, Lizzie was able to make it to the West Fire Lake that was under the control of an elemental that had come with one of the demon lords. She heard that Mex wasn't like the other demons and was made fun of because he wasn't mean. Deciding that this was her best chance, Lizzie arrived at the West Fire Lake. This was also the first time that she met Jilly, the Umukade. Due to her past experiences, Lizzie had decided to try and befriend the women. Secretly, she started to plan how to get rid of her. The problem was, while a bit rude at times, Jilly was actually really nice. Lizzie hated to admit it to herself, but she had started almost like Jilly. Each time Lizzie would feel that way, the sounds of her mother's words would start to echo in her mind, and she would remember. Jilly was a carnivore like Lizzie, so in her mind, there was only one way this could end, but Lizzie didn't think she could take her in a fight. While Lizzie was taller at Jilly's standard resting height, the woman moved and struck faster. Lizzie had watched her with her prey, and when she was done with the creatures, she killed them in a blink and then devoured them. Instead, Lizzie had decided to use Jilly's naiveness against her, tricking her into a game that she cheated to win. Lizzie had made a bet in a fun and joking manner, but made sure to do it in front of Fire Den, so she couldn't back out, but said the winner chooses the prize. The rest of her story was history now, but Lizzie didn't understand why she felt so horrible for the way that she had treated that little god girl. That was how she treated everyone, but it was because it was only a matter of time, so why was it bothering her so much? Lizzie closed her eyes and let the events play in her mind. Carrie had burst into her room. But why? Lizzie tried to remember, and when it came to her, the little red woman had burst into my room talking about some idea about an underwater boat. Already in a horrible mood, Lizzie had snapped at the fact that this creature had woken her up for nonsense. Her reaction was normal for her, and only because of the stupid man had she not been able to kill her. Yet, Lizzie knew what she had done was wrong down to the core of her soul for some reason. Even though the idea might have been stupid, that coward had come rushing into Lizzie's room instead of Jilly's. It was easy for Lizzie to see where the mistake was now, but she was still struggling with an internal fight about why it was. The man had done something to her that was slowly trying to silence the echo of her mother's warning. As Lizzie sat in her closet, shaking with a raging storm of emotions inside of her, she started to cry. As the tears fell, Lizzie started to wonder if what was happening to her was really that bad. Maybe it might be worth trying to be more likable. Chapter 168, Really Be Able to Help. My little blue kitten, once the girls were done with their bath and were about to leave the bathroom, Carrie spoke up. Auntie, I have an idea for the boat, Carrie said as Jilly was drying her off. What kind of idea are you thinking of? Jilly asked after she finished toweling Carrie. Since we can't really see the big monsters coming when we are on top of the water, what if we went under? Carrie asked, and Jilly raised an eyebrow, forcing herself not to say exactly what she thought of the idea. Well, that might be a good idea, but there are only a few of us that breathe underwater. The most important one would be Kazz, and he can hold his breath for a long time, but not for a day. We would constantly need to come up for air, but I can see your point, Jilly explained, but that didn't take the excitement out of Carrie. Yeah, I know that most can't breathe water, but I'm sure we could figure it out if all of us work together. We should go talk to Kita. I saw her working on some things, so she might be able to figure it out, Carrie said with even more excitement as she started to jump around. Jilly looked over at Veronica, who was smiling very brightly after the lesson she had received about her body, but both women knew Kita. They also knew about her reputation for not being able to create anything that worked the way intended. Kiki, I don't know if Kita will really be able to help, Jilly started to say, but Carrie ignored and interrupted her, turning to Veronica. Veronica was trying to get a shirt over her head and chest, but was having a tremendous amount of trouble. Carrie didn't seem to mind or care as she started to try and convince Veronica. Come on, Veronica. Kita might be able to help, or she might not. But does she ever come out with you girls? Carrie asked with impatience. Jilly sighed and went over to help Veronica get her head through the right hole of the black tank top she was struggling with. Once her head was through, Veronica smiled up at Jilly. Thank you. But don't you think she's right? I know that I've been enjoying spending more time with you and all the other girls. Maybe it would be good to get Kita out of her lab for a change? Veronica asked as she struggled to get her huge breasts tucked into her shirt. Jilly agreed, and after everyone got dressed, the three girls headed down to the first floor. Seeing all the other happy faces of the girls, they decided to join the other women for a bit before heading out. Kazz came down with Nushi after that, and the girls did notice them but paid little attention to him. Most of the women wanted his attention so that they could be the next one he favored, or at least to get some attention. After the experience from last night, the women were more than content to let Kazz get on with his tasks. Now that they all knew that the plan was to leave the island, they didn't want to interrupt him. Once Kazz had finished his rounds and left out the front door, the trio heard Kita's confrontation. Carrie had been the first to get up, but the blinding light caused her to trip, but Jilly grabbed her before she could hurt herself. Jilly had already shielded her eyes as soon as she heard Kita's voice, knowing what it would be about, and figured Kazz would agree. The direct light didn't bother her eyes, but for some reason, Kita had burst with a far brighter light than the others Jilly had seen. Once the light cleared, the trio of women went outside to find Kita, but she was already gone. But the door to her underground shop was still open. The girls all looked between each other and shrugged. Whatever happened, she must have been excited about it. I am betting she left the door open in a rush because I don't think that she would have followed Kazz, Veronica said, and Jilly nodded and then looked down at Carrie, or where Carrie had been when she had looked 10 seconds ago. Jilly looked up, and Carrie was already running to the horizontally open metal that led into the ground. Groaning, Jilly started to follow, and Veronica was just behind, trying to cover up her laughter with her hand. Down in the shop below ground, Kita was racing to get to her drawing board. Her mind was racing as the missing pieces to all of her failed creations floated around the inside of Kita's mind now. Where are you? I know that I put you. Yes. Now I can start working on Dash. Kita had started to say as she grasped the paper that she had been looking for, but Carrie's voice made her whip around. Kita had only had one person that visited her, and this was not the master, Mexico. The small girl with burning eyes was talking to herself and looking at Kita's different failed creations. Not wanting to get rid of them, Kita stored them at the front section of her shop. She had always hoped that one day the missing piece to all her puzzles would come to her. Mex had bought her from a smith so long ago she had forgotten the man's name who had owned her. Previously a slave, Kita had always been thankful for what he had done for her and had always wanted to be able to thank him somehow. Her problem had caused her to never be able to complete anything, leaving Kita depressed most of the time. Still, no matter how many times she had failed, he would always say the same thing to her. Next time, my blue little kitten, there's always next time. Don't think about what hasn't worked, and only think about what could work. I love you, and I know that you will do better tomorrow. Chapter 169, Nishi's Mother. Unlike the others, every project turned out the same, and while at Mex's keep in the hills of the state of Deslanisha, Kita had fallen deeper into her sadness. Even though Mex didn't care if she created anything, Kita cared and knew Mex was constantly criticized for keeping her around. Mex had noticed this, but was not sure what to do about it. At the time, not even his wife or anyone had respected him, so he had no one to turn to for help. Then the ruling rank sea demon queen, Deslanisha, forced Dao out of his castle in Gardania. After discovering Doa's demon farms, the state's ruler was told by the Scourge himself to remove him. The farms would restrict the number of higher-ranked demons the ruling king could produce to fill his own ranks. The demon king, Scourge, was constantly under siege from other high-ranking demon kings, but this was normal. The battle rage the demons fed off was literally how they survived and trained the best fighters. Anyone that died wasn't worthy in the Scourge's eyes, and he would recycle demons until he had the perfect army. Everything was in preparation for the day that a real hero would come, and it would happen. Scourge knew this. The last words had been the same, but the ruler of this Demon's Caper army had almost lost to the first real hero he had met. Mark had almost beaten him, but the Scourge had defeated him, yet Zero had forced him to spare the man, and then had taken him. Needless to say, a minor demon lord like DOA of the lowest rank plugging up the re-entry for new demons. On top of them not being under the ruling king's control, the lower-ranked demon rebirths very rarely ever produced even a single rank higher. This was not good for business, so to speak, and Queen Deslanisha was told to kill him and all of the followers. While the queen would have no problem killing DOA and his overconfident son Neft, but Mex was one of her many grandsons. Deslanisha had forced them all onto boats in the middle of the night after thoroughly obliterating each of the 3 lord settlements. After saying goodbye to her daughter Nishi and the rest of her family, Slantia sent them away and told them to never come back. They had made many stops during the trip across the sea, and Mex had picked up passengers along the way. Kita had remained held up in her room at the start of the journey, but Mex made her go out with him on his stops. While on the boat, Kita had not been able to work on any of her projects for fear of them getting wet or ruined. At first, she had not been happy about going to talk with random people, and Mex almost had to tie her up the first time they had left the ships. People had always just been distractions from her work, and Mex had never forced her out of her shop before this. Forced to tag along and interact with the strange natives they met on each island, Kita had been angry with Mex at first. Then they met a cute but strange-looking girl that lived in the water they met on the way to the island. This would be later discovered to be Mary's sister, Maddie, a killer whale mermaid. Unlike the creatures of Earth's oceans, the killer whales were savage killers that reveled in carnage and the blood of their enemies. Then, there was Maddie, unlike the rest of her kind, who was a kind and curious soul that only wanted to explore and meet new people. Matisse's curious nature had made her ask Kita many questions on the way to the island, and had appeared at the side of the boat on the way back. Following them from each island, Kita soon became friends with Maddie for the first time in her life. They spent most of the trip together until they almost reached the destination, but Maddie had said she had to go when they got close to the island. Kita had begged her to stay, but Maddie had said there was too much of the world left for her to explore. Kita had been sad, but had understood that the two of them were two different people. But Matisse had become more than just a friend to her. Kita had cried for weeks, even after Mex had constructed her new shop, and nothing anyone did would help. Finally, Mex had come down one night to come and visit and explain to her about his dreams to one day leave the island. Kita had not spoken during this time, but her tears had stopped like Mex had known they would have. He was not blind, but Mex had been running around the island saving every creature that he could find from Dow and his son, Neft. Mex had gone over and hugged Kita to explain his dreams of one day escaping the horrible demon culture he had been born into. Kita had always found Mex strange since she had been around the foul creatures her entire life. Yet he was the exception to the rest. From that day forward, Kita started to build things again, but this time she was only using it to pass the time because Mex was the only person she had ever trusted. Now, a little red-skinned woman was very similar to her own size in her shop. Carrie, that was the name she had heard, and she was utterly ignoring Kita as she went over the weapons and contraptions. Not sure what to say, Kita just stood there watching Carrie until Jilly and Veronica made their way down into her shop. "Why can't you just wait for us, Kiki?" Jilly asked after she straightened up from coming down the stairs and then looked over at the startled-looking Kita. "Sorry for invading like this, but we want to know if you would like to join us for a trip to the beach." Chapter 170, Stirring Up Old Feeling. Finally snapped, no, I have a bunch of work that I must complete first. Kita blurted out as she turned away in embarrassment. Part of her did want to go, but there was still so much more for her to do, but seeing Carrie had stirred up memories and feelings. The way she seemed genuinely interested in everything and how close in size she was to Kita started to make her feel strange inside. But she was an old woman now. Or that is what Kita still assumed about herself, but that wasn't true. Kazz ranching system had restored her to that of when she was a young woman. In all the excitement, she hadn't even looked at her own hands clearly. Her only worry was to be able to finally fix all of her creations, and Kita never looked at her reflection anymore. Jilly had already figured that Kita wouldn't want to come, and Veronica was disappointed. But Carrie was a different breed than the other two. Unknowing of Kita's inner struggles, Carrie ran over before Jilly knew she was gone. Carrie reached Kita's side in the blink of an eye and pulled on her lab coat, aching to ask the little blue woman questions. Kita jumped back, but not very good with social cues. Carrie moved forward with her as Kita jumped back from Carrie. "I think you need to get out of this cute little hole in the ground. Also, I have an idea, and I think that you might be able to help. And now that I've seen all the cool things you have, you made them, right?" Carrie asked, firing off questions. But only the part Kita caught was about the idea. "What idea are you talking about?" Keita asked with Carrie's burning eyes and smooth-looking cute face close to hers. Keita had been pushed back in her drawing board, and Carrie was almost climbing on her, even though Keita looked panicked. It wasn't because she didn't like Carrie in her face or close to her. Instead, it was because Carrie was starting to remind her of Maddie and about how she had felt toward Maddie. Keita had never told Maddie how she had felt, but that had been because she had never assumed she would leave. Suddenly, Carrie was lifted in the air and away from Keita by Jilly, but the heat was not gone from Keita's face. Carrie complained to Jilly to put her down, but Jilly ignored her and looked down at the tiny little blue woman that was nearly the same color as Veronica. Jilly was about to apologize to Keita for Carrie, but then she noticed the different colors on her cheeks as she looked up at the squirming red-skinned girl. While Jilly didn't know Keita very well, she knew enough about women to know what she was seeing. Instead of asking, Jilly tucked Carrie under one of her arms and then reached down to pick up Keita, not really sure what was going on and lost in her own thoughts and emotions. Keita let Jilly pick her up. Then she was stuffed under Jilly's other arms, and the four headed out of the underground shop. Were you talking to me? Keita asked once they were outside. Keita realized that she had just had a carnivorous monster pick her up and stuff her under an arm. We're going to beach, Carrie said with excitement, already forgetting about her idea. I can't go to the beach. I told you that I have my projects to work on. Keita tried to complain. You can do that any time that you want, but today you are coming with us, Jilly said in a tone that Keita decided not to argue with. Secretly, she was kind of glad to get out of her shop, but she really did want to work on her projects. Still, Keita couldn't stop herself from stealing peeks at Carrie, who was, of course, oblivious to all of these glances. Carrie was excited to be part of something with the girls, but the excitement of things got to her. Now, she was dreaming of what it was going to be like at the water and thinking about all the fantastic things that she had seen. Carrie looked over at the creator of said amazing things, but the tiny, pretty blue woman looked away from her when she did. Carrie wasn't sure if she had done something wrong, but she hoped not. The little blue woman was interesting, and besides Callie, the only person close to her size she had met so far. Carrie hoped that Keita would tell her more about her amazing things because she had no idea what they were, but was very interested. The now 4 women headed back into the house, and most of the other women were down in the living room, sitting and chatting. Lizzie was also coming down the stairs at that time, and Jilly had half a mind to rip the woman apart in front of everyone, but decided against it. Carrie wasn't bothered by the woman, so Jilly ignored her instead of starting a fight. Turning to the other women, Jilly told everyone what the 4 of them planned to do. Instantly, the previously low murmur turned into a flurry of women complaining, and Jilly immediately regretted coming back to tell them. As the women all announced that they would be coming as well, Lizzie froze with her mouth open. She had just been about to apologize to Carrie for how she had acted this morning, but had frozen when Jilly made her announcement. Ignoring her, Jilly had then told everyone that she was going to do the job that they had both been given without asking her. One voice in Lizzie's head told her that she deserved this for how she had treated Carrie. Then another told her that this was Jilly trying to get back at her. There was also the voice of her mother clawing at her mind. I was reminding Lizzie that it was worthless to apologize to the people that would just hurt her in the end. With mental health starting to deteriorate faster than she was aware, this was the final straw for her. As the voices screamed inside of Lizzie's head, the last strand holding her together finally snapped. Chapter 171, The Scream. Frozen as Jilly started to explain what the plan was, Lizzie screamed, "No, that is stupid, and I will be building the ship." The scream had made the girls all go silent, and everyone turned to the black-haired woman to stare in wonder. Jilly turned her head slightly to the shorter woman and tried to hold back a groan, but failed, and Lizzie's face started to get red with her rising temperature. "No, you can come along if you want and help, or you can go build on for you to float around in. But we're going to work on this together. Do not test me right now, woman. If it wasn't for Kazz, you would already be inside my belly," Jilly said in a dangerous tone, and then turned back to the others. As Jilly started to talk to the other, Lizzie started to shake from her frustration with everything. Lizzie couldn't get anything to line up in her mind with all the voicing inside of her head. Even though Lizzie knew she should stop, her mind was a mess. It prevented her from taking a step back from the situation and making things worse for her. Carrie, of all people, was the only one to hear the stress and confusion in Lizzie's voice, but wasn't sure what to do about it. After Lizzie had attacked her this morning, Carrie had thought that she might be better by now. Carrie should have known better than to rush into Lizzie's room first thing in the morning. And it was only because she had become so comfortable around everyone so quickly. Usually, she wouldn't have dreamed of going near Lizzie's cave before she woke up. Yet, Carrie had and paid the price for it, but she was still alive, and that was more than she could say for anyone else that had made the same mistake. Now, Lizzie sounded like something was wrong, but Carrie was too scared to try to go see her. From there, and all the way to the point that everyone was currently, the women argued about every detail. For her part, Lizzie shot down every idea given, but refused to give suggestions other than to build a boat that floated. Now, Jilly was at her wit's end and getting extremely frustrated. If they kept up, Jilly was ready to make an attempt at murdering the now massive Spider-Woman. If you don't stop acting like this, I am going to wrap you in your own steel silk and throw you in the water to drown while you cut yourself into ribbons. I would sooner hear your death screams than listen to the sound of your constant bitching, Jilly said sharply as her patience waned. Lizzie's mind was a mess at this point, and she had wanted to stop, but it was almost like she had no control over herself anymore. Voices screamed in her head, but they were just screaming now, not even words. Carrie was standing off to the side with Veronica and Kita, and she was shaking. The shaking was partially caused by her Auntie and Lizzie fighting, but knowing that she had caused this was the main reason. There was something wrong with Lizzie, but no one but her seemed to notice or care, and this also bothered Carrie, because it told them that they needed to start being nicer to each other. But now that he was gone, it seemed that nothing had changed. You have no way to make it, so we can all go underwater, and yet you are still determined to build a ship that goes underwater. Why don't any of you idiots see the problem here? Or is it just because I am who I am? Is that why you felt it was okay to just leave me out? Lizzie screamed, and then Carrie understood. Are you really going to act like some child that was picked last? So all of this acting like an idiot is because you think that everyone thinks you're an idiot? Jilly challenged, causing Lizzie to grit her teeth together violently and about to say something nasty back. But then Carrie ran up screaming as loud as she could. Stop! Wait! Stop! Carrie squealed as she ran over between the massive women while dragging Kita along. Kita, with no clue to what was happening to her, suddenly was between two very angry-looking carnivorous monsters. Kita was not one for getting into fights on her own and never put herself in danger, so this was far past a comfortable situation. The pair of giant monster girls looked down at the pair of tiny blue and red girls between them. Seeing them, they forced Jilly to cool down some, but Lizzie was frozen, her mind a flusterstorm. Kiki, I don't think you should be over here right now, Jilly said, looking down at the girls, but Carrie ignored her and turned to the still frozen Lizzie and then let go of Kita's hand, dropping to her knees. I'm sorry for rushing into your room this morning without giving you a warning first, Lizzie. I am also sorry that we didn't invite you personally when Kazz told us to work together, Carrie apologized after putting her head to the ground. The beach had gone dead silent, and the only noise was the strange splashing from the waves cutting the brambles Jill had created. Everyone was beyond surprised by Carrie's actions, but the most affected were Jilly and Lizzie. Only Jilly knew about what Lizzie had done to Carrie, and she was left speechless after she heard what her little Kiki had said. All the fire went out of Jilly, and she really looked at Lizzie for the first time in a long time. Then she could see something that wasn't clear to her before when she looked in her nemesis' eyes. Fear. That confused Jilly, and she didn't understand why someone who acted so harsh and angry could be scared of something simultaneously. Something was wrong with Lizzie, and because of her closeness to Carrie and past experiences with Lizzie, Jilly couldn't see it, nor had she wanted to. Carrie still had her head on the ground, but Lizzie didn't know what to say or do. This little girl's simple apology had made the voices go silent, but to hear the person that she had hurt say sorry created a new pain. Chapter 172, Nature of the Beast. Not big on sharing, Lizzie felt lightheaded because of all the stress getting to her. and her body shrunk down on its own. She collapsed on the ground in front of the tiny women, but now they were only slightly smaller than her. Suddenly, the women that weren't involved decided to find other things to do. All except for Nushi and Nishi, those two stayed to watch things unfold. "Why does that Carrie girl have Kita with her?" Nishi asked, and Nushi looked through the page she was on. "Do you know who Maddie is?" "I guess Carrie reminds her of that girl and is allowing herself to be dragged along." This is strange," Nushi explained to Nishi, but then became distracted as she started to read intently. "You can read other people's minds? Can you read mine?" Nishi asked almost jokingly, but she was curious. "You don't actually want to know the answer to that question. Trust me," Nushi said, and then looked up at a glaring Nishi and asked, "Do you know who Fiarcania is?" Nyx's glare faltered and slid off her face, replaced with a questioning look. "How do you know that name? You were neither alive during the Arcania uprising nor the assault as we passed Death Summit. So how would you know about her?" "Because I know she didn't tell you," Nishi questioned, and Nushi finished reading the last page of Lizzie's story. Nushi had leveled up again when Lizzie had shrunk and collapsed and was now able to read her entire life story. Before, each time Nushi tried to read her, the pages had just filled up with screams. My system just improved its rank, so to speak, and now I am getting all of Lizzie's story. I can see why she has been acting this way, but I'm still not sure what to do, Nushi said with frustration as she closed the book. "What do you mean? Was her life hard here?" Nishi asked, and then said, "Fiarcania was a caring creature that tried to take her home back from us. She was chased off of Gardania over 100 years ago. That isn't the creature that I read about. This one was slaughtering her children in hopes of making them stronger. Then more of her siblings were lost to skydrakes, and then a storm," Nushi explained, and Nishi gave her a surprised expression, and Nushi nodded, continuing with the rest of what she had read. While this happened, Carrie had let go of Kita's trembling hand and scooched forward to Lizzie, who was looking at her hands. Tears were silently pouring down her face, and she was astonished when the little pair of dark red hands slipped into her own. Lizzie looked up in baffled confusion, not understanding what was going on. Why was this creature apologizing to her? The question was the only thing Lizzie's mind could focus on, and the tears wouldn't stop coming for her. "Why? I should be apologizing to you, not the other way around," Lizzie cried, and Carrie, in her infinite wisdom, replied without a second thought. "Then why don't you? Pretty easy, and then we can go back to trying to build the boat. I know it's kind of a silly idea, but there are a lot of us here to work on it," Carrie said with a bright smile, and then added, "We are friends, right? You could have eaten me lots back home in the crater, but didn't. I was always scared of you and didn't really like you, but you could have eaten me and didn't. So I just assumed we were friends." Lizzie was stunned by Carrie's words and could hardly believe that anyone would be so stupid to believe her words or accept them. Yet, Lizzie tried to tell herself that it couldn't hurt to maybe try. A creature that wasn't a threat to her had never called her a friend before. Sorry for the way that I treated you this morning and any other time," Lizzie said quietly, and then squealed as Carrie let go of her hands and hugged her, rubbing her face into Lizzie's cleavage. Behind them, Jilly turned around, walking off by herself. She was confused by the events unfolding in front of her, but knew she chased after her. She knew that Jilly was perplexed about what was going on and wanted to talk to her. There was a chance that she might be able to help fix things between the girls, so knew she wanted to try, since she was the only one who really understood. Lizzie's mind had been poisoned by her mother's words, and a string of unfortunate events caused Lizzie to force Jilly out of her life. "Jilly, wait," Nushi called as she tried to catch up with the giant Umyakade heading to the east side of the beach. Jilly slowed and then stopped to wait, but didn't turn around. Her head and heart were in strange places right now after watching Carrie with Lizzie. She had known there was something wrong, but she had just assumed it was Lizzie just being the same person she had grown to hate. There was a time when she had been different, but that had been all a lie. So it was hard for Jilly to see Lizzie in a different light. The girls were mostly out of earshot, and knew she jogged over to stand in front of Jilly. "I know that you are confused, but there is more to Lizzie than the lying monster that you think she is," Nushi said, and her eyes went big. Nushi was not big on sharing the fact that she could read the minds of others, but Jilly was her friend, and this was important. Yes, I can not only read your mind and actions with my book, but I can see the events in my head. Give her a chance. You should also know that she feels threatened by you because all of her surviving siblings were killed by her sister that she had called a friend. There's much more to Lizzie, but it doesn't matter. Just try to give her a chance, Nushi explained in a rush, and Jilly turned to look at Carrie and Lizzie. Chapter 173, Our Very Best Effort. Dripping, if there was a chance that Lizzie could be that person who had laughed and joked with her before, and that person was real, then Jilly would be willing to give her another chance. She knew all too well that the world was a cruel place, and events shaped the monsters that each of them grew into. It felt only yesterday that she had tried to eat the man that was changing all of their lives so dramatically. Jilly now had a home and a strange family because Kazz had walked in her life, and even after everything, he still gave her a chance. Jilly turned back from the girls and nodded to Nushi. He really has done so much for each of us and never stops no matter how insurmountable the tasks become. Kazz is special and important, whoever he really is, and we all need to do our best for him. If he only asks us to try and get along with each other while he goes out, risking his life, doing the things that none can, then we owe it to him to give that our very best effort. Nushi explained. Jilly sighed because she knew that the little blue demon was right, with her horns turned up, just another mark left by the man. Jilly turned back around, and the two of them headed over to where Carrie was still hugging Lizzie, who was finally returning it. Jilly lowered her centipede body as low as she comfortably did as she approached the two, and Lizzie looked up at her. The two locked eyes, but Jilly could see the fire was gone from them. Lizzie, I am sorry for not including you this morning, but I was angry with the way you treated Carrie, Jilly explained, then paused, making Lizzie look, but then she continued. But you apologized to Carrie, and she obviously has accepted it. So, I would like us to move forward and treat each other like we did before. We were also friends before, and if you are willing, I want to try again. Lizzie couldn't believe her ears at the words that she was hearing coming out of Jilly's mouth. What was more unbelievable was that Carrie had been right about how simple it had been, but words couldn't fix everything. You're right, they can't. Some problems can only be fixed with your actions and how you decide to deal with things from now on. Kazz never explained a certain part of his ability to you, and that's that we can't hurt or wound each other once we have become part of his system. None of us will betray you, and you can trust us, despite your mother's words, Nushi explained as she stepped forward. Nushi kneeled down in front of Lizzie, who was still hugging Carrie close to her, and more tightly now. The little red woman didn't seem to care and seemed quite comfortable with her eyes closed, resting her face on Lizzie's breasts. Kita was standing close and anxiously watching, and Nushi could see the cyclone of emotions in the little Sphinxland's eyes. Nushi knew she would have to deal with that one later, and possibly others as well. Nushi pried Lizzie's arms off Carrie, and then Nushi gently pulled her back, telling her to go give Kita the same kind of hug. Carrie's head was a strange place to be, and Nushi had looked very few times because all her thoughts were directional to her emotions. It was like looking at color and knowing that feeling that provoked, and while more complicated than that, Carrie's mind was uninteresting to Nushi. She preferred ones like Jilly and Lizzie's. Complicated and very troubled because there was so much more to a person that constantly struggled. Carrie nodded to Nushi and then ran and tackled Kita to the ground, hugging her as Kita ineffectually struggled. Kita was concerned that maybe Carrie liked Lizzie, but she didn't want to ask because that was weird for a girl to like another one. After knocking her to the ground, Carrie began to rub her face into Kita's extremely modest chest. She was having trouble seeking the same softness she had experienced from Lizzie's bonka zonka, honka big bonkers. Kita finally realized what Carrie was trying to do, and her face got hot as she became embarrassed by the lack of breath she had. In her embarrassment, Kita had frozen, and Carrie noticed, stopped what she was doing. Carrie pushed herself up with her arms, so she hung over the top of Kita and noticed her blushing face. Reading this wrong, Carrie attempted to apologize. Oh, I'm sorry for playing with your bonkers. Unless you like it, They aren't massive like Auntie's and Lizzie's. They're just like mine, see? Carrie said, lifting her loose white dress up to expose her small, round, jiggling breasts to Kita, making Kita's faces get worse. Kita tried to reach up to pull down the dress, but Carrie misread this. Thinking Kita wanted to feel her itty-bitty titties, Carrie grabbed the hand and pressed it on her breast, giving it a squeeze. See, now you can feel them, and then I can feel yours again, and Carrie continued on while Kita had her first experience with touching another girl's breast. Nushi smiled to herself as the storm in Kita's head started to slow down on its own, and then focused on Lizzie, who was watching the girls. Nushi reached forward and took hold of Lizzie's hands, bringing her attention back. "Can you read my mind?" Lizzie asked, and Nushi nodded. "Yes, I know what you've been through, but you don't have to go through it alone. If you ever want to talk or need anything, I will be here, and so will all the other girls. Soon, we will be leaving this island, and then we will all be starting brand new lives, some of us more than others. This is your chance to make that step with the rest of us, and start over as a new person, and be the person that you want to be, not the one the world shaped you to be," Nushi explained with a smile, and Lizzie could only nod. Things at the beach settled down, and the girls made up for the most part. After that, the girls started to work on the idea that had just changed many of their lives. East from them, demon women were crying out as Kazz drove deep into Hannah, who trembled beneath him. He groaned and poured his strength and memories into the quivering demon. As he did, Kazz activated his skill, and every demon woman within range of his orgasmura felt themselves tremble. At the peak and about to climax, Neft lost his arousal as a burning pink tattoo appeared, and Karen started to tell him what a nice look he had and how much she loved being with him. Chapter 174, What Mex Would Stand Up For. Lighter and brighter as I held her close, a rush of energy surged through me, and I felt a powerful release. I watched Hannah's reaction as her eyes crossed, and she held her hands over her mouth to hold back her cries, her back arching in response. My skill activated as her body contorted, and not even her hands could hold back the screams as I struggled to contain my excitement near Hannah. I wanted to make sure I didn't lose control, but I also felt overwhelmed as her body reacted and trembled. I would have covered her mouth with my own hand, but the village all around us was crying out in a soaring, triumphant chorus. I pushed myself forward one last time as the glowing pink tattoo finished covering over the old black one. Even after I stopped, Hannah's body still trembled and shook. After the tremor slowed, she was smiling up at me as she gasped to catch her breath. Something was happening to her as I looked down at her beautiful face and small red horns. The red of her hair and eyes were slowly getting lighter and brighter until they almost glowed. As I pulled back and removed myself from Hannah, her body shook as I held my hand to her soft cheek. Once I was removed, Hannah gasped with one final shiver. "What just happened? I feel like I was hit by a behemoth, but with no pain. And why was? I am pretty sure it had to be every woman in the area that was screaming with me. What about this pink birthmark? What is that?" I cut her off with a kiss and then ripped the blanket out from under the two of us. It mainly was tossed and easy to grab. I pulled the blanket over the two of us the best I could, but I knew it was like losing my arm and then hoping a Band-Aid would be enough. "What are you doing now? Why are you pulling the—" Hannah started again, and I rolled my eyes as I kissed her again, and then narrowed my eyes at her when she opened her mouth to talk, but then closed it. Hard to get a word in edgewise if you keep asking me questions. "Now, what is a birth sister?" "The mark is you being pregnant along with every other demon woman in this village and the area. After I get a couple answers from you, I will tell you why we are under the blankets," I explained, and Hannah looked up at me curiously. "You mean Liddy? We were born at the same time and came into being facing each other. Our mothers wanted us to have each other like they did, and they had both let Mex fill them at the same time," Hannah explained, and I nodded, assuming as much from what I had learned about the demons. "Okay, good. Now, why are you here and not with your sister? If you were meant to be together, then what are you apart now?" I asked, and Hannah's expression turned sour as she tried to turn her head away from me, but my hand stopped her. Tao separated us, and they took more than half of Mex's subjects to replace what they lost on the trip here. Neft has always been jealous of Mex, and he knew that it would bother Mex to separate us. But Mex is such a pushover, Hannah explained, and I grinned at her. Yes, I kind of thought the same about him when I first met him, but now I can see that it was so much more than just that. Now, I'm going to go kill Neft and then Dow, but I will come back for you when I'm finished with Neft. The thing is, if you want to come with me, then you will have to let me take care of you. I explained, and Hannah focused on me with a puzzled look. Why can you say that so casually? Hannah asked as she started to get a distressed look on her face, and then started it on me again. Who are you that even Mex of all people would give his title to you? While never mean or controlling like almost every other demon, Mex was almost killed by Neft when he took me and then forced me to submit to him. The only time I ever saw Mex stand up to anyone was when it was for someone else. Yeah, I could see that. But if Neft ruined you and knocked you up, then how are you still alive? Why didn't he just kill you after? I asked, ignoring her questions. Because he took everyone's memory of me away, and now none of them would even recognize me. I know this because I try to go back, and Neft sent behemoths to follow me to Mex's keep, Hannah told me as I hung over her. Neft just let you go back? Or did he send them to stop you? I asked, but Hannah shook her head no, making her almost glowing pink hair toss. I thought they were coming to stop me, but instead they protected me and let me go see Mex, but he and even Liddy had no idea who I was. Mex actually sent me away, saying that if she knew who I was, he still couldn't have helped. I think that was because of him being almost killed by DOA, Hannah explained, and I raised an eyebrow. Mex tried to fight Dow. I could see someone like Neft if she was the same strength, but Dow has to be much stronger than him. Mex is gallant, but he isn't stupid, I said, and Hannah shook her head no again.